Hey everyone, welcome back to the Alternate Path. Today, we're diving into a brand new what-if story. What if Edward's sacrifice changed Bella's life forever? Here's a quick summary. Edward left Bella to give her the happy human life she deserved. But when fate takes an unexpected turn, both of them discover that some sacrifices come at a far greater cost than they ever imagined. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the Alternate Path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. I was early for my first class, as always. I found that it was easier, in case of any unforeseen issues. I parked my car in the faculty parking lot, turning off the engine before I gathered my bag and prepared to start a new semester. Everything was the same as always, the weather warm for early September, students dressing in shorts and t-shirts, backpacks slung over their shoulders with maps and schedules in their hands. I found it necessary to pass through the main registration building, in order to pick up the ever-changing class roster of students I would have for the fall semester. Freshman students were notorious for changing their minds several times before finally deciding on a permanent schedule. Most new students would try to knock out some of their more mundane required classes early in their academic career, to ensure that when the time came, they could be accepted into the more distinct college of their choice. What do you want to be when you grow up? A teacher, a writer, a doctor, a businessman? This semester was no different. No different. That thought used to depress me, but the idea of things never really changing at this point was something that I had come to accept, at least somewhat. I taught several classes at this university, English 101 and Basic Composition among them, one or both being required for every student that had been accepted here. This semester, I also had snagged the opportunity to teach a classic literature course. My classes were almost always full, though students did tend to drop further into the semester, when they found the rigors of college life begin to catch up with them. Some of the excuses I would get later in the semester would make me chuckle. Some of my students could be so incredibly creative. Now, if only they could get their work done. Again, this semester would be no different. Although it was a warm, late summer day, it had been rainy and rather overcast, which was fine with me. I had applied to work for this university with a full understanding of the weather and its available amenities. Where I was suited me just fine. I could do what I needed and still adjust my life accordingly. The campus itself was older, although historic, with many renovations in the works. Updated computers, more modern bathrooms, larger workspaces and classrooms. A new library was being built, thanks to a generous donation from an alumni who had recently passed away. The idea of a more modern library thrilled me and also allowed me the opportunity to catch up on reading some of the newer books that students had suggested to me. Sent a thrill of anticipation through me. I had always loved to read and having access to a large library would only spur that love forward. I glanced at my watch. It was 4:15. I had a little over an hour until my first class. As I entered the registration office, I found it buzzing with activity. Hundreds of students trying to add and drop classes, some finding their work schedules would not accommodate them or finding they had missed out on certain prerequisite courses they needed prior to advancing to higher level curriculum. It never changed. Several student employees looked either helpful or annoyed while they tried to help other students accomplish their goals. It might have been enjoyable to stop for a minute and people watch, but I had a schedule to keep and needed to drop in at the office to let people that I was still alive. Teaching night courses and administering several online classes sometimes led to the impression that I was more of a ghost than an adjunct professor here. It was important for me to make an appearance and remind people that, in fact, I did exist and was a part of the professional staff. I looked over the available spots in my schedule of students and laughed to myself. Almost every spot filled. Late registration still had a few days to go, and I would be loaded to the hilt with new students. I knew then it would only be a matter of time before students came begging for overrides. That was okay with me. My department chair and boss never understood my willingness to allow so many students into any one section of the classes that I taught, but I was always ready for more students. The more students I had, the more work I had, and that kept me focused. Kept my eyes on the goal. Kept me from thinking about the past too much. The more the merrier was my motto at this point. Anything at all to keep my mind busy. Anything. While I crossed the registration barrier to head to the front desk and requested the most recent class rosters assigned to me, I had, for a fleeting moment, felt that I was being watched. It's possible that someone did have their eyes fixed on me. There were literally more than 200 people in the Commons area of the registration office. Every someone had to be looking somewhere. However, it was an eerie feeling, one that wouldn't let go. Just then, I caught a whiff of someone that I hadn't seen or heard from in some time. I thought to myself, this isn't happening. You're just not focusing. Get a grip on yourself. I thanked the student employee who handed me my paperwork and was about to turn and head to my office when I saw a small, raven-haired beauty rush at me with almost Olympic speed. She grabbed me ever so gently before enveloping me into an almost rib-crushing hug. She released me, only to place a small key on my cheek. She had the biggest grin on her face, looking so happy, but then, just as quickly, her smile faded. A mixture of sadness and confusion spread to her beautiful, pixie-like features. She stood in front of me, looking exactly as she had when I had last seen her almost 10 years earlier. Not since that horrible but fateful night. No phone calls, emails, no visits to let me know what had happened. She hadn't even said goodbye. Still, I couldn't help but look at her and mutter, "Hello, Alice." "Bella," Alice started, too loud for my liking. "Not here, Alice," I responded, a hushed whisper in my voice that I alone knew she could hear. I instantly tried to extricate myself from her grasp. "I don't understand. You're the same, but," she responded, tightening her grip on me to prevent me from escaping, I assumed. "Alice, I can explain everything. But, please," I pleaded with her, "not here. Let's go somewhere more private," I urged her so silently that no one else would be able to hear. Or so I thought. He was there then, standing no more than 5 feet from me. He was here, right in front of me. I could smell him, could feel his beautiful eyes boring into me. So many memories, so many feelings long thought gone came flooding back to me, making me almost swoon from the overwhelming barrage of emotions that were starting to take hold. How could a simple day, like any other day, suddenly go so wrong? I was afraid to look up from Alice to meet his gaze before Alice spoke again. "Bella," she started. "Not here," I whispered back. "Please, I'm begging you." I would explain everything. I just needed her to stop talking before someone overheard us and I would need to do major damage control or risk having to start all over again. "Fine, but when can we talk? Things aren't making any sense right now, and I'm not letting you go without talking about it, not after all this time," she started to explain. Just then, another familiar face came from behind Alice. "Jasper." I managed a small, but polite smile in his direction. He looked pained to see me, but offered his hand as a greeting. I took it and shook it gently, before addressing him. "Jasper." I started, "Well, this is certainly starting to become a reunion of sorts." "Belle," he started. I cut him off. "Look, I have an hour before my class. I can't possibly explain or answer all of your questions in that time, but I can at least start. Will that suffice for now? I can't possibly stress to you both how difficult this will make things for me if I start this conversation in the middle of a crowded reception area. Will you please follow me? I promise you'll get all the information that you need." I thought. Just then I thought, but did they even want it or even care? "Hello." His velvet voice carried over to me, snapping me out of the haze that had begun to take hold of my brain, allowing the panic to begin to set in. Without thinking, I looked up at him. The emotions coming at me were overwhelming, like I had just been hit by a semi. He looked exactly the same, so beautiful. He held paperwork in his hands, his long pale fingers fidgeting with each piece absent-mindedly. His focus never left my eyes for a second. I had no idea how long we stood there, looking at each other. I knew that he would look exactly the same, the tall, lean figure, the messy, bronze-colored hair and his piercing topaz eyes. The look in his eyes was impossible to decipher, but otherwise, he hadn't changed a bit. Hadn't aged, not that he would have, considering what he was. He looked exactly the same as that day when he left me in the forest, when my real life ended forever. "Hello, Edward," I responded. "You, of course, are also welcome to join us. We had better get moving, before Alice starts jumping out of her skin. My office is in the next door building. Please follow me." I tried to sound professional, as I was acutely aware that several students and staff began staring at the 3 beautiful beings standing with me, as if I knew them. I wanted to avoid any type of introduction. What could I say? Hello. This is Edward and Alice Cullen and Jasper Hale. I've known them since high school, where I fell in love with Edward, whose entire family is a coven of vampires. He left me after his brother tried to kill me the night of my 18th birthday. Stop it. I was screaming at myself internally before I finally got a grip on myself. If the situation arose, I would simply introduce them as high school acquaintances. Nothing more, nothing less. That is what I was to them. More pressing at the moment was the onslaught of questions that I knew would be coming from Alice. We walked quickly through the building, me pausing just a moment to look outside. When I realized that the rain had started again, I quickly produced an umbrella for Alice and myself and stepped out into the fresh air. My senses started to clear and I headed off toward the building that housed my office. All four of us walked together in silence. We entered the building, and I paused only for a moment to greet the front desk reception staff. Both the student employee and full-time staff member looked up at me and then noticed my companions. It was easy to see the admiration in their eyes as they took in their beautiful faces. I stifled a giggle before I spoke. Hello, Kimberly. Hello, Janice. Welcome back. I started, trying to look and sound as unstressed as possible. I need to not be disturbed for just a few minutes before class. Please don't allow anyone back just now. I would really appreciate it. Of course, Elizabeth. We were getting ready to close up shop for the night anyway. Do you need us to stick around? Janice answered, looking at me expectantly. It was always an unspoken rule to not be left alone with students, simply for safety's sake. I stifled another laugh before responding, I'll be fine. Have a nice evening and I'll see you at the meeting tomorrow. That seemed to satiate her. She still looked a bit dazed by Jasper and Alice. And Edward. How was I ever going to get through this? I then started forward to my office, the other three following in complete silence. I fished my keys from my purse to open my rarely used office, when suddenly I realized they had dropped from my hand. In a flash, his hand caught them and handed them back to me. His skin touched mine for a brief second, a shock flying through my system, causing me to involuntarily take in a sharp breath. It brought back so many memories from high school. That day in the high school parking lot, the first time he touched me in biology, though it was completely unintentional. I fought to push those memories from my mind. I tried, in vain, not to wince as I took the keys back and started unlocking the door and switching on the light. Thank you, I uttered without looking up at him, but I could sense how close he was to me. I turned the key in the lock and opened the door, flipping on the overhead light. I motioned to the chairs sitting in front of my desk as well as the love seat that sat against the wall, motioning for them to sit down. I removed my coat and set my belongings on the floor, next to my desk, before taking my own seat. Jasper and Alice sat in two cushioned seats, facing opposite of me. Edward took a seat on the love seat, leaning back, all the while staring intently at me. He sat as far away from me as possible, that figures. I can do this, I thought to myself. I quickly looked away and focused my full attention on Alice, who was barely containing herself while sitting forward in her chair, looking like she was about to pounce from her chair and pin me to the wall in her quest for information. Jasper gently put his hand on hers, and immediately, a sense of calm swept the room. I hadn't felt that forced feeling in years and it caught me by surprise, before it began to seep into every cell of my body. Thank you, Jasper. I think we all needed that, I said. I opened one of my desk drawers and pulled out a small remote, before turning on the small stereo in my office, turning the volume to something that would be appropriate but keep prying ears from trying to listen in our conversation through the flimsy door. The strains of Chopin filled the office. I could delay this no longer. I turned to Alice before I spoke. I have an hour before my first class. I'm sure that you have many questions, but keep in mind that I most likely won't be able to answer them in the time I have. Alice, go ahead and start, before your head explodes. Alice rose from her chair, her hands placed squarely on her hips and asked, Bella, what happened to you? I knew that question was coming. I knew that no matter what, I couldn't avoid it. They sensed the differences in me before Alice had nearly tackled me in the registration building. I could see the questions in her eyes and she wanted answers. I looked at my old friend, feeling a need to fill her in, but at the same time, tremendous pain had started to fill my very soul as I stood there, looking at her. She, too, had left me. Did I owe her anything? The pain I had felt. All those years was also because of her. No goodbyes. Nothing. I had grown to love her in such a little bit of time, and she left me without a second thought. Well, Alice, what do you think happened to me? It's obvious that all three of you already know the answer to that question. Why waste time on the obvious? What do you really want to know? I answered her, unable to completely keep my voice even and without the obvious strain I was struggling to hide from them. I wouldn't let them see how much I was startled by all this, how deep those wounds still were. Bella, Jasper started, we understand what happened to you. We just don't understand how. We're trying to get some clarity as to what happened after your birthday, he answered me with a noticeable look of pain on his face. It's just a bit of a shock. Would you mind clearing some things up for us? Jasper, I'm afraid that's a very long story. Seeing as I have a class to teach very soon, wouldn't this conversation be better at a different time? What are all of you doing here? I asked, trying to steer the conversation away from me and my situation. Anything to not be the center of attention. I was surprised to hear his voice. He had only spoken one word since the beginning of this mess, but the sound of his voice still took my breath away. I turned to look at him, feeling it necessary to be polite while he addressed me. We just moved here. Carlisle recently took a position at the local hospital and we all wanted a break from the mundane existence of the local high school, so we thought that we would register for college and try to find something more challenging to take up our time. It's been some time since we've been part of a college community. Since we last saw you, we've spent time in less populated areas and attending college wasn't exactly a possibility, Edward spoke before Alice interrupted him. Edward, you're leaving too many details out. I think I should take over the explanations from here. She turned to face me, before blurting out, you see Bella, when we left Forks, it was impossible to trust, but then, Edward returned the favor by cutting Alice off. Alice, that isn't really important right now. He shot her a look that silenced her immediately. Bella, I have a question that might be easily answered in the little time that we have before us. Why did those women in the front office address you as Elizabeth? He finished, his eyes shining with unabashed curiosity. My thoughts were in fast forward. Yep, he had caught that fact. When I looked to Alice and Jasper, it was easy to see that they, too, hadn't missed the fact that Janice had addressed me as Elizabeth. Of course they would. Nothing ever escaped their attention. Might as well get it over with and try to end this little reunion as quickly as possible. Well, Bella Swan doesn't exist anymore. I'm known here as Elizabeth. Elizabeth Marston, I answered him, without looking in his direction, while I looked down at my desk. I couldn't trust my expression to not betray what was just below the surface. What do you mean, Bella Swan doesn't exist anymore? Alice asked me, leaning forward in her chair once more, expectantly waiting for an answer. Jasper was also looking at me intently, not understanding what I had meant by that statement. Well, if you must know, to everyone that knew her, Bella Swan died a few years ago when her truck went off a cliff on the way to La Push. A body was never found, but considering it was winter and the water was icy cold, everyone assumed she died and her body was swept out to sea. Does that answer things enough for all of you? I finished, with a bit of impatience in my voice. I was hoping that information would be enough to satiate Alice, but even I knew better than that. La Push? Alice questioned. What on earth would you be doing in La Push? She stated the question like she was shocked that I would have spent any time there at all. She had a hint of distaste in her voice, which she didn't try to mask. What would I be doing in La Push? That's simple. I was saying goodbye to my ex-husband and baby girl for the last time. At least one of them, anyway, before I had to disappear and start over again. Silence. Not a word, not from any of them. Edward immediately stood and walked toward me. I immediately rose from my seat and stepped away from my desk and him, raising my hands in front of me, instinctively, as if to protect myself. I refused to be pitied. I had come this far and what had happened was in the past and didn't change anything at this point. It couldn't. It made no difference. I daily had to remind myself of these facts and make peace with myself that I was doing the only thing I could at this point. For her. I was doing this for her and nothing else mattered. Edward froze in place and I lowered my arms before beginning again. Well, I hate to cut this short, but I need to get to class. I have students waiting and it's the first night of the semester. I assume that the rest of your family is with you. Please send them my regards. I started, but this time was cut off by Edward, who had an enraged look on his face, almost terrifying. Isabella, do you think that sorry excuse will suffice? Do you think that you're going to just walk out on us and not explain the whole story? I understand that you may have unpleasant feelings toward us. He had a sudden look of pain in his eyes, which quickly disappeared, and left me completely confused, but I for one, along with the rest of my family would like to know what happened to you. It's obvious that you're like us now, that you're a vampire. We all sensed it the moment we stepped into the registration office. What we don't understand is who did this to you. He finished, his voice almost a roar by this point. I picked up the remote again, turning up the volume of the stereo, before taking a step toward him, anger filling my eyes as well as my voice. This is my place of business and you will remember that when addressing me. I owe you nothing. You will keep your voice down and remember that you are here because I allow you to be. You will not draw unnecessary attention to me. Do you understand? I finished, the last of my words rushing out so quickly. Had my visitors not been what they were, they would have never understood what I had just uttered. Just then, I heard a slight knock on the door. Everyone, including myself, stiffened. I called out, "Just a minute," before I gave Edward a glance that, I hoped, could have frightened the devil himself. I stepped over to the door and answered it, to see both Kim and Janice standing outside my doorway, both looking visibly unnerved and uncomfortable. "Elizabeth," Janice started, hesitantly, "we thought we heard something and were wondering if you were okay." She finished before hurrying on to the next statement. "We know your evening class starts soon and we thought we would come remind you before we both headed out for the evening." Both ladies looked a bit unsure as to what to do, so I did my best to calm them. "Thank you both so much for reminding me. I hope we didn't frighten either of you. The conversation in here must have sounded alarming." I tried to chuckle to lighten the mood. Before continuing, we were discussing favorite books and things do tend to get a bit heated at times. I should have mentioned that my guests are old family friends, no need to worry. I do apologize. Please feel free to head out and start your evening. I'm on my way to class. I was just saying goodbye. It was a surprise to see them here, I finished, injecting a tone that implied they could go and I would be perfectly fine. Even with 3 of them, I would be perfectly safe. Not that even they would try anything. However, neither Kim nor Janice knew this and I wasn't about to enlighten them. Best to just get them out of here and moving along with my own schedule, but, would it be that easy? "All right, Elizabeth," Kim addressed me, while casting a quick glance toward my 3 visitors. "Have a great first class and we'll see you tomorrow for the faculty meeting." It was obvious that she was trying to stress that if something happened to me, they had seen me with the Cullens and that they wouldn't hesitate to let someone know. If only Kim and Janice knew how brave they were, but I wasn't about to explain that to them. They turned to leave and as they did, I faced the 3 individuals in my office and motioned for them to leave, as well. They were all standing at this point and were getting ready to quietly exit my office, which at this point seemed impossibly small. But before they were all out the door, Alice turned to me. "Well, Elizabeth," she began with an obvious hint of sarcasm in her voice, "we'll see you after your class. Carlisle, Esme, Emmett and Rosalie will be so pleased to see you this evening. We'll find you after your class, where we can all get together and catch up," she finished, a lightness to her tone and plenty of smugness in her smile. Jasper took her arm and the 3 of them left the room. Before Edward was completely out the door, he turned to me for a moment and it looked as if he had something to say. But then, just as quickly, he turned his gaze away from me and followed his siblings into the hall. Kim and Janice offered to show them out and I smiled at them appreciatively, before shutting the door to my office and slowly leaned against the door, as I slid to the floor. I had mere minutes before students would be looking for me. I needed to get a grip on myself before facing an audience, but 3 things were incredibly clear to me at that moment. First, the Cullens were back in my life, whether I was ready for that or not. Second, I had a long night ahead of me, and it was easy to see that they would be expecting answers. And finally, I was still in love with Edward Cullen. 10 years had done nothing to change that. Bella's paw. I quickly got a hold of myself and grabbed what I needed for my class. I left the office in a hurry and rushed as quickly as I dared to the classroom that had been assigned to me. I walked in with barely a glance at the students that had started to congregate. I found the class roster for that particular class when I sensed it, or rather smelled it. I glanced up and found Alice and Jasper sitting in the back of my classroom, not stirring, but looking at me, unwilling to even blink. Great. This is just what I need. Well, if they want to play, I can play too. Remembering few details of my own college experience, I had looked fondly at the instructors who gave only the syllabus and gone over the requirements for the class before releasing their students to go home and enjoy the rest of their day. The real work could begin during the next meeting. It was like heaven, feeling like we were playing hooky, escaping the responsibility that would eventually find us. I was one of those instructors. I loved the look on my students' faces when I released them early from our first class session. I wouldn't be one of those instructors this beautiful, summer evening. I started calling off names from the list I had, and when I finished, I looked around and asked if there had been any names that I missed. I looked pointedly in Alice and Jasper's direction, daring them to challenge me in front of a class of students, who were completely unaware of what creatures stood in their midst. Alice spoke first. Professor Marston, my brother and I would like to audit this class to see if it might interest us enough to take this semester. Would that be all right with you? She slightly glared at me, daring me to start something right then and there, knowing full well that I wouldn't. The high lilt of her voice was disconcerting, considering the look on her face. Might interest us for the semester. Was she crazy? There was no way that Alice and Jasper would be taking any one of my classes for an entire semester. No, this cannot be happening. But, my more logical thoughts took over. Of course you may sit in for this class. We can discuss your registration, should you choose to stay, after class. How does that sound to you? I responded in kind, never letting the slight smile leave my lips. I would never let them witness how the current state of events was upsetting the delicate balance that I fought to maintain on a daily basis. I knew exactly what they were doing. They were making it perfectly clear that our conversation from earlier in the evening was in no way over. That I wouldn't be able to just disappear into the night and not provide them with the answers they were so determined to get. Well, their infinite patience would be put to the test tonight. I would keep each and every student here, including Alice and Jasper, until the very last, official, minute of class. I went through the syllabus and took questions. I quickly fell into a routine, answering the same questions I got from every previous class. I could quickly figure who would be my type A students and those that would either drop or barely make it through the class with their passing C. Not surprising was the fact that neither Alice nor Jasper uttered a sound during class. No doubt their thoughts were focused on what would transpire later in the evening. This went on for some time until I looked up at the clock and realized that the students were long overdue for a break. I released them for 10 minutes and erased the boards that I had already filled before taking a seat at the desk. As if on cue, Alice and Jasper approached me. I looked up at them warily before starting to speak. So, are you and your brother interested in taking the class? I'm not entirely sure I have additional seats to accommodate you, but it's possible that other students may drop. No need to make up your mind this evening, nor are you obligated to stay for the rest of tonight's class. I started before Jasper motioned that he had something to say. Professor, I just wanted to say that we'll stay for the duration of class. We can discuss things after that and see if you can accommodate our wishes, whatever they may be, he finished, looking at me cautiously. Crap. Can't anyone take a hint? Alice looked like she was stifling a giggle, knowing that they had me exactly where they wanted me. There was absolutely no way that I would start that discussion in my class. I answered, that will be fine. I'll speak with you both after class. Enjoy the rest of your break, and with that, I went back to my notes, trying to dismiss them from my presence. They got that not too subtle hint, and rather than following the mass exodus of students from my room, they returned to their seats in the back row, speaking so quickly in hushed tones that no one else in the class would catch what they were saying. No one except me. Do you think we should call Carlisle and Esme? Jasper started. I'm sure he already has, Alice answered, looking up at me. I suspect that Emmett will be excited to see her. I'm concerned about Rosalie's reaction, however. I have a feeling that we're in for a very long evening, Jasper finished, glancing at his watch, and keeping an even better eye on me. I can hear you, you know, I hissed. My annoyance was starting to seep through in my voice. I spoke low and fast enough that no one else would be able to hear, covering my mouth with papers from my desk, to keep anyone from noticing the motion. Did they think I was going to run? Run where? I was a professional and students were starting to return to class, many of which were approaching me with questions and comments. I answered them, though half-heartedly. And even if I wasn't dedicated to my job, even I knew that I wouldn't be able to run from Alice. She wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. We reconvened and before I knew it, I had kept my students almost 10 minutes past the end of class. I could see some of their faces looking exasperated and impatient. Oh my, I've completely lost track of time. I am so sorry. Let's wrap for tonight and I'll make this up to you another time, I promise. If you have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to call or email me before the next class. Have a great night. I finished as students starting filing out. A few more students came forward with parting comments or quick questions, before I was face to face with Alice and Jasper alone. Or so I thought. Well, that was intriguing. You drew that out as long as you could, didn't you? But, you're an interesting lecturer, I'll give you that. No wonder every student in here stayed until the end. Some of their thoughts were rather interesting, but others, well, you might not want to know about that, Edward finished from the doorway. I jumped slightly at his voice. I hadn't realized he was so close. I got control of myself and turned to face him, trying to mask my face of any underlying tension, other than annoyance. You know, if you wanted to audit this class, all you had to do was force yourself in like Alice and Jasper. No need for you to sneak around in hallways, I answered him, trying to turn up the level of irritation in my voice. When I saw his face, it was completely overwhelming. I gazed upon his beautiful features, the messy bronze hair, his tall, lean body, and sculpted muscles under a simple button-down shirt and a pair of jeans nearly took my breath away. He leaned against the door frame, his arms folded across his chest, never once taking his eyes off of me. I had to force myself to turn away from him, before he could see how his presence affected me. Thank goodness I could no longer blush. He would have been instantly aware of my feelings and that could never happen. Suddenly, a strong wave of calm swept the room and I remembered Jasper's special gift. My mind stopped instantly in its thought process. Could he sense my feelings for Edward? Had I blocked him quickly enough? Was this night ever going to end? Thank you, Jasper, but I've had quite enough. Where would you like to do this? I really don't want to repeat this story more than once. It's something I don't really care to think about very often and I'm not prepared to go over all of this more than is absolutely necessary. I heard you both when you mentioned that he, my thumb jerking toward Edward without looking at him, had most likely already called Carlisle and Esme. I would like to see them and say, hello, in person, and then I'll answer most any question you might have. Will that work for you all? Let's head over to the house now. Carlisle is due home from the hospital shortly and Esme cannot wait to see you, Bella. Rosalie and Emmett are there as well. Needless to say, everyone is surprised by recent events. Would you like us to drive you to the house or would you care to follow us with your own car? Edward answered. Me, his voice, usually smooth, seemed somewhat stilted. His intense gaze was still focused on me, holding an emotion I still couldn't put my finger on. One moment it flashed pain, another sorrow, before returning to the same stone mask I had seen so many times before. No, I was imagining things. I remembered that day in the forest. You're not good for me, Bella, because I'm tired of pretending to be something I'm not. He no longer cared for me. If anything he may have felt guilt, but I had too much to focus on to piece together how Edward felt about me. Not that it mattered anyway. But, was I imagining things? Of course I am. I'm stressed out of my mind and dreading what I know is coming. I have no desire to tell my whole story, out there for the Cullens to pity me. No, let's just get this over with and everything can go back to normal. Just get through this night. I'll follow you in my car. That way, I can leave when we're finished and no one needs to be inconvenienced to bring me back. You all needn't worry that I'll try to lose you. I promised you answers. Let's just get this over with, I muttered, until Alice interrupted me. Bella, you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. And, you're never an inconvenience. However, we would like to see you and find out exactly what did happen to you. I've missed you terribly and I'm so happy to see you again, regardless of the circumstances, she answered, moving toward me, motioning as if she was readying herself to hug me once more. Sensing no other humans around me, I moved away from her to the other side of the room, my motions a blur from the speed. I'm sorry, Alice. I'm just not ready for that. I hope you understand, I answered her, my arms crossing my chest, as if to not grant access to anyone. I tried to keep my face calm, but knew it was hopeless. I must have looked like a caged animal. I knew that I was starting to feel like one. She looked terribly hurt, but instead of addressing me, she spun on her heel. Looking at Edward with anger, her eyes barely open, instead becoming two dark slits, she unleashed her fury on him, while she started to advance toward his presence in the doorway. This is entirely your fault. I hope you're happy with the choices you forced on all of us. Look at what you've done. She won't even let me touch her. She screamed at him, moving closer to Edward, looking like she was ready to strike her favorite brother. Jasper instantly moved to her side and I felt a strong wave of calm fill the room. She shook him off. Not now, Jasper. He needs to understand what a terrible mistake he made, and my anger will help drive that point home, she screamed at her husband, unable to contain her rage any longer. Jasper winced in pain at her obvious intense level of emotional pain. Alice, I spoke to her softly, taking a step back toward her, please don't blame Edward for this. She turned to look at me, the intensity in her eyes starting to diminish. Things happen, they just happen. It's no one's fault. Please. This isn't helping anyone. Let's go now and I can answer all of your questions. Please. Don't be angry at anyone but me. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm just overwhelmed right now by everything that's happened in the last few hours. Let's get outside and try to find a fresh perspective. Please. I started to beg. Pathetic. But, I couldn't bear the pain that was evident on her face or the physical pain that Jasper must be feeling due to her emotional outburst. This is obviously bothering Jasper. If not for me, please don't put him through this. Alice dropped her hands from her hips and looked up at Jasper. She looked deeply in his eyes, her hand gently touching his cheek, as his face leaned into her caress. This was an intensely private moment between them, and it was starting to tear at that hole that had opened in my chest all those years ago. A hole I had thought had at least closed, if never healed. Their love and adoration for each other was so intense, and I was not able to ignore what was so clearly in front of my face. Jasper nodded to her in a way that told her and everyone else around him that he had forgiven her for her outburst. He took her in his arms, burying his face in her shiny black hair. Alice was not one for anger, and the wrath she directed at her brother had taken all of us by surprise. I glanced over at Edward, whose head was hung down. He sensed my stare and looked up to me. His eyes were full of guilt. That I could clearly see. I looked away. To me, guilt equaled pity, and I couldn't stomach that. Sensing a need to move things along, I spoke. Well, the rest of your family is waiting for us. Let's get moving. I'm sure that all of you will have many questions, and I hope my answers won't disappoint, I finished, trying to sound flip, leading the way out of the classroom, motioning for the three Cullens to wait in the hall, while I turned off the lights and secured the space. I gathered my things and headed toward the hall where they were waiting. Alice and Edward walked on ahead, Jasper hanging back, looking somewhat timid. Bella, may I ride with you? I would like to talk to you on the way over to the house. Would that be acceptable? He spoke as he looked at me expectantly. Of course, I answered. Now I was really nervous. We walked in silence toward the faculty parking lot. Jasper seemed nervous and sent out a wave of calm, though I think it was more for him than it was for me. What on earth would he want to discuss with me? Jasper and I had limited contact during my duration with the Cullens. He had stayed with me in Phoenix, along with Alice, but after the party. Could this drive together be about that? Before I could continue with my internal dialogue, I realized that we had arrived at my car. I quickly fished my keys out of my purse and used the automatic door locks to pop the locks. I offered Jasper the chance to drive, since I had absolutely no clue where we were going. Jasper, would you like to drive? Since I have no idea where we are going, it would make sense for you to take the wheel. Plus, you can probably keep up with Alice and Edward better than I can. Now that I'm like all of you, I still had a difficult time saying the word vampire as I continued. I better understand the need for speed, but I don't think it will do for me try to follow your siblings. Would that be okay with you? Jasper took my keys and looked at me with a slight smile. Bella, he whispered, out of respect for my wishes, I would be happy to drive us. With that he opened my door, helping me in the car, before returning to the driver's side. He hopped in and started the engine. My car was fairly new. Nothing flashy, but dependable and affordable, and it got decent gas mileage. However, it wasn't necessarily meant for speed. A shiny, silver Volvo pulled up near the staff parking lot, waiting for us. Edward still has the same car. Now that is remarkable. As if Jasper could hear my thoughts, though more likely he noticed the baffled look on my face, he spoke to me, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Edward still has the same Volvo. It's odd for him to stay attached to a vehicle for so long, but he's had Rosalie replace the engine multiple times. He's hard on his cars, but that one is still a favorite, he finished. The Volvo took the lead and Jasper gracefully guided my vehicle out of the parking lot to follow. We sat in silence for a few minutes. I could feel the tension in the air, before he felt a need to speak. Again. Bella, he began, clearing his throat, I have needed to say something to you for so long. I don't even know where to begin, but now that I have the opportunity, I have to take it. I am so sorry for what happened at your birthday party. I have always been the weakest link in our little family, and when you cut your finger, I just snapped. I still can't believe I did it. You must have been so terribly frightened, and I never meant, he continued before I cut him off. So many of my human memories were lost. I was surprised at how much was lost, but there were certain memories that I clung to, or rather, clung to me. Every moment I had spent with the Cullens was burned into my memory. I remembered every moment of that fateful night, including the vicious look on Jasper's face when he lunged at me. I remembered the fear, the pain, every excruciating detail that was, in many ways in my mind, a catalyst to the end of my relationship with the Cullens, and more importantly, with Edward. However, I had forgiven Jasper that night. Long before the conversation that ended my happy existence with Edward in the forest, even before the long months where I felt like the walking dead, I had forgiven Jasper for what had happened. None of that was his fault. Jasper, I forgave you long ago. I told Alice that very night that I wasn't angry with you. You can't help your instincts, I began, before he interrupted me again. Bella, this is completely my fault. If I had been in better control of my nature, if I had fed more, none of this would have happened. I should have never come, never trusted myself to be that close to you. If I had done the right thing, no one would have been unhappy, no one would have suffered, and you would still, he began to plead, before a honk from the Volvo grabbed his attention. He exchanged a look with Edward Care of the rear-view mirror, and both men looked angry due to their wordless communication. I was confused. What were you going to say? Please go on. I tried to recapture his attention, which was still fully focused on the Volvo in front of us. I could see Edward slightly shake his head back and forth. If I hadn't been focusing, I would have missed it. Any human definitely would have. Jasper looked at me with a slight smile on his lips that did not reach his eyes. Bella, I was only trying to say how sorry I was for everything. Can you ever forgive me? He finished. He waited patiently for me to answer. Jasper, there is nothing to forgive. Everything happens for a reason, and your reaction that night is no different. Please don't beat yourself up over this. If I had been more careful, it would have never happened. Let's be realistic and look at it this way, I started, desperate to end his feelings of disgust for his actions. If Alice hadn't insisted on that damn part to begin with, as I forced a laugh and he sensed that I was trying to make a joke to lighten the mood. No offense, Alice, I continued, as he laughed with me. I caught Alice sticking her tongue out, knowing that she had heard me in the Volvo, as she turned around fully to face us from her perch in the front seat. Same old Alice. Thank you, Bella. I appreciate your willingness to move forward. Alice will be very pleased, he finished. We continued to drive on in silence. I never heard a sound from the Volvo. I'm sure that he and Alice were communicating with their gifts. If I could have trusted myself alone with Edward, I would have asked him what he was discussing with Jasper just now, but that would never happen. I would just have to be in the dark on that one. Not that it mattered. Edward had no feelings for me anymore, not those feelings at least. No, that was just me, loving him on my own without any hope of reciprocation. What an idiot I was and continued to be. Gifts. Would that come up tonight? With the entire family there, that question was sure to make an appearance. I would figure that out once I got to it. Before I knew it, we had arrived at a big beautiful home, with large arched windows, each one ablaze with light, as darkness was starting to descend with the approaching night. The house was larger than the one in Forks, and even more beautiful. It looked like a Gothic Victorian, completely renovated and painted a beautiful shade of white with 2 large turrets and a wraparound porch, which had been outfitted with rockers to enjoy the outdoors. Several fireplaces announced their presence courtesy of the chimneys that peppered the roofline, which was covered in beautiful slate tiles. Gingerbread trim was beautifully restored and accented every window, arch and outside doorway. The house itself was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by plenty of forests and natural streams, which could be heard in the distance, as well as offering plenty of protective tree covering to hide the house from the road, which was a ways off in the distance. This would be the perfect place for the family to relax and be themselves as well as offer excellent hunting when necessary. The house was surrounded with other outbuildings, fashioned to echo the design of the main house, most likely garages for the large car collection that the family indulged in and Rosalie tended to. The Volvo pulled in first, far ahead of us, and Edward and Alice were out before the engine had barely been cut. Edward sprinted ahead of Alice and met his family, who were all waiting on the porch. He spoke quickly to them and I was unable to catch anything that was being said. Jasper pulled off to the side of the Volvo and turned off the engine of my car, before stepping out. He came to my side of the car, but I had already opened my door before he could approach. I smiled up at him tentatively, a new level of understanding in our relationship. He offered his arm to me and I walked forward, right from the frying pan and into the fire. I approached the porch slowly. Another wave of calm enveloped me and every member of the Cullen family stood, meant to be a sign of welcome for my benefit, but I was no fool. I also knew that the night ahead would be painful and with that pain, agonizingly long. Carlyle approached me first, a huge smile breaking across his face before he spoke. "Bella," he started and hugged me quickly, "we are thrilled to see you. This certainly is a surprise. Welcome to our home," he finished before stepping aside. Esme came forward then, with obvious joy in her eyes. She hugged me fiercely and it was difficult to not return it with the same intensity before she spoke. "We have missed you so much, Bella." "Some of us much more than others," she said hesitantly and I knew she must have meant Edward and most likely Rosalie, "but our family feels complete again," she finished. What on earth was she talking about? I was no more a part of her family than I had been as a human. But, I remembered that Esme's greatest gift was her ability to love. I would take what she said as such and smiled in return to see her eyes that looked like she would have shed tears of joys, if that were possible for one of our kind. I missed being able to cry, or I did, before I discovered, no, stay focused. You have to be able to get through this night. Just get through this and then you can go back to your sad little existence, but you can continue what you started. You can provide her the only thing that is still in your power to give. Not even Jacob can take that from you. Emmett approached me and picked me up in a bone-crushing hug, or what would have been bone-crushing, had I not been changed. I hugged him back just as fiercely, with everything that I had before he winced and released me. "Damn Bella, you could warn a guy first. I guess I'll have to get used to you being indestructible," he finished before shooting me a goofy grin. He seemed genuinely pleased to see me and I had to admit, I had missed this giant man, someone who had found a definite place in my heart in the brief time I had spent with him. Rosalie approached me carefully. She was still beautiful, not that she had changed a bit in the decades since I had seen her. Her beauty was still intimidating. It was overwhelming how exquisite she was, much more than any model. But, her beautiful face held no smile for me, like it had from the others. I had no trouble deciphering her feelings for me. She still had a look of disgust when she glanced at me, and I for one, wasn't going to force a happy reunion. She looked at me directly before saying, "Hello, Bella," and then walked away, taking her place next to Emmett. Emmett looked at me apologetically, while I smiled back encouragingly. What else was there to expect? Some things never change. Carlyle broke the awkward silence. "Let's go inside so we can talk. I'm sure we all have much to catch up on," while he motioned us inside. The interior of the house was beautiful, not that I expected anything else with Esme's taste. The first floor had a beautiful grand entryway with a glorious hardwood staircase. The walls were the original plaster, which was remarkable considering the tendency of the brothers to wrestle and damage things in their wake. Dark, mahogany-paneled wainscoting lined every wall and extended up the staircase to the second floor. Perfect lighting created a cozy atmosphere and highlighted the features of the house. Several of the art pieces on the wall must have been masterpieces that Esme herself had created, while a beautiful hand-carved cross that I had seen in Forks and had belonged to Carlyle's father hundreds of years prior, hung in a place of prominence over a beautiful natural stone fireplace. Against all the beautiful natural woods of the floors, banisters and other woodwork, the walls were painted in calming shade of white and ivory, with coordinating furnishings and carpets. The house looked incredibly comfortable as well as elegant. Esme, the house is just beautiful. I've never been this far out of town before and I had no idea it was even here. What a sanctuary. You must all be so comfortable in this haven. I finished looking at her warmly, trying to express all my comments with as much enthusiasm as I could muster. My nerves were starting to wear on me, but I didn't want to disappoint her. She had always been so kind to me and I wasn't about to hurt her feelings now. Thank you, Bella. She responded, maybe we can give you a tour of the house when our conversation is over and everyone's morbid curiosity is satiated. Back to the task at hand. How lovely. Well, the sooner we start, the better. Let's just get this over with. Carlyle offered his arm and led me into their beautiful living room. Once upon a time, this would have been called a parlor. It had the same coloring as the entryway, but with large ivory sofas and fluffy pillows, as well as thick carpets that made everything seem incredibly cozy and warm. A very inviting space and one I should try to get comfortable in while this night went on. I wasn't going anywhere for a while, might as well make the best of things. Carlyle offered me a large, cushioned seat by myself, while the others flanked the sofas and Alice chose to sink into the deep carpet as close as possible to me. Jasper took that as his cue and sat behind her. She nestled back against his broad chest and he gently hugged her around the shoulders and key, at the top of her head. Emmett and Rosalie sat close together on one sofa, while they assumed a similar position. Rosalie eventually ended up on Emmett's lap and he enveloped her with his massive arms, while she gently stroked his forearms with her delicate fingers. He keyed at her cheek 1 second before flashing me a toothy grin and a quick wink. Carlyle and Esme took the other sofa. Carlyle wrapped his arms protectively around his beautiful wife's waist, while she nestled back against his chest. He whispered something in her ear, something that sounded like a pet name. I closed myself off to him, sensing it was intensely private and not meant for anyone's ears, save hers. The hole in my chest began to hurt again. So much love in this room. Love that I thought I had had once, but no more. No, I had thought that I found it twice. I would never be part of this type of love. I thought I had found it with Edward, and then with Jacob. I was wrong both times. I wasn't meant to be loved, not in that way. I loved my daughter, and that would have to be enough. The thought and feeling were crushing, but I strengthened my resolve and faced the firing squad. But that didn't stop me from wrapping my arms around my chest, willing the hole to close and the pain to subside. I looked up then to see that Edward had taken the other single seat, directly in front of me, with a beautiful mahogany coffee table between us, covered in elegant hardcover books about art of every genre, most likely placed there by Esme. He smiled at me tentatively for the first time that entire evening. I tried smiling back, but found it difficult to make the emotion meet my eyes. I looked away, focusing on Carlyle. Since he was the head of this home and family, I would let him set the pace of this evening. As if on cue, he returned my gaze and addressed me. Bella, I'm sure that everyone here has plenty of questions for you. It's incredibly kind of you to even come here and take time out of your schedule to spend time with us. However, you mustn't feel it necessary to answer anything that you aren't comfortable with or share information that you deem too private for us to hear. We are just so pleased to see you again and hope this will be the first of many happy visits you spend with us, he finished before Esme interrupted him. Bella, please consider our door open anytime you would like to visit. We would love for you to come by as often as you would like. No phone calls or invitations necessary. This is an open offer and we would like you to use it as you see fit. If we can be of any assistance to you whatsoever, you must let us know. We're all here for you. She shot a look at every one of her children around the room. Please let us know how we can make you as comfortable as possible, she finished, with a brilliant smile across her face, her eyes shining. Bella, Carlyle continued, why don't you start from the beginning? You have our complete attention. I looked around the room at the face of 7 beautiful people, people that I had known for such a brief time, but they had become incredibly important to me, nevertheless. Even Rosalie, she was Edward's sister, and I had, at one time, been desperate to find a way to bridge that gap that separated us. I had imagined that we had made some headway during the prom during my junior year, but the hostility had remained. They all sat silently, waiting for me to say something. Well, no time like the present. Bella's paw. Well, there's so much to say. Starting at the beginning is as good a place as any. I have to warn you, this story isn't exactly happy in many places, but to not include those parts would leave too many unanswered questions. You've all been so welcoming, so I feel that you all deserve the truth, I began. Deserve the truth? Where the heck did that come from? After the birthday party, and the, well, accident, I mumbled, trying to not look directly at Jasper, but failing, and then at Alice, who looked at me with pain splashed across her delicate features. I needed to clear the air on that topic right then and there. Alice, I have already spoken with Jasper about this. I know you must have been able to hear at least some of our conversation as you drove with Edward. It hurt to say his name, but things are settled there. He asked for forgiveness, and truly, there isn't anything to forgive, though I did try to grant him freedom from his self-loathing. What happened is over and done with, and there isn't any reason to keep revisiting a painful chapter in history. Can we all agree on that? I looked to the family and most seemed to nod in agreement, while others, namely Edward and Rosalie, sat completely still and looked at me without emotion. Anyhow, after you all left, I had a difficult time recovering. I'm sorry, Edward, I motioned to him. I don't mean to bring up any difficult memories, but in order for you to understand the rest of the story, I need to be honest. He looked as if he was about to stand, when I motioned for him to stay where he was. I continued, Edward, it's all in the past. Things didn't work out. I was forced to move on, and I did, although it took an incredibly long time. But, it's in the past. Can we just forgive each other and let it go? I looked at him warily while I finished my statement, painful as it was. Edward barely moved, though his eyes started to darken intensely. It was a moment before he spoke. Bella, I can only ask your forgiveness. You have nothing to ask forgiveness for. This was entirely my fault. If you wish to move forward, I will grant you that and anything else you request. He finished his statement and looked at me intently. What the heck? I certainly didn't understand him completely, but in the interest of time, I could figure that one out later, if it's even necessary. He shouldn't suffer with guilt for something that happened so long ago. No one should. Of course I forgive you, Edward. Really, there's nothing to forgive. You and I really weren't ever meant to be, given our differences at the time. Let's just chalk it up to a mistake and move forward from there, all right? I looked to him, trying to force a slight smile. I needed to show him that he no longer had an effect on me, though nothing could be farther from the truth. His eyes were full of hurt that I didn't understand, but he nodded before adding, I'm glad we straightened that out, Bella. He looked like he desperately wanted to say something else, but eventually he settled back in his seat, his hands clenched into fists, his pale skin stretched out tightly over his knuckles, his head resting back against the cushions. I felt ready to continue. Months went by and finally Charlie, my voice audibly cracked when I mentioned his name, threatened to send me to Florida to live with Renee if I didn't break out of my funk. I realized how selfish I was being to everyone around me and decided I needed to start putting my life back together. Friends at school had mostly abandoned me, due to the fallout, but I still had a friend in La Push. I started spending time with Jacob Black, lots of time. He sort of helped put me back together. You remember Jacob, don't you, Edward? I asked him. The look on Edward's face was unreadable, but his eyes held a certain fury that I didn't understand. Yes, I remember Jacob. He came to prom and warned you against me and my family on his father's orders, am I correct? Oh, not to mention that he inadvertently broke the treaty and told you about myself and the family, he finished, looking murderous by that point. Yes, the treaty. I had almost forgotten about that point. I started before Carlisle broke in. Bella, how could you possibly know about the treaty? Edward, did you mention that to her? He looked to Edward and then back to me, waiting patiently for an answer. Carlisle, I broke in. Edward never gave me any information about the treaty. Jacob told me all about that, but I'm getting ahead of us in the story. I promise I'll answer every question that you have, I finished my thought, before turning back to the rest of the family. Well, Jacob and I became good friends, best friends, really. We started spending every spare moment we could together. Then suddenly, one day, he stopped talking to me. He and I, along with Mike Newton, and with that name, every Cullen child, chuckled, went to a movie one Friday night. Mike got sick at the movie, so Jake and I drove him home. On the way back to my house, Jacob started feeling sick as well. I thought he was burning up with fever. I wanted to drive him home, but he refused. I called Jacob to make sure he had made it home okay, but it wasn't until the next day when he called to tell me he was fine and not to come over until he contacted me. I didn't hear from him for weeks. Charlie talked to his dad, Billy, who let us know he had mononucleosis and wouldn't be able to have visitors for at least a month. After a while, I decided to make a trip down to La Push, to get some answers out of him, since he was clearly avoiding me. He told me he couldn't see me anymore, that we couldn't be friends anymore. That devastated me. He came to my house that night. He told me he was sorry, but there were secrets he couldn't tell me. That he didn't have a choice, I continued, as every pair of eyes started to look at me expectantly, and yet, he explained that I already knew the secrets. He explained that he had told me everything that first day, when he told me all about your family being known as the Cold Ones. I went on to explain that I figured out that Jacob was, that he was indeed a werewolf. From there, I continued with how he had patiently waited for me to accept him as more than a friend, but how it had been terribly difficult. I talked at length about the pack, and how they had initially accepted me as one of their own. That I had been placed under their protection when they found out I was being targeted by Victoria, and how Jacob was the one who led that protection and had done everything he could to keep me safe. Bella, Edward interrupted me, leaning forward in his chair, his fists clenching and unclenching with each word. You were spending time with werewolves. Are you insane? Do you have any concept of how dangerous this could have been for you? You could have been seriously hurt. You promised me that you wouldn't do anything stupid or reckless. Don't you remember that? Why would you break your promise? Werewolves are extremely unstable, especially young ones. You might have been killed. What is the matter with you? By the end of his rant, he was standing, out of his seat, his eyes dark again and his words increasingly louder and full of fury. Edward, Carlyle spoke with an intensity that I had never heard before. Sit down and mind how you address Bella. You will not raise your voice to her or to anyone else in this room. He had not roared like Edward, but the tone of his voice and the intensity of his gaze at his first son let everyone know that he was unhappy at the outburst that Edward had forced upon me. I looked at Carlyle in awe, before turning my gaze back to Edward. I had never heard Carlyle speak that way to anyone, much less to Edward. I sat in silence as Edward clenched his jaw shut, his teeth audibly clashing together, before he sat back in his chair, rigid and obviously still livid from what? My comments about the werewolf pack or his own father correcting him in front of the entire family, I couldn't be sure. Bella, dear, Carlyle's voice broke the silence that had engulfed the room, please continue. I don't think we'll have any more interruptions. Please go on. I turned to see the gentleness and compassion return to his eyes that I had always remembered when seeing him, replacing any tension that had previously been there. He tightened his grip on Esme, who had gently nuzzled her head into his chest, while she smiled sweetly at me. Edward, I started, trying to sound calm and without emotion, I was never in any danger from the pack. They protected me, but I'll get to that part of the story. They kept me safe. I was never in any danger. As for the promise, well, I went on, before he interrupted me. If you think that a pack of werewolves is safe, then I guess I have nothing more to say on that topic. But your promise, he continued, the tension he was obviously feeling, coming through with every word, before I felt it. Again, a wave of calm swept through the room, and I turned to smile slightly at Jasper, having remembered our conversation from earlier in the day. Alice gazed at me, her focus unwavering, while she eagerly nodded for me to continue. Alice. Something occurred to me at that moment, something I had allowed myself to think of only once during the years since our relationship had ended. Hadn't she seen all this? Where were her visions? Had her gift left her? During our forced separation and my subsequent depression, I had once thought to myself, can Alice see me? And if she can, will she tell Edward how much I'm suffering? When Edward didn't return, I never allowed myself to think about that again. But, I couldn't stop myself from blurting out my thoughts. Alice, didn't you see any of this? Is all this information new to you? Did you ever see me after you all left Forks? I looked at her, my face betraying my confusion and curiosity. Alice faced me with pain in her eyes, which swiftly turned to an intense look of guilt. Bella, when we left, Edward made me promise to not look for your future. I argued with him about this, but in the end, I honored his wishes. I'm sorry, Bella. I am so sorry. Edward is my brother, and when he left, I felt my loyalty had to stand with him. It hurt me so much to leave you behind, but I did what I thought was best for my family, even though you had always meant so much to me. You were really my very first friend, the only one I could really be myself with, who knew everything about me and the rest of the family. I didn't know what else to do, she trailed off, looking desperate. Again, another wave of calm hit everyone with such intensity, as Jasper tightened his grip around his mate. Jasper couldn't bear to see his wife in pain of any sort. I couldn't either, I realized. Alice, I'm sorry for blurting out like that. There's nothing to forgive. It was just a thought I had. Please don't be sad, it's all in the past. Like with Jasper, and Edward, again, it upset me to even say his name. Can we please just start fresh? All this pain, this guilt, it's a waste. A terrible waste. It's not worth dwelling on. Can you see that? Can you forgive me for hurting you just now? Can we start new? I finished, looking at her. Alice jumped from her husband's embrace, lunging at me, knocking me and the chair over with her enthusiasm. Her head leaned up to look at me, her smile so bright and wide, I thought it would crack her beautiful marble skin. She kissed me on the cheek, before righting herself, myself and the chair in one quick movement. The quickness of it nearly took my breath away. I think she would have plopped down on my lap, if Jasper hadn't reached for her, placing his strong hands around her tiny waist and pulling her back to him. With that, and the shocked look on my face, I was able to mutter, "Well, I'll take that as a yes," before I started to chuckle. I hadn't smiled or laughed so naturally like that in a long time. Suddenly, I realized the whole family was laughing with me, including Rosalie. She couldn't help but laugh at her sister's antics. The comedic relief was just what everyone needed. "Alice," Carlisle started, "it seems that you have your friend back. But, I think we need to continue with Bella's account of events. She does not have unlimited time, and I'm sure that she has other responsibilities that need her attention. Bella, would you care to continue?" He looked at me, the laughter still reaching his eyes. I looked back at him. He was so much like a father figure, even to me. His compassion had allowed him to overcome his bloodlust and had transformed him into a wonderful and passionate doctor. He loved his wife and his family fiercely, and at that moment, I felt that he had some warm feelings for me as well. He was concerned about my life, which was the first time in a long time that anyone had really cared. It brought a lump to my throat. He had helped save my life in Phoenix, and had tended to me again after the birthday party, and those thoughts came flooding back to me. He had helped protect me at a time when I had needed it the most. I was grateful for his presence and nodded, indicating that I was ready to go on. "Thank you, Carlisle. Where exactly were we?" I questioned, suddenly trying to remember where I had left off in the story. "You were talking about a pack of dogs protecting you, Edward Said," his voice dripping with malice. His eyes were still dark, but his tone and volume were carefully modulated. I felt to ensure that he didn't incur his Carlisle's wrath for a second time this evening. He remained seated, and I quickly refocused my glance away from him to continue the story. "Well, I spent most of my free time in La Push, and when I wasn't there, someone in the pack stayed near me at all times. After a while, it felt silly. Jacob kept me in the dark about most of the patrolling, I'm sure fearing that he would frighten me. But nothing was happening. No one had come near me. But the pack was relentless. We fell into an easy routine. It was a lot like when I would visit Charlie for the summer. It felt like I was being handed off from one pack member to another, similar to Renee and Charlie exchanging me when I was little. Jacob came every day to get me from school, and then he would take me home at the end of the night. I continued with the story, amazed at the ease in which the words tumbled from my mouth. Spending so much time with Jacob, well, things started to change for us. Jake was so patient with me, content to let me do things on my own schedule. He really put me back together. I was never really the same person, but eventually he became a big part of my life. By the end of my senior year, he had convinced me to go to the prom with him. That night, things really changed for us. Our friendship deepened and became more, well, I trailed off, not exactly willing to go into more personal details at that point. So, you two became love, Emmett started, his brows lifting up and down, trying to convey his meaning, before Rosalie smacked him in the arm, unwilling to let him finish his sentence. Edward's paw. Tonight had certainly been a night of surprises. First, to be dragged to the university to sign up for classes that I didn't want or need, to be babysat once again by my siblings, to have to pretend to be moderately interested in what this little town had to offer, but, as always, I went through the motions. I had put my family through enough and I wasn't about to disappoint them again. I have never in my entire existence been so happy to be forced into anything. There she was, my beautiful Bella, my angel, my love. She looked so much the same and yet so different. Her hair was still long and chocolate-colored. Her skin pale. Her beautiful face was turned away from me, but I was certain that her deep brown eyes still held as much emotion and depth as they always had. I have never been so happy to be so close to anyone in all my days. But, she smelled the same. The beautiful freesia scent that every cell of my body had memorized was still there, but was tinged with something else. I was so completely captivated by her, that she was standing only a few feet in front of me, that I hadn't realized what it was, at first. I realized that Alice was rushing toward her, the excitement coming from her in waves. I didn't need Jasper's gift to see how eager she was. I stood there, taking in the moment before I realized what was different. It wasn't that her hair was slightly shorter or that she dressed more mature than she ever had when we had been together. That she wore high heels and acted like an adult. That she was finally demonstrating the confidence I always knew she possessed that was simmering right below the surface. She was like us, a vampire. I felt like I could have collapsed at that moment. I had failed her. I had done everything in my power to free her of our existence. Left her. Allowed my own heart to be shattered, to protect her. And for what? Nothing. I knew that she had gone on with her life after we left. I thought that she would be happy. That made my sacrifice worth it. The pain, the loneliness, the misery. All the pitiful looks from my family. For nothing. How could this have happened? How could someone as beautiful and wonderful and perfect as my Bella have been subjected to this type of existence? She should be somewhere, living a wonderful, happy, human life. Not fighting the internal monster that I and the rest of my family fought on a daily basis. This was not how it was supposed to be. 10 years and for what? To be confronted by my soulmate and face her, to see the look in her eyes that I had failed her, that she had become exactly what it was that I tried so desperately to protect her from. By now, Alice was embracing her, tightly. I had been too wrapped up in my own miserable thoughts to hear the exchanges of their conversation. I did, however, notice that the look on Bella's face was not one of joyfulness in seeing Alice, much less being embraced by her. She seemed to be hell-bent on getting away from her. She didn't look happy. Jasper joined us then, and Bella, polite as always, greeted him. I understood then that she was desperately trying to move us from the public arena we had been standing in and usher us to a different location to talk. Alice still held her in a vice-like grip, before finally agreeing to let her go. I greeted her, desperate to make contact. I was nervous, though I hoped my face didn't expose me. I focused on her face only, while I realized that my hands wouldn't stop fidgeting with the registration paperwork I held, too concerned with being near her to realize that my hand gestures would give away the turmoil that had filled my form. It was then that she looked up at me, finally realizing that I was there, staring at her. It seemed like an eternity, her and I gazing at each other, her eyes a beautiful topaz, not the deep pools of brown that I was so accustomed to. My heart soared, my cold, dead heart wanted nothing more than to run to her and hold her in my arms. She finally spoke to me. "Hello, Edward. You, of course, are also welcome to join us. We had better get moving, before Alice starts jumping out of her skin. My office is in the next door building. Please follow me." That was not the greeting that I would have liked, or ever imagined in my daydreams. We followed her in silence. We stepped out into the rain, following her graceful footsteps. When did she become graceful? I missed her human clumsiness. I had thought often of how she would trip over nothing, giving me countless chances to catch her, touch her, and here she was, walking in the rain, in heels no less, graceful as a dancer. My heart broke. How could this have happened to her? Not her. We entered the building next door, where she greeted two overeager humans at the desk. I could hear their thoughts and I didn't like them, not one bit. Well, here's little Miss Workaholic, little Miss Private. Thinks she's fooling everyone around her with her cheerfulness and big, fake smile, what a twit. But, wow, who's this with her? I don't think I've ever seen better looking men in my life, and the girl, she's so unusual looking, so exotic, so gorgeous. Students. Certainly not friends. She doesn't seem to have any. I shut myself off from her offensive thoughts, wanting to jump the desk and rip her heart from her chest. The younger student working with her was just more of a mindless humming, thinking thoughts that every young woman her age said when she saw me or one of my family members. Oh my gosh, does he go to school here? Does he belong to a fraternity? If he does, I'll be going to every single party until I find him. Is that his friend or his brother? I don't care, I'll take either of them. Except, the tiny girl seems to belong to the B-owned. Oh well, I'll go for tall, bronze and handsome. Can you imagine bringing him home to mom and dad? I think I'm in love. I did notice something, however, that instantly caught my attention. What did they just call her? Elizabeth. I know this is Bella. It smells like her, looks like her, sounds like her, but they call her Elizabeth. What's that all about? We followed her in silence to her office, while she fumbled for her keys in her large handbag. She found them, only to lose grasp of them before forging them into the lock. I caught them in a flash, returning them to her. For an instant, my skin touched hers. Thank you. That was all she said, but I could barely concentrate on what she said. Sweet abandon, I had touched her. I had dreamt of touching her again. For 10 years, I had dreamt of only her. I may not be able to sleep, but my dreams were entirely of her. To see her again, to touch her, I had just done that and my dreams had scarcely done it justice. I felt a shock of electricity course from my hand through my entire body. I was certain that everyone could sense what had just occurred, but I kept my face as still as possible. From her actions, she didn't look happy to see us. I wasn't about to press my luck just yet. We entered the room, while she motioned for us to take a seat. I let Alice sit first, knowing that she would want to be as close to her as possible. Jasper took a seat by her side, I'm sure from his thoughts, hoping to calm her when necessary. I took the only other seat available, far from her, which I was unhappy about. But, from my vantage point, I could see everything going on. I could gaze on her beautiful face and listen to her voice. I could immerse myself in all things Bella. I felt a wave of calm emanate from Jasper, before Bella reached into her desk to retrieve something, a small remote of some kind. Before long, she had the familiar strains of Chopin's Piano Nocturne filling the office. She then turned to us, the look on her face one of obvious strain and even more of determination, before she spoke. I have an hour before my first class. I'm sure that you have many questions, but keep in mind that I most likely won't be able to answer them in the time I have. Alice, go ahead and start, before your head explodes. I could hear Alice's thoughts as she addressed me, directly. Edward, let me handle this. I know how you get. Please just follow my lead on this one. Please. She stood from her seat, her hands purposefully placed on her hips, hoping to show Bella that she was confident, when in reality, she was just as nervous as I was. She steadied herself before she began. Bella, what happened to you? Well, Alice, what do you think happened to me? It's obvious that all three of you already know the answer to that question. Why waste time on the obvious? What do you really want to know? The tone of her voice was hard. There was no friendliness, no fragment of what I had remembered of my Bella. That hurt. I knew that when we left it would be difficult for her, but I had always imagined that my Bella would be forgiving. I had imagined that had I run into her, there would still be warm feelings between us. I knew that day when I left her in the forest, when I had seen her visibly heartbroken, when I had lied to protect her, that she was hurting. But, I had truly believed that eventually she would move forward. She would love again and understand that what I did had been for her. Only her. She and Jasper exchanged information, going back and forth, which my mind barely grasped, until I caught on to the fact that she was desperately trying to steer the conversation away from herself. Same Bella. Some things never change. What are all of you doing here? I felt the need to explain things, to clear things up for her. More importantly, I wanted her to be forced to look at me, something she hadn't done since the registration hall. I wanted nothing more than to have the excuse to look on her face and hope that I could find some small glimpse of the Bella I had fallen in love with. She must still be there, I told myself. I began my explanation, before Alice cut me off. What was she doing? She was giving away too much information, so I returned the favor. I was still curious as to why those vile women in the front office called her by a different name, why the plate outside her office door had the name Elizabeth Marston emblazoned on it, for the world to see. Why a different name? And more importantly, why Elizabeth? I addressed her. Bella, I have a question that might be easily answered in the little time that we have before us. Why did those women in the front office address you as Elizabeth? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. That she had died on her way to La Push. What was she doing there? There was only one person there that she barely knew, and his father intently disliked me, as well as my entire family. The Blacks. I knew that Charlie had known the family for some time, but I couldn't believe that she would spend much time there. Snapping me out of my reverie, Alice spoke again, her voice dripping with contempt. La Push. What on earth would you be doing in La Push? I, too, wanted to know what she would be doing there. The Quilutes weren't exactly fond of us, and I wasn't sure that I wanted her spending time there. What she said next literally knocked the wind out of me. Ex-husband and baby. Bella had been married and had given birth to a child. But, why would anyone let go of Bella? Was he insane? And what would this person be doing in La Push? She married a Quilute. A baby. My head was spinning. I immediately rose from my seat, when I saw the look of pain and hurt fill her beautiful features. I needed to hold her, comfort her. But, then, just as quickly, she rose from her chair, her hands flying up in front of her, barring me access to her. I stopped where I was, hurt, but full of understanding. She did not want me near her, nor did she want to feel my touch. My heart started to ache again. I was angry. Not with her, but with myself. I had caused this. I had made this beautiful creature hate me with every fiber of her being. The pain, my constant companion of heartache and loneliness, started to plant itself back at my feet. Before I could stop myself, I heard her try to end the conversation and my emotions boiled over. Isabella, do you think that sorry excuse will suffice? Do you think that you're going to just walk out on us and not explain the whole story? I understand that you may have unpleasant feelings toward us, but I for one, along with the rest of my family, would like to know what happened to you. It's obvious that you're like us now, that you're a vampire. We all sensed it the moment we stepped into the registration office. What we don't understand is who did this to you. I needed to know. I needed to avenge the loss of my human Bella. I didn't realize then that I had opened up an entirely different side of Bella, one I never knew existed. She yelled back at me, the look on her face leaving no chance that I misunderstood the meaning of her words. This is my place of business, and you will remember that when addressing me. I owe you nothing. You will keep your voice down and remember that you are here because I allow you to be. You will not draw unnecessary attention to me. Do you understand? I barely had time to recover from the shock of her actions when we heard the knock on the door. I could hear the two humans standing there, waiting for entrance. Their thoughts were a mix of apprehension and outright curiosity. After a few words were exchanged, Bella dismissed them, me and my siblings, from her office in her presence. But, not before Alice got her 2 cents in. Well, Elizabeth, we'll see you after your class. Carlisle, Esme, Emmett and Rosalie will be so pleased to see you this evening. We'll find you after your class, where we can all get together and catch up. Thank you, Alice, I thought to myself. I wasn't out of the running yet. Alice and Jasper hurried back to the registration hall to see just where Bella would be going. I, on the other hand, ran back to the car. I needed to call home and let everyone know what had happened and to be prepared for us to possibly return home with Bella after her class had ended. I impatiently waited for Carlisle to pick up his phone. Edward. Carlisle. Is this a good time? Of course. What's wrong? I don't think you'll believe me, but for once, nothing is wrong. What do you mean? What's going on? Please tell me that you're still at the university with Jasper and Alice, he questioned, his voice laced with the same concern that he always had when he talked to me. I shrugged it off and continued. Yes, we're all still here, but that's not why I'm calling. I'm not even sure how to tell you this, I continued. Edward, just say it. You're starting to concern me and Esme can hear you. What's going on? We ran into Bella. She's here at the university. Apparently she teaches here and, I spoke, before I heard Esme shriek. She then spoke into the phone, so quickly, I had a difficult time understanding her. What do you mean you ran into Bella? What on earth is she doing there? Have you spoken to her? How is she? Her steady stream of questions continued, until I interjected. Yes, we all spoke to her. Alice and Jasper are with her now, in her class. Alice thinks she'll try to run if we leave her alone, I went on, before she stopped me. Why would she run? What aren't you telling me, son? She's not exactly happy to see us, I answered. My heart sank to hear the words, even though they came from my own mouth. Esme didn't answer right away. I could hear Carlisle asking for the phone. Edward. Yes. What are you going to do? Right now, I have no idea. Alice wants to bring her home with us tonight, to talk, and catch up. I'm not sure that Bella has the same plans in mind. But you know how Alice is, she won't take no for an answer. I could hear Esme in the background, obviously trying to regain access to the phone, before Carlisle sighed and relinquished it back to her. Edward. Yes, Esme. Don't you dare force her to come here. After what she went through with us, as much as we all want to see her, she owes us nothing. Promise me you won't force her. I promise I won't. Even though I wanted to, I knew that I couldn't. As far as Alice goes, I know that she won't call you because she knows you'll ask the same thing of her and she's hoping to get her to the house by any means necessary. Her thoughts are all over the place. She is so excited to be with Bella and she intends to do whatever it takes to keep her around this time. Edward, it's your responsibility to keep Alice under control when it comes to Bella. Get Jasper to help you. It's just so strange, though, she trailed off. What on earth is she doing in this part of the country? I mean, I guess she could have moved here, but for Alice to not see her before you all left this afternoon. I know Alice has tried to block her visions of Bella since we left Forks, but you know sometimes she can't help but see what's about to happen. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know, Esme. But there's more that I should tell you before I let you go. What now? Well, Bella isn't, I don't exactly know how to say this. Edward, for the love of all that is good and holy, don't keep us in suspense. Carlisle is listening as well. Just say it. Bella is no longer human. The silence was deafening. My parents were in complete shock, as I had been earlier in the evening. I heard the phone being handed to Carlisle again. He was blunt. Edward, are you trying to tell me that Bella is changed? That she's now a vampire? Is that what you're telling me? Yes. Oh my, how? I have no idea. She won't share that information with us, not that I blame her. This is my fault, after all. What are you talking about? This isn't your fault. Carlisle, I should have never left her. I should have never invited her into my life to begin with. It's my fault that she's lost everything. Lost? Lost what? It's too complicated to go into right now. I just need you both to be prepared in case we can get her to come home with us. You need to let Rosalie and Emmett know as well. You know how Rosalie can be about Bella. Edward. Carlisle's voice was grim. Yes. Are you all right? This is so much to take in, especially considering how long it's been and all that you've gone through without her. I didn't answer right away. I hadn't for a moment really considered how I felt about the change in events, but I was certain that I was overjoyed to see her again. I know that she might not share my opinion, but I would worry about that later. I'll be fine. I'm just so happy to see her again, regardless of the circumstances. Well, go then and we'll expect you as soon as you can come home. I need to run to the hospital to check on a patient, but I'll be back shortly. I'll have Esme ready, both Rosalie and Emmett. Thank you, Carlisle. Tell Esme thank you as well. Goodbye, son. Goodbye. I shut my phone, continuing to sit in my car, trying to make sense of all the events that had happened in just a small amount of time. I would need to leave soon and make my way back to the classroom, but then what? I made my way to the classroom that Alice had texted to me, my stomach tightening with each step. I couldn't wait to see her again. I approached her classroom, the sound of her voice carrying to me through the door that was slightly ajar. She had been talking for some time. I glanced at my watch and realized that she had some ways to go before the end of her class, so I decided to wait in the hall, as patiently as I could. Thoughts of her students drifted to me, some impossible to ignore. Is she going to go on all night? This class should be great. I can't believe that I am finally in college in a real class. What the heck is she talking about? I don't care what she's talking about. I could look at that face all night long. A low growl rose in my chest, which I fought to suppress. I closed my thoughts at that point, not wanting to hear anything more. This went on for some time before I decided to finally just listen to her. Class finally ended with her apologizing for keeping them past the posted time for their session. I chuckled, knowing that she was doing everything that she could to postpone being alone with us. I stopped. Was she frightened of us? Or was she simply just trying to protect herself? My breath caught in my throat. I wouldn't force more discomfort on my Bella. I couldn't. I made my way into the classroom, while she spoke with Jasper and Alice. I think she must have been too absorbed with what was in front of her to realize I was there. I realized that I needed to make my presence known. Well, that was intriguing. You drew that out as long as you could, didn't you? But, you're an interesting lecturer, I'll give you that. No wonder every student in here stayed until the end. Some of their thoughts were rather interesting, but others, well, you might not want to know about that. She happened to look up to where I was standing, and I was taken aback by the look in her eyes. She looked like she was ready to bolt. She addressed me then. You know, if you wanted to audit this class, all you had to do was force yourself in like Alice and Jasper. No need for you to sneak around in hallways. I could hear the annoyance and I started to realize that her feelings for me were not exactly ones I would have hoped for. I must have hurt her more than even I realized. Jasper sent a well-needed wave of calm into the room again before she spoke. I heard you both when you mentioned that he had most likely already called Carlisle and Esme. I would like to see them and say, hello, in person, and then I'll answer most any question you might have. Will that work for you all? I felt a need to get things going, before she had a chance to change her mind. I just needed to be near her, even if I couldn't be with her. I fought to keep my face clear of any emotion as I spoke. Let's head over to the house now. Carlisle is due home from the hospital shortly and Esme cannot wait to see you, Bella. Rosalie and Emmett are there as well. Needless to say, everyone is surprised by recent events. Would you like us to drive you to the house or would you care to follow us with your own car? We made arrangements for her to follow us in her car, which didn't thrill me. I would have loved nothing more than to have her next to me in the Volvo, the car I couldn't bear to part with. I had spent so many happy times with her in that vehicle and although it was painful, I kept that car as a remembrance to her. To us. Lost in my thoughts again, I realized that I had missed some type of exchange between Bella and Alice. Before my very eyes, I saw Bella hurry across the empty classroom, a blur from the speed. My dead heart dropped. She wasn't supposed to be able to do that. She was supposed to be normal, human. My failure reared its ugly head once more. It was then that I saw Alice start toward me. Her outbursts in regards to Bella had ended a few years ago, but here she was again, her anger showing in her thoughts and in her eyes. I braced myself for what I knew in my heart I deserved. This is entirely your fault. I hope you're happy with the choices you forced on all of us. Look at what you've done. She won't even let me touch her. Her thoughts were much more venomous. Alice advanced toward me, readying herself to strike. I knew it was coming and I made no attempt to stop her. I had brought this on myself. Jasper tried to calm her, only to be rebuffed. It was then that Bella spoke, the familiar gentleness apparent for the first time this entire evening. Alice, please don't blame Edward for this. Things happen. They just happen. It's no one's fault. Please. This isn't helping anyone. Let's go now and I can answer all of your questions. Please. Don't be angry at anyone but me. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm just overwhelmed right now by everything that's happened in the last few hours. Let's get outside and try to find a fresh perspective. Please. This is obviously bothering Jasper. If not for me, please don't put him through this. She looked obviously bothered by what was transpiring and her defense of me made my heart jump for a moment. Had I misjudged her? Did she still have feelings for me? While Alice and Jasper made their silent amends, I looked up just in time to catch her eye. She quickly looked away, and I was again left to wonder what her thoughts were at this moment. If her body language was saying anything to me, it was that she wanted to get away from me as quickly as possible. She motioned to us to leave, while she secured the classroom. We waited in the hall, while Alice used her thoughts to speak to me. "Edward, you and I can drive together in the Volvo. Jasper would like to accompany Bella. He desperately wants to make amends for what happened at her birthday party. Please don't fight me on this one. He'll direct her as to how to get to the house and then we can reconvene and see what we have to work with. It's going to be a really long night." I nodded to her silently, so subtlety, I was sure that only she caught the motion. We started on ahead, while Jasper waited patiently for Bella to leave the classroom. We arrived at the house. I had heard little of what had happened in the car, as Alice blasted me with her thoughts. They went from overjoyed to the depths of despair. She, too, had sensed that Bella was not pleased to see us. We knew that tonight would be pivotal, as well as dictate whether any further relationship with Bella would be possible. We arrived at the house, Alice and I running ahead to the rest of our family that waited for us on the front porch. I was being addressed by every member of my family and it was starting to overwhelm my senses. "Is she with you?" Esme questioned. "How is she doing?" "Edward," Carlisle began, "are you sure that you're all right? This is great news, brother. She's finally back and you two can start over," Emmett shouted at me, his tone jubilant. Rosalie was another story completely. Of all the places for us to move, we had to choose the one place where we would run into her. "This is ridiculous. Why do I have to waste my night talking to?" I closed myself from her thoughts, unwilling to hear another unkind word about Bella from my sister. I spoke quickly. "She's right behind us. We need to tread cautiously around her. She's not thrilled to be here, but Alice was able to convince her to come. I have no idea what she'll say or how long she'll continue to appease us by staying." Bella and Jasper arrived, he accompanying her to the porch. They seemed to have worked things out, her small smile betraying as much. I was pleased that she had forgiven Jasper. I knew that she had forgiven him that night, but he had lived with the guilt of his actions for a decade. It had taken him forever to look me square in the eye after the incident. If it weren't for all the time we spent hunting and tracking together, I doubt we would have ever been able to completely salvage our relationship, even though I never held him responsible for what had happened. Each member of my family greeted her, their thoughts echoing their greetings and actions. Even Rosalie. She wasn't thrilled to be going through this, but it was clear that when Esme had prepared her for our homecoming, she knew that nothing short of simple courtesy would have appeased our mother. Her face was smooth, with only tiny moments of tension breaking through. She looked comfortable and uncomfortable all at the same time. For the millionth time, I wished I could read her thoughts. It would make this so much more bearable. Carlisle led her into the parlor, motioning for her to sit in one of the overstuffed chairs opposite the coffee table. The rest of the family settled into their usual spots and I secured the other single seat opposite her. It still wasn't close enough, but given what was about to start, I was happy that I would have an excuse to look at her without her believing that I was impolitely staring at her. I could look at her, take in every part of her features and relax that she would be with us for a spell. I couldn't touch her or talk to her in private, but it was a start. Like heaven and hell all at once, but it was a hell I was happy to be a part of. Carlisle prompted her to begin. She took a nervous glance around the room before she began, a look of unease in her eyes. What had happened to her in the past 10 years? We were about to find out, though I was more interested in her next 10 years and if her plans might possibly include me. She steadied herself before she began, her face betraying the anxiety she was obviously feeling. Who were we to ask her to fill us in on what had happened? But, here she was, willing to do just that. I started to see signs of my Bella and that made me smile, if only internally. She had recapped what had happened in the car with Jasper on the way over, another sign that not all was lost with Bella. She was capable of forgiveness, but could she forgive me? As if she could hear my thoughts, she addressed me. "Anyhow, after you all left, I had a difficult time recovering. I'm sorry, Edward. I don't mean to bring up any difficult memories, but in order for you to understand the rest of the story, honesty is essential here. Edward, it's all in the past. Things didn't work out. I was forced to move forward, which I did, although it took an incredibly long time. But, it's in the past. Can we just forgive each other and let it go? Even after what I had put her through, she was forgiving me. We still had a chance. Bella, I can only ask your forgiveness. You have nothing to ask forgiveness for. This was entirely my fault. If you wish to move forward, I will grant you that and anything else you request. She looked at me before she responded. I waited with bated breath for what she would say next. Of course I forgive you, Edward. Really, there's nothing to forgive. You and I really weren't ever meant to be, given our differences at the time. Let's just chalk it up to a mistake and move forward from there, alright? My heart splintered again, into tiny little pieces. She had gotten over me, and moved on with another. But, never really meant to be. She was the only one meant for me, and I felt the waves of depression starting to take hold again. It was then that I started to hear the thoughts coming from my family. Oh, Edward, Esme commented. I'm so sorry, Edward, Carlisle began. It will be okay, bro. It's never too late, Emmett commented, trying to sound optimistic. It wasn't working. I needed to respond. I'm glad we straightened that out, Bella. What else could I say? She went on to say how she coped after we left, how she had been despondent for a while, and things started to turn when Charlie threatened to send her to live in Florida with her mother. I knew that she had missed the sun, the warmth when she lived in Forks. I would have thought that she would have been elated to trade the overcast and cold for the brilliant sun and heat that Florida had to offer. She had never been able to use the tickets that Carlisle and Esme had given her during that fateful birthday party. I was surprised when I realized that she was determined to stay with her father. I was disappointed that she lost so many of her friends due to my actions. She went on to talk about her friendship with Jacob. I remembered Jacob too well. He had feelings for Bella and had danced with her during the prom of our junior year together. I wasn't happy about her spending time with Jacob, but what could I do? My decision had brought this on. She started to go on about how she and Jacob started to spend more and more time together. The more she talked about how close they became, the more my stomach twisted. I was beyond miserable by this point. But, I kept my face smooth, my emotions in check as best I could. I wouldn't burden Bella with my hurt. This wasn't her fault. But then, she told all of us that Jacob abandoned her. How could he do that? But, then I realized I was judging him too harshly. I had done the same exact thing. What she told me next surprised me, as well as the rest of my family. I couldn't believe my ears, but knowing Bella, I knew that what she spoke was the truth. She had found yet another way to spend her time in the most dangerous way possible. She had placed herself among a pack of werewolves, even if it had been for protection. Protection that hadn't been sufficient. Without warning, my anger exploded. Bella, you were spending time with werewolves. Are you insane? Do you have any concept of how dangerous this could have been for you? You could have been seriously hurt. You promised me that you wouldn't do anything stupid or reckless. Don't you remember that? Why would you break your promise? Werewolves are extremely unstable, especially young ones. You could have been hurt, even killed. What is the matter with you? Carlisle chastised me both verbally for Bella's benefit, as well as mentally, to warn me to keep my anger in check. Edward, calm down. You may be frightening her. If you don't, she'll leave and you may never see her again. Is that what you're trying to do? Bella looked back at me, trying to dispel the notion that she had been safe in her decision to spend time with a pack of dogs. Edward, I was never in any danger from the pack. They protected me, but I'll get to that part of the story. They kept me safe. I was never in any danger. As for the promise, well, I knew that we would never agree on this point and that it made no difference how I felt anyway, so I tried to respond in a way that would allow us to move forward. But she had made me a promise and I couldn't understand why she had broken it. If you think that a pack of werewolves is safe, then I guess I have nothing more to say on that topic. But your promise. At that point, Bella stopped for just a moment before turning her focus to Alice. The look on her face spoke of confusion and hurt. She went on to ask Alice if she had seen her after she had left. Before Alice had a chance to respond to Bella, she responded to me in her thoughts. Thank you, Edward. Once again, I've hurt my friend because of you. I really hope you're happy with yourself. If she leaves because of this, I'm not sure that I can ever forgive you. I winced, at least internally. I had caused every bit of this. How could I have been so stupid? Alice responded to her friend, her best friend, with the hope that she too could find the forgiveness in her heart like she had for Jasper. Bella, when we left, Edward made me promise to not look for your future. I argued with him about this, but in the end, I honored his wishes. I'm sorry, Bella. I am so sorry. Edward is my brother, and when he left, I felt my loyalty had to stand with him. It hurt me so much to leave you behind, but I did what I thought was best for my family, even though you have always meant so much for me. You were really my very first friend, the only one I could really be myself with, who knew everything about me and the rest of the family. I didn't know what else to do. As if on cue, Bella forgave Alice. And, Alice, from the look on her face and the joy in her thoughts, rushed forward to embrace Bella, knocking them both over in the process. She looked so happy, and I couldn't help but smile that my sister at least had her friend back. At least she could be happy with what Bella had to offer. If only God could find it in his heart to show me the same blessing, that was highly unlikely. Bella went on to explain how the pack protected her, how they kept her safe. That was my job. I was reminded over and over again during the evening how I failed her. I had saved her from James in Phoenix, but had failed her when I left. I knew why I had left, but what was I thinking? How could I have made such a terrible mistake? This wasn't the first time I realized that I had been mistaken about my choice in leaving her, but this was the first time when I realized the disaster that occurred because of my stubbornness. Bella was rushing through, speaking to us about everything that she had gone through in those first few months. She talked about how Jacob, a mongrel, started to take hold of her precious heart. He convinced her to go to prom, something that she seemed mortified of when I had taken her our junior year. She looked so beautiful, so perfect that night. She talked about how their relationship changed, and true to his nature, Emmett's mind and thoughts turned to inappropriate topics. He started to verbally address those thoughts to Bella, before thankfully, Rosalie stopped. Thank you, Rosalie. This was something that I had no interest in hearing. Emmett, it wasn't like that. I started over with Jake. He was like my son, my warmth. I fell in love with him. It took a lot of time, but it felt right. Our families were connected from before either of us had even been born. Our fathers were the best of friends. It seemed like the natural progression of things. After that night, we were basically inseparable. I started community college in the fall. Jake worked double time to finish high school early, and I tutored him to help with his endeavor. By the end of my first year of college, Jake asked me to marry him. I continued, until I noticed that Edward had risen from his chair, rushing for the door. Emmett beat him there, effectively blocking his way. At that same moment, Jasper had left Alice's side, blocking the other exit from the room. In that moment, I could sense that there were several conversations going on at once, even though the room was completely silent. I knew that most likely, Edward was being mentally assaulted by every member of his family. Every pair of eyes, including mine, was looking at him. What the hell is going on? Why is he reacting like this? I thought his actions strange, but after everything I had been through with Edward, especially after he had left me, I felt like I had never really understood him or any of his reasons for why he did what he did. This time was no different. He was acting like a jealous lover, but even I knew that was silly. He didn't love me, probably never had. I had been nothing but a distraction from the never-ending monotonous eternity that our kind faced. I understood that relentlessness now, firsthand. I couldn't help myself when I blurted out, "Was it something I said? I told you this story wasn't particularly happy, but believe me, this is the better part of the events. What's coming isn't exactly pleasant. If this is upsetting everyone, I won't go any further," I finished, before Esme turned to me. "Darling Bella, you have been kind enough to open up your thoughts and actions to us, so we can better understand what has happened since we left. Edward, you are being rude to our guest. Please return to your seat, so we can continue." Edward didn't move, so Esme tried again. "Edward, did you hear me?" She finished, her tone becoming more and more severe, but still laced with motherly concern. Edward, his back still facing me, hung his head. His whole body seemed to relax, almost in resignation. He looked up to face Emmett, who had his arms crossed, not willing to let his brother leave the confines of the sitting room. Edward turned to face me, before he spoke. "Bella, I apologize. I won't bore you by going into specifics, but I am sorry if my actions appeared rude in any way. I'm not trying to insult you. Please believe me on that point, he finished before he turned his face away from me. How could one face be that beautiful? But, I regained partial use of my senses to answer him. Edward, you're forgiven. However, there is no need for you to stay, if this conversation is making you uncomfortable. I understand. Whatever decision you make will be fine with me, I finished, before he looked back at me, his once dark eyes a beautiful topaz again. Edward returned to his seat, Emmett and Jasper only returning to their original positions when he sat down and relaxed into the thick ivory cushions. His gaze penetrated me and I was forced to look away. My heart, had it still been beating, would have been about to burst with emotion at that moment. I held myself together, unable and unwilling to examine the feelings that I still had for Edward. Ultimately, I knew that I loved him, but I couldn't truly embrace that knowledge here, in the company of his family. Plus, I knew that I wasn't the one for him. I wasn't the one for anyone. I had learned that the hard way. Later, when I was alone, I could give in to the pain, but I had to be by myself when that happened. Should I continue? I asked, looking up to meet anyone's gaze but Edward's. If you must, Rosalie spat at me, her face twisted in vicious hate in my direction. I turned to look at her, not surprised by her expression. Emmett tightened his grip on her, whispering in her ear, a look of discomfort across his features. It was the first time she had spoken, since we had begun in earnest. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that every member of her family looked at her, embarrassment filling their features before I spoke. Rosalie, just as I explained to Edward, you are under no obligation to sit here and listen to my story. I won't be offended. There is no need for pretense. Please know that any decision you make will work for me, I finished, looking at her, trying to hold my beginning hostility at bay. What had I done to her now? I knew that she didn't like me, but I was giving her a way out. Couldn't she just, for once, be gracious about it? Esme spoke then. I looked over to her, a bit taken aback by the look of severity in her eyes. Rosalie, she addressed her oldest daughter, you and I spoke earlier about your participation in this evening's activities. I don't think I need to remind you that we have company and you will conduct yourself in an appropriate manner. Do we understand each other? Rosalie looked at her mother, remorse in her eyes, before she answered. I'm sorry, Esme. She looked to me before flatly adding, I apologize, Bella. No harm done, Rosalie, I added, looking around at the faces staring at me, smiling, encouraging me to continue. Now, where was I again? I normally never had a problem with focus, but I had entirely too much swirling around me at this particular moment to keep myself completely together. Well, Jacob asked me to marry him. I wasn't able to accept just yet. I had only finished a year of college and he hadn't even started. He understood, but I knew he was disappointed. We continued dating and spending time together, as much as we could. He had patrols to deal with, as well as class work. I took lots of classes. I figured the more I took, the quicker I could finish. I majored in elementary education and got an endorsement for working with special needs children at the same time. Renee was thrilled with me. She felt that I was following in her footsteps by becoming a teacher. I worked part-time as well, so Jake and I didn't have lots of time together, but we made it work. By the beginning of my second year of college, Jake had joined me at school. We arranged our schedules so that he could look after me. There hadn't been any, I struggled with the word still, vampire activity in Forks or La Push for quite some time, but there was still work to be done. And that's when it happened. Bella's paw. What happened? Emmett questioned, snapping me out of my reverie. Well, I was finishing my second year of college when summer came. I was taking classes and working. Patrols continued. Nothing had changed, really. Charlie and Billy went away to fish for a few days. Jacob stayed at my house, or I stayed at his during those times, I muttered, before quickly adding, simply for protection. I knew that Edward's eyes had gone dark again, and as if on cue, Jasper sent another particularly intense torrent of calmness through the room. The intensity was a relief. Things were getting more and more heated and I felt that what I was about to say would definitely change the feel of the room. One night, I was up at La Push, and Jake came home from work. He had started a small mechanic shop in town. He was always really good with his hands, building things, fixing things. He built his own car, did I mention that? I said, a small smile touching my lips. Good with his hands, Emmett started, his conversation again interrupted by Rosalie, who this time smacked him in the back of the head, and hard, from the sound of it. What I meant was he was putting things in place for us. He still hadn't given up the notion of marrying me. He hadn't asked me again, but he saw other members of his pack starting to settle down. He wasn't going to give in without a fight. Carlyle interrupted, Bella, you mentioned something happened. What changed things? I looked up to him. His warm and intelligent eyes looked at me. With my thoughts back in order, I continued. Well, one particularly rainy evening, Jake came home. We ate dinner, talking about each other's day when the phone rang. Jake got it and I could tell that something was very wrong. Jake grabbed his keys from the table and pulled me to my feet. Without speaking, he picked me up and ran me to the car. He placed me in the front seat and jumped in before taking off. I didn't know where we were heading, and some time passed. Before he was able to control himself enough to speak, I continued. I thought back to that night, what I could remember. Bella, something bad happened. Paul's mother was killed earlier tonight. We suspect it's a vampire, but we won't know until we get to the hospital and inspect the body. I need to get you to the hospital, where you have to stay with the others, while Sam and I go out to find Paul. Stay where you are. The others will protect you. We have to find Paul before he gets himself killed. He's obviously upset right now and he's not thinking clearly, Jake finished, his tone somber but firm. I came back to my senses, before I continued. Jake's pack brother, Paul, lost his mother to a vampire attack. At the time, everyone thought it was meant to be a message that the wolves were ineffective and couldn't protect anyone. It started an all-out war, one that the wolves barely won. We were all on lockdown. We stayed in large groups, the wives, girlfriends, children. It went on for almost 2 months, before the wolves got the last of them. It wasn't a large coven. In the end, we found out that it was in fact 2 small covens out to have some fun. Disgusting, I finished before trailing off. Jake came home one evening, hurt. They had gotten the last of them. The threat had passed. He wasn't in any mortal danger, but he had some deep gashes. He had already started to heal, but I was inconsolable. It was then that I realized all my reasons for putting off marriage were ridiculous. I had almost lost him, and that was something that I couldn't allow. When we were alone that next morning, I got down on my knees and begged him to forgive me for putting things off. I then asked him to marry me. I finished my thought, my voice laced with wistfulness. I don't know how long I sat there, silent, lost in my own thoughts, till I noticed that I wasn't the only one that was quiet. I looked up, to see that every member of the family had their gaze focused on me, each set of eyes looking bemused and impatient for me to continue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop like that. Memories I thought were forgotten sometimes seemed to just jump up and grab me sometimes. Anyway, Jake looked at me like he hadn't heard me correctly. I began again. Bells, did you say what I think you just said? Are you saying you want to marry me? What changed your mind? I know that you aren't keen on marrying right now. I know it didn't work out for your parents, but why the change of heart? Please don't tell me it's because of what happened last night. I'm as good as new. I was never in any real danger. A few stupid bloods. Curs aren't any match for us. You, of anyone, should know that by now. I remembered Jake's words that evening, the look in his eyes of love and tenderness, trying to hide his excitement at what my words might mean for the both of us. At that moment, I told him I was ready to marry him. I told him that we didn't need to wait, that we should get married as soon as possible. I had put things off for far too long as it was and I wasn't about to waste any more time. He was so happy. He picked me up, his arm bandaged and still obviously painful, and swung me around the room. He put me down just for a moment, to retrieve something from his desk. I continued, before my eyes caught Edward's expression. His face was pinched in pain, his body limp, his eyes closed. I couldn't bear to see him in such pain. For a moment, my cold heart leapt. Was he jealous? Was he upset because the story, my story, turned to my loving someone else? Just as quickly, I knew that couldn't be the reason. He didn't love me. No matter what the reason was, I couldn't bear to see him in so much pain. Even though I didn't understand his reaction, my love for him, love that had never ended, wouldn't allow me to just sit there and let him suffer. Edward, I addressed him slowly, "Are you all right? Have I said something to upset you again?" I finished, both fearful and anxious for his response. "No, Bella. I was just trying to concentrate on everything you were saying. Please don't let me stop you. Go ahead and continue." He looked up at me, his stone mask returning. I was confused, but seeing as we still had a long way to go, I thought I should take Edward's advice and journey on. Well, he retrieved a little box for me from his desk, an engagement ring. He then got down on one knee and proposed. It was quick but very sweet. We decided to marry that fall, even though we were still both in school. It would be small and not fussy. Telling Charlie and Renee though, that was another thing altogether. I went on to tell them that although Charlie was thrilled by the engagement, Renee fought me tooth and nail. She hadn't seen any of the blacks since she had left Forks and wasn't keen on me marrying someone who hadn't finished college. Not to mention the whole situation that I was still in school and she considered both mine and Jacob's age to be a definite disadvantage. It took some serious convincing, until I finally put my foot down and explained that she could accept my choice or not, but that wouldn't change my mind about marrying Jacob. "You're still stubborn, Bella," Alice giggled while every Cullen in the room either smirked or chuckled at her comments, no doubt remembering my intense obstinate streak. "Everyone but Edward," I continued. "Yes, I suppose I still am. Some things never change. Jake and I married that fall. I had a few friends from school attend in the pack, as well as my small family. Charlie gave me away and Renee and Phil came from Florida. They were happy in the end. They finally realized that Jake had helped to heal me, put me back together and that I would be safe with him, and that he would take care of me. We went on our honeymoon and got back to our regular schedules the following Monday. School and work, that was our mantra. We moved into a little house on the reservation. I commuted to the local university almost every day and worked part-time. Jacob took a leave from school and focused all his time and energy on the shop. He did very well. Embry and Quill, Jake's pack brothers, helped out. People from Forks and La Push had an alternative to Dowling's and Jake's shop was always busy. We continued in the same manner for a while. Being busy, the time flew by. Activity in the area lessened, so patrols weren't as necessary. Jake was only gone one night a week. The pack and their families spent lots of free time together. Weddings, birthdays, holidays, the wives and girlfriends spent lots of time cooking, hanging out together, and I felt like I had lots of sisters to spend time with. We all helped each other out with babysitting, home improvement projects, whatever came up, everyone pitched in. We were one big family and we all felt connected to one another. We were fiercely protective and loyalty was first and foremost in our minds. That's what family was all about, especially for them. I was coming to the part in my story that I didn't want to talk about, but I had already blurted out that piece of information in my office earlier in the evening. Damn it. I didn't want them to know everything, but there was no way around it now. After taking a brief pause and an even deeper breath, I continued. Part of the requirement of my education was to complete an internship my last semester in college as a student teacher. It was during that semester that I found out that I was pregnant. Jacob was beyond thrilled. Every member of the pack came to help us prepare. We worked on the small second bedroom, making it into a nursery. I wanted to find out the say of the baby, but Jake wouldn't hear of it. He wanted to be surprised and there was no talking him out of it. Charlie was beyond thrilled. He came and checked on me often. He bought the baby little toys and he couldn't wait for the baby to call him Grandpa, even though I reminded him that it would be some time before the baby could talk. He didn't care and the smiles on his face were more than enough to tell me how happy he was for Jake and me. It was wonderful to watch him. He felt like he was going to get a second chance at watching a child grow up. He hadn't had much time with me, and I was happy to give him that chance. Renee was another story. She had finally adjusted to me being married. She knew I was happy, but when she found out about the baby, she flipped. She saw my life and saw it echo hers, and that made her really unhappy. To say she was disappointed by our announcement was an understatement. But I was close to graduating from college, married and living on my own. Plus the baby was already on its way. She couldn't argue with our decision. In time though, she got used to the idea. She grew more and more excited, though she forbade anyone from calling her Grandma. We all laughed over that. My mother always acted younger than her years. We finally settled on Mimi Renee, and she seemed content with that. She flew in for a baby shower that the pack planned for me, and she planned on coming back again when the baby was born. She loved shopping for the baby, buying outfits and toys, as well as giving me tips on the proper way to do this and that. But, my pregnancy wasn't easy. The doctor told me that my size and the stress level of school made it difficult. It also didn't help that I was pregnant with a werewolf's baby, though, of course, we couldn't tell the doctor that. Jake was a worrywart. He was constantly watching me, to assure himself that I was alright. He really wanted me to quit school, but I was so close to graduating, so he and I argued about that. I couldn't see putting off something that was so important to all of our futures. We finally compromised and I agreed to take it as easy as possible while I still worked. He seemed happier with that, and we spent our evenings talking about the baby and how things would change once he or she arrived. We were so excited. We kept on in the same fashion until I finished my internship, graduated, and then took the summer months off. Jake made absolutely no attempt at hiding his immense relief. He waited on me hand and foot when he was home from the shop. He was so attentive and sweet. He'd do anything to make me happy. His favorite thing to do was run out late at night and get me anything I had a craving for. I never wanted anything really odd, but he was willing to do anything to make me happy. He still worried about me, though, and before the last month of the pregnancy, the doctor placed me on complete bed rest. Jake continued to work because he had to, so the pack wives came and visited me every day. I had accepted a job with the La Push Reservation School to start that fall. They agreed to hold my position until I had the baby and enough time to recover before starting. One of the great things about being a pack wife was the level of respect from the elders. They made so many of the decision that related to the reservation, and they were more than willing to bend some rules to ensure that I kept my job. I felt relief that at least I had a job waiting for me and that I could help financially with my home and family, not that Jake ever worried about that. I went into labor in mid-August. Jake rushed me to the hospital, and after almost 20 hours of contractions, they were forced to take her by cesarean. Even with an epidural, I have never been so uncomfortable. Charlie came to the hospital and refused to leave, even though we all knew that we were there for the long haul. She was one stubborn baby. She was breech, and the doctor tried to turn her twice before deciding that the only option was surgery. Jake was frantic with worry, even though the doctors tried to convince him that this was routine. They wheeled me into the surgical wing of the hospital. I was still under the effects of the epidural, so while I was prepped for surgery, Jake was changing into surgical scrubs to be there with me. For the very first time, I felt fear. Real fear. What if something went wrong? What if the baby didn't make it? I had never felt such an overload of emotions on my senses like that before, even though my subconscious was blaming the barrage of hormones pulsing through my system. I could feel tears starting to fill my eyes and the first glimpses of panic setting in. It wasn't until Jake came into the operating room that I finally felt like this was all going to work out. He smiled at me, the corner of his eyes wrinkling with his familiar grin, since the rest of his face was covered by that stupid mask. He took my hand and squeezed it gently. I felt so safe and ready to finally meet our child. The doctor and all the nurses talked me through the procedure, and I could feel the gentle tug as the scalpel sliced through my skin. I could smell my blood and the scent started to make me weak, but Jake just leaned in closer to me, willing me to focus on his face, his eyes. I could see so much love and trust emanating from him. I focused just on his beautiful eyes, while he told me how proud he was of me, how much he loved me, how amazing I would be as a mother. He kissed my cheeks, my lips, my forehead, all the while telling me that everything would be okay, that he loved me and this would all work out. His gaze wouldn't let me go while we waited impatiently to hear the first cry from our child to let us know that he or she was okay. The doctor told me the baby was out, and before we both knew it, I heard this tiny little sob, followed by an ear-piercing scream. The doctor chuckled and told us, we had a beautiful baby girl. I was shocked. We both were. I thought for sure that we would have a boy, even if we never talked about it that much. The fact that the doctor told us that we had a daughter took a moment to set in. Jake let out a low whistle before he spoke to me. Well, that's just great. Now I'll have to keep a baseball bat handy to scare off any boy who thinks he's good enough for my little girl. My little girl. Our little girl. Bells, we have a baby girl. Baby dolls and pink dresses and ponytails, can you believe it? I couldn't believe it. And, it felt like the nurses were taking forever in getting her cleaned up enough to see her for the first time. Jake looked past the tent, and once the look of horror left his eyes, I chuckled for a brief moment. Remembering the scene, I could tell that he could see her. I've never seen his eyes soften like that before. I couldn't see very well from my position, but I could see him lift his arms, and I realized that they must have been handing her to him. He brought her over to me and laid her on my chest, close enough so I could key the top of her head and take in her wonderful new scent. I could feel the tears that had filled my eyes finally fall down my cheeks and moisten my hair. I never knew that something that little could make you feel. I trailed off, and it took me a minute to continue. She started to cry again, so Jake picked her up in his big, strong hands. She was so tiny in his protective hold. He shed a few tears as he keyed at her little forehead. She instantly quieted, I'm sure from the warmth of his touch and the gentleness of his actions. We hadn't discussed a lot of names, but in keeping with their family tradition of Bible names, we quickly chose Grace. Grace Alice Black. I didn't realize at that moment that as I had been telling this story, my gaze had never left the floor. Whether unable or unwilling to look up at any of the Cullens, I wasn't sure. I also hadn't realized that I had stopped talking for some time. Sensing movement, I looked up, to see that Rosalie had stood and was approaching me, with only a few feet between us. Bella, you had a daughter? She questioned, her tone unbelieving and a bit patronizing, with a look on her face that I couldn't decipher, but I could see the flash of jealousy in her startling amber eyes. Her voice was calm and quiet, but I hadn't missed the implication of her attitude. At that moment, I jumped from my chair, unable to control my emotions any longer, as a wave of rage took over. I have a daughter. I roared at her, a growl building deep in my chest, which I didn't fight to suppress. How dare you say such a thing to me? Just because I can't be with her, just because she's far away from me, just because she has absolutely no idea who I am, I choked on the sob in my throat, doesn't mean that I'm not her mother. She's mine and nothing can change that. Nothing. Who the hell do you think you are? I finished, pushing her roughly out of my way, as I made my way toward the door. I had had enough. I was leaving and no one was going to stop me. Whatever this night started out as, I had decided that it was over. Every member of the Cullen family stood as I made my way toward the door. I couldn't get to the door fast enough, though I fought the need to use my enhanced speed to hasten my escape. I still had my pride, if nothing else. Then I felt it. A hand had gently taken mine, trying to stop me from leaving. Before I could argue, Edward had wrapped me in his arms, holding me tightly, refusing to let go. I started to struggle until I realized that it was useless. I had no fight left in me. I let myself collapse into his chest, still trying to fight the sobs that threatened to rip from my chest, which I knew would offer little comfort or release from the intense agony I felt whenever I thought of Grace. My child, my beautiful baby that I had lost. She was still in La Push with her father, but I had been violently ripped from her life. It hurt so much to think of her, though I forced myself to on a daily basis. Even with the pain, it made my tiny existence just a tad more bearable. I pondered on this for just a moment, and instead of collapsing, I allowed myself to bask in the comfort he was offering, even if he felt nothing more than pity for me at that moment. He no longer felt cold or hard. His body felt like mine now. He felt almost warm to my touch, and his skin was soft and inviting. My head leaned against his chest, my body giving into the comfort he was offering. He tangled his fingers in my hair, holding me close to him. His cheek touched the top of my head, while he gently rocked me back and forth. I could feel the sobs coming, though I fought like hell to hold them in. So many memories of him embracing me like this came flooding back to me, making it that much harder for me to keep it together. The fact that he was holding me made it that more inviting. Heaven and hell, all at once. My body started to shake uncontrollably. He felt me shudder and tightened his grip. His scent was overpowering, but began to offer me comfort that I hadn't expected. Remembering so many times when I had breathed in his scent when I was human, I let him hold him, knowing that later I would pay for this when I was alone. I relaxed into his body, permitting myself to feel the comfort he was offering, some relief from my pain, regardless of why he was doing it. Dealing with the pain could come again later, but right now, I knew I needed this. I had needed it for too long. Finally, not caring about the price, I took in his beautiful scent, filling my lungs, memorizing every sensation of his strong arms around me. I had been hugged by students, had shook hands with colleagues, but I had been denied this type of intimate touch for so many years. I had not felt another's touch like this for so long, and although it felt wonderful, I knew it couldn't go on. I gently pushed myself away from him, refusing to look into his eyes. I was sure they held nothing but pity for what I had just lain out there for them to see, and after the evening I had already had, pity would cause me to completely fall apart. I stood there, looking at my feet, unsure of what to do, when she spoke to me. I was shocked when I saw her. Rosalie looked devastated. "Bella, I am so sorry. I never meant to offend you. I just can't believe that you had it all. You had everything. Everything that I would give my immortality for. You had the normal, human life. The husband that loved you. The home and your very own baby, a baby girl. You had everything you should have had, that all of us should have had. I just can't believe that this happened to you. I can't believe that you lost her, lost your life. I never meant, you will always be that little girl's mother. Please forgive me. Oh my, what have I done? I never meant for any of this to hurt you," she said before I realized that it was her turn to bolt from the room. Emmett caught her around the waist before she could leave the room, pulling her into his arms. She began to sob, quiet tearless sobs. I looked at her, being held by Emmett so tightly, he trying to comfort her, and realized that I had misunderstood her words, her actions. She and I had never been friends, but at that moment, my understanding of Rosalie solidified. Here I had had everything she wanted, but with one fateful night, I had lost it all. She had never had the chance to have any of it. "Rosalie, I'm so sorry that I screamed at you like that. That was inexcusable. Talking about Grace," my voice broke again, "is a sensitive topic for me, one that I never talk about, and to take it out on you, I'm just so sorry. It's been an incredibly long and stressful night. My life has gone by in one boring, monotonous stream, and then, one simple and unexpected meeting, everything is so completely turned upside down. Please forgive me. I never meant to hurt you. Please." I begged her, so silent that I wasn't even sure if she could have heard me. And with that, Rosalie pushed out of Emmett's strong grasp and threw herself at me, this time hugging me tightly, refusing to let go. I stood there for a few minutes, unsure of what to do or say, my arms limp at my side. Every other individual in the room was quiet, I'm sure shocked at the display in front of them. I could see Emmett in my line of sight, and he looked positively awestruck. In all the time that I had spent with Rosalie, she had never said that much to me. Even if you added every word she had ever spoken to me, I don't think it would have amounted to the steady torrent of words she had spoken just a few minutes before. I finally hugged her back, still unsure of what to do. She finally released me, looking into my eyes with a pained look, one that held sorrow and with it, a new understanding. I smiled at her, now feeling that we had finally found that bridge that had separated us for so long. Carlyle spoke just then. "I think we should take a break. I'm sure that Bella could use one, as could the rest of us. Bella, would that be all right with you?" He looked at me, his smile bright, having just witnessed in his mind what must have looked like a Christmas miracle. "A break would be fine, Carlyle." I was pleased to have someone else rupture the obvious silence that had taken over the Cullen parlor. I turned to Carlyle's lovely wife. "Esme, I would love the tour of the house now, if that would be all right." I glanced warmly in her direction, looking for anything to break the tension in the room. "That would be lovely, dear. Come follow me," she motioned to me, as she started to leave the living room. "Bella, may I join you and Esme?" Alice asked, as she instantly appeared at my side. Not having much contact with our kind, the sheer speed of their movements still unnerved me. Being part of the human world as much as I was, I rarely used my enhanced abilities. In order to fit in and go about unnoticed, it was important to only rely on those abilities when absolutely necessary and when I was sure it would go unnoticed by others. I smiled at her warmly. "I would love it if would join us. Come on. Esme's waiting," I answered, as I took off in the direction that Esme had left only seconds earlier. "Bella, may I ask you a question? Or should I wait until we start again?" She looked up at me, with wild excitement in her eyes, taking my hand to stop me. I turned to face her. "Go ahead. What's on your mind? You said that you named your child Grace Alice. Why Alice?" she muttered, her eyes had drifted to the floor as she spoke, her voice soft and hesitant. I couldn't help but smirk. You should know the answer to that question. When she was born, we both really thought we would have a boy and had plenty of appropriate boy names chosen. When she revealed herself to be a girl, we thought of her first name together and your name just sort of attached itself to her. Jacob wanted me to be happy, so he quickly agreed and that was that. I looked down at her, smiling warmly. It made my heart swell to see her smile when the true realization of my decision hit her. You named her after me. But why? Well, she has black hair, just like you. And, she is someone that I care about very much, just like you, I said with quiet laughter, preparing myself before she would most assuredly pounce or hug me recklessly. Instead, I was surprised at her response. She was silent, her eyes full of emotions that I had a hard time keeping up with. One minute she looked surprised, the next solemn. Emotions continued to flash through her eyes so quickly, I failed to keep up. I settled for being patient and waiting for her to respond. Apparently, she was trying to process what I had just told her. She seemed genuinely enthralled by this turn of events. But Bella, I know that I hurt you when we left. How could you be hurt like that and still name your child after me? She asked, her gaze returning to the floor. With that, I took her shoulders in my hands, and with a gentle shake I forced her to look up at me. I was not willing to let my friend suffer anymore from something that happened so long ago. Her pain was intolerable, and I for one, would not let her suffer any longer. I still didn't understand everything that happened all those years ago, but I was no longer willing to hold on to it with so much resolve. It no longer made any sense. Alice, please stop blaming yourself. I guess one of the main reasons I gave Grace your name was to hold on to you somehow. You and Jasper did so much to help me, to protect me. You were the first one to accept me into your family. After Edward, I tried not to wince, but to no avail, but I soldiered on, and you always treated me like a friend. You may have also used me as your own personal dress-up doll during prom, but I won't hold that against you. We both laughed together before I went on. Please let all that go. All that matters is the here and now. Can't we just start again? I began, and then realized that I may have been getting ahead of myself. I mean, if that's what you want. If this is a one-time thing, I completely understand, and my heart started to hurt thinking that this one night might be it, but please stop with all the guilt. Believe me, it's just not worth it. I smiled at her, willing her to understand. As if on cue, Alice hugged me tightly before dotting me on both cheeks. Her smile was bright and just then I felt a wave of joy sweep the room. I glanced over to see Jasper, a rare smile on his lips as he stared lovingly at his wife. The break was doing everyone a world of good. I pondered on these thoughts when I realized that I had left Esme's side as she was attempting to show me the house. Oh, Bella, Alice's musical voice called to me, this won't be a one-time thing. I have my best friend back and I have no intention of letting her go this time. I don't care what anyone else says or does. Alice and I took off for the stairs then, where we found Esme patiently waiting for us on the landing. I thought that you two needed a moment alone. Please don't think me rude, Bella, she began, a huge smile on her face, but I couldn't help but hear your conversation with Alice about your daughter. That was incredibly sweet of you to name her Grace Alice. Do you have any pictures? She finished, her eyes still pleasing and bright. I frowned then. I never kept pictures of Grace with me. After what had happened, I thought it was too dangerous. And besides, all I ever needed was to close my eyes and I could see her bright smile, hear her musical laugh, gaze upon her beautiful little face. Esme, I don't have pictures with me. For reasons that I can explain later, I don't keep any actual pictures of her. I'll explain it soon, I promise. Well, darling, what does she look like? She must be beautiful, just like her mother, Esme responded, a bit of confusion in her eyes. Well, she has Jacob's coloring. Beautiful russet skin, shiny black hair, straight as an arrow. But, everyone says she looks just like me. She also got my brown eyes, which was a surprise. Charlie was taken aback the first time he saw her. I remembered, going back to that wonderful day she was born. Bells, she looks just like you did when you were a baby. Of course, she isn't an albino, but with all that Quileute blood running through her, it's natural that she got Jake's coloring. But look at her, she's the spitting image of you. Just wait until Renee sees her. I snapped back to attention, feeling a bit wistful. When memories did come streaming back to me, they were sometimes a bit overwhelming. But this memory was wonderful. I could still see the huge smile on Charlie's face as he held his only grandchild in his arms, the look of pure joy encompassing every nook and cranny of his aged features, making him look young again. "How old is she?" Alice asked, which brought me back to reality. "She turned 6, last month," I answered, my voice low, with the lump in my throat beginning to grow, while my eyes started to glass over. Alice must have realized that I was on the verge of breaking down again and rushed to start the tour of the house, to distract me from the thoughts and images that were beginning to crowd my mind. Esme started the tour of their home, starting with Carlisle's study. It looked very much like the one he had in Forks, the walls lined with books and an impressive-looking desk sitting in the center. I could see him there, reading endless volumes of medical journals, poring over new information, continuing to add to his already vast volume of knowledge. Esme motioned to the master suite they shared. It was adjacent to Carlisle's study and looked large, as it took up half of the second floor of their massive home. We continued with the tour, when Rosalie appeared. She smiled at me tentatively, with me returning the expression. She motioned toward hers and Emmett's bedroom, before addressing me directly. "Would you care to see our room, Bella?" "I know Emmett wouldn't mind," she asked me brightly. "That would be really kind of you, Rosalie, as long as you're sure that Emmett wouldn't care." "I wouldn't want to intrude," I finished before I heard a booming voice from the first floor. "Go ahead, Bella." "But," Rose left the mess in there, not me. Emmett's voice finished, a chuckle escaping his lips. "Emmett, don't say things like that. I couldn't decide on what to wear," she clipped back at him. "Rosalie, don't worry about any mess. You should see my home office." "Now that's pure chaos," I interjected, trying to keep the mood light. She motioned me to hers and her husband's room, which was directly across the hall from Esme and Carlisle's suite. She opened the door and welcomed me inside. Large windows covered an entire wall, covered in beautiful deep red silk drapes. A massive stone fireplace surrounded in the same dark wood as the windows took up most of one wall. A large four-poster bed stood in the center of the room, with a large ivory gossamer canopy extending from the four corners, pulling into the wood floors that were covered with ivory carpets, similar to those on the first floor. Claret and rich ivory bedding covered the beautiful bed, with large fluffy pillows that looked inviting. The bed must have been a king size, as I was certain that nothing else would hold Emmett. And speaking of the male that shared this room, I noticed a large flat-panel television hung on the wall, an addition I thought must have been his idea. Several large mirrors were all over the room, obviously for Rosalie's use. There was a large chaise lounge at the end of the bed that coordinated with the colors in the room. A large pile of exquisite designer clothing, all women's, sat in a pile, apparently abandoned earlier in the evening. Rosalie quickly and gracefully grabbed the pile before depositing it into a nearby hamper in the large walk-in closet, which was bursting with stunning, expensive clothing, meant to only enhance the immeasurable beauty that stood next to me. She showed me the beautiful adjoining bathroom, which had a large shower, modernized with spray heads at every possible angle in the space that could have held the entire family at once, not that I assumed that ever happened, of course. All around the room, pictures of Emmett and Rosalie were scattered on tables, dresser drawers and walls, showing a couple very much in love. It hurt a bit to look at them, but the adoration and loyalty that showed through was impossible to miss. I took a better look and noticed that several pictures showed them marrying, numerous times over all the years they had been together. Different eras were evident, from the hairstyles to the wedding attire that every member of the family had on. One big happy family. The hole in my chest began to ache again. But given the strides we had made that evening, I wasn't about to let that take hold. "Rosalie, your room is just beautiful. So romantic. You and Emmett must be comfortable here," I started before the booming voice came from below again. "Bella, you have no idea how comfortable we are when we're in there." "Just this morning," he started before Rosalie cut him off. "Emmett, you're in so much trouble," Rosalie retorted, before she gave me an apologetic smile and ran off to correct her husband. Alice, Esme and I left their room and continued on with the tour. As we approached Alice's room, Alice and Jasper shared a room, as they were married, but everyone referred to their bedroom as hers alone. I soon found out why. Alice opened the door to their room, the lights bright and welcoming. Her room was the exact configuration of Rosalie's and Emmett's room, though in reverse. The same windows, fireplace, walk-in closet and large bathroom, but that is where the similarities ended. In the middle of their room also stood a large king-sized bed, but this was covered in beautiful lavender bedding, expensive silk from the look of it. The same large windows also covered one entire wall, just as they had in Rosalie's and Emmett's, but the drapes covering these were beautiful voile fabric, that matched the bedding's pale color. What was so intense and incredibly impressive about Alice's room was that every square inch of wall space was covered in drawings, pages torn from magazines, lists and immeasurable ideas for every conceivable, well, anything. The amount of paper and books scattered in the large space was a bit overpowering, but spoke true Alice. More impressive was that there seemed to be some sense of order to the massive amount of paraphernalia that covered every square inch of the room, save the bed. Alice took my hand and showed me the beautiful walk-in closet that held beautiful clothing, many still with the tags on. It was obvious that she controlled much more of the closet than Jasper, which didn't surprise me. It was obvious that Jasper would do anything to make Alice happy, including living in a fire trap of a bedroom. Hers and Jasper's bathroom was very much like Rosalie's and Emmett's, though it carried the same lavender theme. "This whole suite," screamed Alice, which brought a faint smile to my lips. "Why exactly are you smiling?" my friend hissed at me, her eyes twinkling with excitement. "Well, I thought my office at home was a mess. I've got absolutely nothing on you," I responded, a chuckle escaping my lips. "Well, I have a reason for all of this. I have to be prepared for everything, don't I?" she responded. I laughed at my friend. Tonight, laughter had been a big part of things, which had been rather intangible to me as of late. Sure, I laughed with students. But, to laugh with those that I really knew, that were like me now, well, that never happened. Realizing how good it felt, the wondering began. What now? Alice said she wasn't letting go, but what about the others? Where do we go from this evening? I knew I wanted to keep in touch, to be able to see them, but I wouldn't force myself on anyone. How was this ever going to work out? And, then throwing Edward into the mix, I just didn't know what to expect. I'd have to try to sort this out when I was on my own, later. Alice and Esme led me out of the room, heading back toward the steps to descend downstairs, before Esme spoke again. The third-floor ballroom is Edward's. The basement is where we keep the family office, as well as extra storage. Jasper has his own study down there as well. Would you care to see it? Out of nowhere, Edward appeared. For the first time since that afternoon, he flashed that perfect crooked smile at all three of us, his focus fixed on me before he spoke. "Esme, I'm sure that Bella would like to see the whole house." He spoke to his mother, before looking back at me and continuing, "Bella, would you care to see my quarters? These old homes used to use their third floor as a ballroom for entertaining. I was fortunate enough that my siblings let me have it. Would you care to see it before we continue downstairs?" It happened. He was almost as close to me as he had been when he held me. I would definitely have to figure that one out when I had a minute. The scent of his breath hit me with such intensity that I was completely dazzled. I couldn't think, much less put together a cohesive sentence to respond. "You have got to be kidding me. Why did this have to happen now? How did he still have this type of effect on me? Who was I kidding? He'd always have this type of effect on me. Great, another thing to add to the pile of embarrassing things about Bella." Edward's smile began to fade, before he quickly added in a forced bright tone, "Well, that's all right. We can head back downstairs to where the rest of the family is waiting," he continued before I cut in. "Edward, I'm sorry. I would enjoy seeing your room. I wasn't trying to be rude. I meant nothing by it, but my mind is about full this evening," I responded to him, before I noticed that both Esme and Alice were walking away. No. There is no way that I'm going up there alone with Edward." I reached out and grabbed Alice's hand, effectively stopping her in her tracks, before I addressed her. "Alice, why don't you come with us?" Alice looked a bit taken aback and glanced at her brother before turning back to me. "Bella, I need to go down and talk to Jasper for just a minute. I can come back and join you both when I'm finished. Jasper can wait for a few minutes. Besides, you see him every day. Surely you can stay with me for just the next few minutes, can't you?" I pleaded with her, looking desperately at her to not be abandoned and left alone with her brother. Alice, if that's what Bella wants, then do join us. Edward looked at his sister, his eyes warm but wary. Well, I guess you're right, both of you. Edward, lead the way, she answered, looking a bit wary herself. Edward's stone mask had returned, though I thought I saw a bit of annoyance around his eyes for just a second before it was gone. He led the way up the last set of steps, before we stepped onto the landing and found his bedroom door, painted in the same calming tones as the rest of the house. He opened it, flicking on the light before turning back, and motioning to me to enter first. I stepped through the door frame and took in the sight of his room. It was so much like Forks, and yet quite different. The ceiling was peaked at different angles, to follow the natural flow of the roofline. The same calming ivories and whites painted every plaster surface. 2 large fireplaces, fashioned from the same natural stone as those on the other floors, flanked either large wall, which apparently got plenty of use. The beautiful polished hardwood floors were covered in different areas with gorgeous carpets of dark blue, thick and plush, similar to those that he had in his room in Forks. He had a large brown leather sofa in the center of the room, across which a few books were scattered, as well as a large, dark blue throw, to complement the many carpets and pillows that were scattered everywhere. Along the eastern wall, his famous CD collection was organized on beautiful shelves, along with an updated stereo system. Small, inconspicuous speakers were placed around the room, which I'm sure while in use gave the person the idea that they were in a concert hall, listening to the music live. There was no bed, just as there hadn't been in Forks. I took in the windows that covered 3 of the 4 walls, with large, wooden shutters that doubled as window coverings. The room's focus, though, was the large grand piano, in a dark mahogany finish that took up an entire corner of the room. The piano itself was closed, unlike the one in Forks, which always seemed to be open. "What do you think?" he asked, as his voice snapped me back to attention. "Well, it certainly seems comfortable. I think your room is bigger than my entire house," I added, with a laugh. The room was huge. His gaze never left my face, which was starting to make me uncomfortable. For what reason, I had no idea, but before I could spend any more time dwelling on my thoughts, he walked toward the piano, lifted the cover and sat down at the bench. Alice grabbed my hand and led me toward the beautiful instrument, her smile wide. Edward stared at the keys for just a moment, before he closed his eyes, setting his fingers forward to play. The beautiful strands of music wafted through the room, so beautiful, so comforting. I immediately recognized the song that Edward had written for Esme, so sweet and stirring. Edward's eyes never opened, as he continued to play. He finished, before opening his eyes, when all 3 of us realized that we were no longer alone in his room. "Edward, that was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much," Esme exclaimed, the look on her face almost unreadable. I came to realize that it was joy and confusion. The rest of the family looked somewhat shocked, as they stood next to Esme, having just stepped inside of his room. This evening continued to be incredibly confounding, but I chalked it up to my level of stress. Edward started to play again, this time a different piece that I was unfamiliar with. The haunting notes of the piece stirred my cold heart and I remembered all the times that he had played his music for me. My thoughts drifted back to the night of my birthday, when Edward and Alice had given me a CD of Edward playing the piano, which included my lullaby. I never allowed myself to hear that piece of music in my mind. Never. When they had first left, I couldn't bear to listen to music, but Jake had slowly helped me to resolve that with myself. Now, I found myself listening to music most always, while doing other tasks. But, I had carefully avoided certain pieces of music that I knew would bring up painful memories, which would tear at the now, it seemed, ever-present hole in my chest. Edward finished and looked up at all of us, before settling his eyes at me. "Would you like to hear anything else?" he questioned, his eyebrows cocked, with that beautiful crooked grin. "Well, I would love to hear more, but perhaps we should get back to why we are here. Unfortunately, I don't have unlimited time. It wasn't fun to be the wet blanket, but there was still so much to discuss and I still had work in the morning." Carlisle agreed. "We should head back downstairs. Bella is kind enough to share things with us and we need to be sensitive to her time constraints." And, with that we headed back down to the main floor of the house. Edward's paw. I sat there as I listened to her speak of Jacob Black. She described him in direct contrast to what I had been to her. My cold, hard body was consistently different to how she illustrated him. He was like my son, my warmth. Bella's life had taken the course it should have taken, had I never been in Forks. Had I never met her, or, at the very least, had left her alone. It happened exactly as I had hoped it would, as those words I had spoken to her that hideous day in the forest came back to haunt me. It will be as if I never existed. She took up with Jacob, who I now knew was my enemy. A werewolf, a dog, a mongrel. He had healed Bella, had helped her recover from the extreme damage that I had inflicted upon her. He had put my precious Bella back together and she, in return, fell in love with him. And then I heard it. By the end of my first year of college, Jake asked me to marry him. I immediately jumped from my seat, unwilling and unable to hear any more. My love, my life, my mate, allowing another man to love her and she returning that love. Even worse, my natural enemy, being given not only the opportunity to be near her, but to have the audacity of asking for her hand in marriage. It was too much. I had thought of asking her so many times, and yet knowing, because of our differences, her being human and me, not, would make the situation impossible, though I longed for it. I even explained as much that day in the meadow, when Bella inquired if marriage would be a possibility for us in the future. She seemed content when I subtly told her, no, and she accepted that. Bella did not understand, nor could I explain to her at the time, the idea of how one of our kind loves. That the love we feel, once we find it, is unbreakable and unstoppable. We love that other being with everything that we have, and if that love is taken or broken, it rips an immense part of ourselves away with it. I made my way to the door, ready to run, when I realized that Emmett had beaten me there. From his thoughts, I knew that Jasper had blocked the other exit from the room, and it was just a matter of seconds before the entire family started assaulting me with their thoughts, although Bella wouldn't know what was being said. My escape routes were gone and the mind-battering attack that was coming was inevitable, as well as justified. Edward, please don't leave, Esme pleaded. Brother, you brought this on yourself. I know you're hurting, but you aren't going anywhere. You need to listen to her, Emmett said calmly, as his muscle flexed, ready to restrain me if necessary. What did you expect? We told you not to leave her. It wasn't the right decision for you or for Bella, and this is the result of that choice. None of this should be a surprise to you, Alice shouted, making me cringe internally. What's the matter, Edward? Did she say something that upset you? Rosalie quipped maliciously, obviously enjoying my pain, while her tone implied that she was bored with the whole experience. You know I'm at the other door. There is no way that you're leaving again. You promised that you wouldn't put Esme through this again, and we all intend to help you keep that promise, Jasper piped in, and I knew his immediate location had me trapped. One voice, calmer than the others, reached out to me. My father, full of compassion, had the only words for me that held any real sympathy in my mind. Edward, I'm so sorry that you had to hear that. I know how much you love her, but really, what did you think she would do? Her life took the intended path that you wished for her. You know that. I know that you are in immense pain right now, but I have to ask you to return to your seat. You can't continue to inflict pain on Bella. She's stressed as it is, and this may just send her from the house. Please tell me that isn't what you want. I have to think that you are willing to go through this exercise, if only to be near her, he finished, his tone soft and calm, yet still had that parental tone of authority to it. Her beautiful voice carried to me, taking me a moment to understand what she was saying, though I knew she was addressing my actions directly. Was it something I said? I told you this story wasn't particularly happy, but believe me, this is the better part of the events. What's coming isn't exactly pleasant. If this is upsetting everyone, I won't go any further. Better. How is any of this better? I'm sitting here, images in my mind of her being held by another, by another, being touched in ways that I had only hoped for, by someone who wasn't me. And to make it worse, she fell in love with someone who wasn't good enough for her. Someone who loved her and then, let her go. This was as far from better as one could get. Audibly, my mother spoke then. I could hear her words, though they made no sense to me. My heart was splintering into innumerable pieces and I was having a hard enough time standing upright, much less making sense of what she was saying to me. I could hear the intensity in her voice as she spoke and recognized that I needed to respond quickly, as those words were directed at me. Edward, you are being rude to our guest. Please return to your seat, so we can continue. Edward, did you hear me? I stood there, resignation taking over my entire frame, knowing that I had no choice but to sit and listen to Bella tell her story and swallow the pain of knowing she had loved another. I spoke to her, apologizing for my rude behavior, though the words seemed to stick in my throat. I couldn't bear for her to think that I was leaving because I no longer wanted to be near her, while her words continued to slice at my ravaged heart. She spoke to me then, making me remember her kindness, her gift of human tenderness, and it tore even more at me. Edward, you're forgiven. However, there is no need for you to stay, if this conversation is making you uncomfortable. I understand. Whatever decision you make will be fine with me. She was giving me a reason to leave her presence. Didn't she understand that I wouldn't leave her, and that now that she was back, I would look for any reason to stay near her? That, given the choice, I would never have her away from me. Of course she didn't. She didn't love me anymore. The human love she had for me had died and been replaced by the love for another. Not one that was completely human, but one who could give her everything that I wished for her, everything that I would have given her, had that been a possibility. I couldn't continue to give her the opportunity to allow her to question my actions or motives. If I were to have even the remote chance to have any type of relationship with her, I would need to remain calm and control my actions around her. I would need to slowly rebuild her trust in me. It might take forever, but I had time. Time was the one luxury I did have. I returned to my seat, my brothers staying in their protective stance until they were confident I wouldn't bolt again. I looked at her, using every bit of my powerful gaze to lock onto her beautiful face, trying to focus my eyes on her as I had when we were still together, willing her to understand that I still loved her, that I had always loved her. And then, she looked away. I felt like a drowning man who, no matter how hard I swam, could never break the surface of the water. She asked if she should continue, obviously waiting for encouragement to carry on with the story that she was there to tell. It was then that I heard both the vicious language and thoughts coming from my sister, Rosalie. If you must. Her thoughts were filled with loathing. She might as well be screaming her distaste for Bella, her thoughts tumbling down like an avalanche. What an idiot. I wonder how she did it. She was so desperate to become one of us, and here she is. Pathetic. She gave up everything she could have had, just to get her way. Stupid, stubborn little girl. And, what? I'm supposed to feel sympathy for her. If Esme hadn't threatened to take away I blocked her murderous thoughts from my mind, instead focusing on what was in front of me. I was, as usual, embarrassed by my sister's antics, and the idea that Bella had gone looking for this was ludicrous. I wanted to strangle her, as I'm sure, did every other member of my family based on their thoughts. Even Emmett, who normally could overlook her shortcomings, was mortified by her behavior. However, this time, I could sense that Bella wasn't going to just sit there and take it as she had in the past. Rosalie, just as I explained to Edward, you are under no obligation to sit here and listen to my story. I won't be offended. There is no need for pretense. Please know that any decision you make will work for me. The tone of her voice and the slight hardness of her eyes told me that in the years since I last since her, Bella had taken to standing up for herself. I grinned internally, both at her response and at the thoughts that my family had in response to the communication going on between these two. Good for you, Bella. Rose, could you just shut up? Alice chirped, her tone impatient. Well, someone's ego just took a hit, Jasper thought calmly. Rose, baby, just once, can you think of someone besides yourself? Emmett thought, his tone sad and resigned. My mother, the sweet, loving, patient matriarch of our family, spoke then. Her prickly words immediately silenced Rosalie, and from the tone of her voice, even elicited an apology for Bella, though it was hardly sincere. Bella went on to explain how she rebuffed Jacob in his attempt to secure her hand, which offered me little relief. She continued to say that her college experience had brought her to become a teacher, as well as administering to those individuals with special needs. Even in her career choice, my Bella showed her immense nature to love and accept. She had accepted me so long ago, even when I believed that no one could accept the fact that I was a monster, and yet, she loved me and said that it didn't matter. And here she was, spending her days taking care of those that needed it most. Her own mother, who, in my opinion, didn't care enough for Bella as my own mother had, nor Esme, who continued to nurture me, was pleased with her daughter's choice, as I'm sure Charlie would have been. My pleasant thoughts were again interrupted when she spoke of the dog joining her at school. But, at the very least, she had had the opportunity to attend college and broaden her experiences. For that, I was grateful. I sensed that the conversation was taking a turn that no one in the family was anxious to hear, but we sat there, patiently waiting for her to continue. Ooh, she stayed at his house. He stayed at hers. I couldn't stomach the thought of that mongrel touching her, even if she said that the arrangement was simply for protection. My mood was dark and I knew that my eyes reflected that, when I felt Jasper send an intense wave of calm, most likely for my benefit. I must have been putting my brother through hell tonight. I made a mental note to apologize to him as well as ask him what Bella's feelings were during the evening, in hope that she felt something, anything for me. But that would have to wait. She went on to talk about Jacob's business and how he was planning for their financial future. Money had never been an issue for my family, but I had to give the dog credit. He was doing everything he could to provide for Bella, in addition to doing what he could to keep her safe. Emmett's disgusting thoughts and words came flooding out, and thankfully, Rosalie stopped him. Paul, his mother, a war. Is this it? Is this how Bella was turned? My thoughts raced, as I prepared myself for the information that, I hoped, would give me a glimpse into what had happened to my Bella. I was ready for a fight, ready to destroy what had taken her perfect life from her. I didn't care how long it took or what I had to do. My thoughts were whirling with all the details she was throwing at us. Suddenly, she was talking about Jacob again. The love for her ex-husband was obvious, as was the telltale ring that she still wore, obviously his wedding ring to her. She still loved him. I wasn't sure if I could take much more. She proposed, to him. Had I been there, had I not been so utterly and completely insipid, this would have never happened. I would have found a way to make it work. I would have proposed, in the most romantic way imaginable. When we were still together, I had had dozens of scenarios pass through my mind as to how I would secure her as my future wife. I would have done something so completely perfect that Bella couldn't refuse me. In my human days, a woman never asked her intended for his hand in marriage. It simply wasn't done. But Bella wasn't your typical human. She was special. She realized who she loved and wouldn't let go. When she almost lost him, she took steps to secure him as hers forever. She didn't repeat my mistake. If only I had done that. I had completely forgotten to keep my face, my eyes, my voice devoid of any emotion, when I heard her sweet voice speak directly to me again. Edward, are you all right? Have I said something to upset you again? Her voice sounded sincere. Even during her stress, she was committed to sparing others any type of uneasiness. I needed to respond. Get a grip on yourself. No, Bella. I was just trying to concentrate on everything you were saying. Please don't let me stop you. Go ahead and continue. I needed to stay in control. I'm sure this evening was hard enough on her. We had basically strong-armed her into coming here and now she was spilling the details of the last 10 years of her life, relieving each memory painfully. I couldn't heap more discomfort on her. Well, he retrieved a little box for me from his desk, an engagement ring. He then got down on one knee and proposed. It was quick but very sweet. Lucky dog. Again, I had to give him the benefit of the doubt. He was prepared. He had a ring and he got the girl. I wished at that moment, I had human food in my system that my stomach could retch back up. My stomach was utterly twisted and I felt the release would have been worth the discomfort it would initially bring. Her mother didn't exactly take the news well about her engagement. I was sure that she wouldn't have exactly been pleased with her marrying a vampire either, but the thought of her marrying a filthy dog, her mother was right in showing displeasure at her daughter's choice. Alice commented on how obstinate Bella was. We all laughed at her infamous stubborn streak. She was never one to take anything lying down. I had come across that stubbornness time and time again. It was good to see that some things never changed about Bella. She was still there, I had to cling to the hope in that. Thankfully, Bella didn't go into great detail of her wedding and subsequent honeymoon with Jacob. The thought of her, looking beautiful in white, walking down the aisle toward another man was impossible to fathom. But, again, this is what I had intended for her, even if I never really wanted it. I just never thought that I would have to come face to face with it again. That I would have to sit and listen to her wistfully recount the memories of a life that I had intended for her, while at the same time wishing that man she had walked toward was me. That she had pledged her life to was me, that I could give her my name, my life, my love, my heart. She would always have my heart, even if she was never aware of it. How could fate be any more cruel? Ooh. I could immediately sense the change in Bella's tone when she began to talk about her pregnancy, as she was about to finish college. Surprisingly, my mood lifted a bit. If nothing else, Jacob could give her the one thing I never could, a child. She recounted every detail of how excited they were, how she and her family eagerly awaited the new addition to their family. I had watched human reactions and listened to their thoughts for over 100 years and knew how such a tiny person could change a family's life, their family dynamic. I had witnessed the most selfish individual have a complete change of purpose when they brought a child into their existence. For so many parents, their children completely changed their way of thinking, their focus, their direction. It never ceased to amaze me how such a miniature little being could turn some people's lives so completely upside down. But Bella wasn't selfish. It was evident from the moment I met her that she was so different, so very special. This child would have been the most fortunate individual on the planet to have Bella as their mother. A person so capable of love, so completely able to accept an individual, regardless of what they were, who looked only on the heart and was able to see past anything, regardless of the situation or circumstance. Of all the experiences I had hoped for Bella when I left her, this one was what moved me the most. The way she talked about Charlie and his obvious joy at the news of becoming a grandparent, as well as Renee's distaste at becoming a grandmother at such a young age made me smile internally. Both of them loved her and the fact that she would give them their only grandchild must have made that love increase tenfold. I was concerned when she talked about her pregnancy issues. Having been to medical school, I was well aware of the issues that pregnancy could bring to any woman. Bella had a knack for attracting anything dangerous, and it looked as if her uncanny ability had followed her into the last trimester of her pregnancy. I was grateful, at the very least, that Jacob was good to her during that time and that she was well cared for and pampered. She deserved that and so much more. She deserved only the best while she was with child, and even if I could have never given her that, I was pleased that she seemed to have felt loved, cherished and protected during those difficult months while she awaited the delivery of her infant. I could sense that we had reached a critical part of her story. Her gaze focused on the floor, while she twisted the tiny gold band on her left hand, her ring finger. Her words came faster, full of emotion, while she refused to look at any of my family members, her face taking on the transient quality of someone deeply concentrating, while at the same time painfully reliving something that may have been better left buried. Cesarean. The complications that could have arisen from that procedure, my stomach dropped when I heard that simple word. I could see the look on her face when she talked of the fear that ripped through her person. But, typical Bella wasn't worried for her own sake or safety. Her only thought was for her child. Just as she was always willing to sacrifice her own needs for others, this was no different. She never thought of herself, and as she had no self-preservation as part of her conscience, this made her even more endearing, though still maddening to me. It was obvious that Jacob stood by her, caring for her every step of the way. When she was frightened, he comforted her. When she lacked self-esteem, he encouraged her. He had given her everything that I could have hoped for when it came to Bella. I hated the mutt, but I regretfully acknowledged his presence had been there when she needed it most. But, I still couldn't understand why he had let her go. A baby girl. My Bella had a daughter. A baby girl, I just couldn't believe it. What did she look like? Was she stubborn like her mother? Did she have the same thoughts, the same dreams, the same wonderful qualities that made Bella so utterly endearing, so perfect? Would she also suffer from Bella's resounding lack of understanding what she had to offer to others? What type of person would she grow up to be? I had lost myself in this overwhelming barrage of information when I heard her speak of how Jacob found out he had a daughter. So many men, however protective of their little girls, long for sons, strong boys to carry on the family name, to grow and become respectable members of society, which reflected their upbringing. Again, his reaction surprised me. I had envisioned Jacob to be resentful of Bella in giving him a daughter, though that wouldn't be her fault. Her account of events told me that he was beyond happy with his new little girl. She spoke with so much love for this half-man, this dog that I hated, simply because he was a werewolf. But, if I investigated my feelings further, I would know that I hated him even more because he had won the affections of the only woman that I would ever love. As little sense as it made, I wanted to kill him. I fought to control my inner turmoil, determined to focus only on her words and tried to imagine how the first moments of her being a mother would have been. I allowed myself a moment of fancy, imagining that I had been there, that I had been the father of her baby. Had fate been different, had been kind, I would have met her as a human, would have pursued her, romanced and married her, finally celebrating the moment of becoming a parent by her side. I would have had the opportunity to introduce our daughter to my beautiful wife for the first time, being part of an intimate family moment, and to see the complete look of joy on her face as we witnessed what our love had created. Instead, I got to hear it secondhand and know that that existence would never be mine. What a perfect name, Grace Alice. I could hear my sister's thoughts as she absorbed this new piece of information. Grace Alice. Did she name her daughter after me? No, she couldn't have. I heard her too much. But, why that name? The thoughts of my other family members were incredulous as well. I remember my son, Esme started. Grace. Is she hoping that she doesn't inherit her mother's clumsiness? Emmett's thoughts chuckled to me, his kindness shining through his mocking. A baby? Are you kidding me? A baby girl? Rosalie's thoughts echoed through my mind, quickly followed by her voicing her jealous expression. Bella, you had a daughter. Bella's eyes turned hard, her expression, which had been wistful and full of earnestness in remembering what must have been the most important day of her life, turned lethal. She leapt from her chair, approaching Rosalie, looking like a lioness ready to strike. I have a daughter. How dare you say such a thing to me? Just because I can't be with her, just because she's far away from me, just because she has absolutely no idea who I am, doesn't mean that I'm not her mother. She's mine and nothing can change that. Nothing. Who the hell do you think you are? I could hear the growl rising from her chest as she pushed Rosalie away from her with such force that my adopted sibling almost hit the floor before Emmett caught her securely around the waist. Bella made her way toward the pocket doors that led to the vestibule of our family home, ready to leave. I panicked, my heart knowing that if she left, I would never see her again. After seeing her again for the first time in a decade, I couldn't lose her again. I needed more time. I had to stop her, if only to attempt to comfort her. The entire family stood, in respect to her. Some of their thoughts reflected mine, as others cried out for her loss. As she pushed past Rosalie, I tentatively reached out to touch her hand. For only a moment, I was terrified that she would retract from me, but I had to take this chance. I reached for her tiny hand, the feel of her skin on mine reminding me of every time that I had been fortunate enough to have that close, personal contact. I spun her toward me, the quickness of my movements forcing her into my embrace. I wrapped my arms around her, reminding myself to be gentle while I held her, safe in my protective grip. She struggled at first and I feared that I was holding her too tightly, or that she was unwilling to allow me to touch her. But then she relaxed, while I felt her head sink into my chest. Her scent was overpowering, the floral mix of freesia with the unmistakable mix of her own natural vampire scent, which was new to me. It made me wince, again realizing what she had become. Not being able to help myself, I quickly took access of her, my hand involuntarily finding its way to her thick mass of mahogany hair. My fingers wove their way through her mane, pulling her even closer to me, while I allowed my cheek to rest on her head. I couldn't think of anything to say to lessen the grief that was coming off her in waves. I could feel the sobs that were threatening to erupt from her tiny frame. For the first time, I felt the physical differences in her. Her skin, which had once been so soft, so warm, was like mine now. I could no longer hear her heartbeat, which was like the never-ending rhythm of my endless days. I missed her heartbeat. It was one of the most significant parts of holding her at night while she slept all those years ago. It tempted me and soothed me all at once. I cursed myself again when I realized I was the reason she had lost so much. Her body began to shake more violently and I tightened my grip on her, pulling her even closer to me. I continued to rock her back and forth, hoping that I was giving her some relief from the pain of not being with her child. She should be there, every day, watching her little one grow, holding her and watching her experience everything that life had to offer. She relaxed even more into me and I allowed myself the belief that I was helping her get through this moment. More than anything, I cherished every moment that I touched her. I allowed myself a moment to bask in her scent, to relish the feel of her in my arms. I thought back to every moment that I had embraced her, and even though I knew it couldn't go on forever, I fervently wished that it could. I would do anything, give anything to keep her with me. I felt that fate had given me a moment of peace, allowing me to hold this angel in my arms, and that she, in return, allowed me to comfort her. All too soon, she gently pushed herself away from me, while I fought to let her go. My body screamed to keep her pressed tightly against my frame. I had thought of nothing else since this afternoon, holding her, touching her, being close to her again. No, I had thought of being with her again like this for a decade. I had made the biggest mistake of my life when I left her, regardless of the reasons. But, for the first time in a long time, I felt grateful for the moment I had just spent with her. If I never saw her again after tonight, and I prayed ardently that that wouldn't be the case, I could hold on to this one perfect moment, regardless of how it originated. She was in so much pain, and she had allowed me to comfort her. I felt that if she remained, I would fight like hell to make her mine once again. She stared at the floor, while my eyes willed her to look up at me. I, again, tried to think of something that could alleviate her suffering when I heard my sister's thoughts. To say that I was shocked by such a simple statement was an understatement. She lost everything. She was standing close to both of us before she spoke, and I was anxious for Bella when I realized that she was about to address her. Bella had suffered enough, and I would not allow her to be attacked again tonight. Bella, I am so sorry. I never meant to offend you. I just can't believe that you had it all. You had everything. Everything that I would give my immortality for. You had the normal, human life. The husband that loved you. The home and your very own baby, a baby girl. You had everything you should have had, that all of us should have had. I just can't believe that this happened to you. I can't believe that you lost her, lost your life. I never meant, you will always be that little girl's mother. Please forgive me. Oh my, what have I done? I never meant for any of this to hurt you. She began to move, obviously about to run from the room to hide from her embarrassment. It was evident to me, as it was to the rest of the family, that she and Bella finally had something in common. Maybe not in common, but Rosalie's steel-like exterior had finally cracked. We all knew that she struggled the most with what we were, and when she realized that Bella had had everything and still lost it all because of an unexpected vampire attack, well, it was too much for her to fathom. Rose resisted Emmett's grip for a second before she was able to release herself, throwing her body at Bella. She hugged her with such force, I was fearful that she had hurt her, until I had to remind myself again that Bella was no longer destructible. She stood there for a moment, holding her tightly. Bella looked dazed until finally, she returned her embrace. I had never in my existence seen anything like it. As we prepared to leave Edward's room, all of us filing out toward the main landing, Edward rushed in front of me, grabbing something from the top of the built-in desk that was situated in the corner of the room that I hadn't noticed was there before. His movements were so swift, I barely had time to take in what was happening. I did, however, notice that whatever he had grabbed appeared to be a photograph of some kind. He quickly put the photo in his pants pocket and turned to me, a bright smile across his face, while he stepped aside, motioning for me to exit the room first. With the rest of the family, we made our way out of his room, Alice by my side, while Edward turned off the lights, shutting his door and following swiftly behind us. We headed back downstairs, Emmett telling jokes and everyone laughing together, while I focused on what lay ahead of me. As I descended the stairs it happened. Why now? I had almost reached the bottom when I lost my footing, my high heel stubbornly getting caught in the hem of my pants. I stumbled, before two strong hands that I knew very well, caught me. He had set me on my feet while I gazed up at him, the look in his eyes curious and amused, before he spoke. Bella, of anything you could have retained of your humanity, you got to keep your clumsiness. I don't think I've ever seen a vampire trip before, especially not over their own 2 feet. Edward exclaimed, thinking his joke extremely humorous, all the while trying to rein in his own laughter. Everyone had burst into laughter by that point. Even I had, though I wasn't willing to go down without a fight. Well, just so you know, Edward, I don't stumble every day. Just once in a great while. I might also add that it helps me fit better in with those humans that I encounter on a daily basis. You could try to not be so perfect and graceful all the time. Have you ever thought of that? I responded, trying to sound irritated, but had broken into all-out laughter by the end of my speech. By now, I, too, saw the humor of the situation. "Bella, I've missed that. You have got to visit more often. I literally haven't laughed like that in years," Emmett exclaimed. Carlisle broke in then. "All right, we've had enough fun at Bella's expense. Let's get back to why we're here, if you're ready to continue, Bella," he declared, offering his arm to me to guide me back to the living room. Edward's strong hands had released me by that point. But I had experienced those familiar shock waves where his strong hands had come into contact with my waist. It's all right. It really is funny, when you think about it. I guess my clumsiness is just an ingrained part of my DNA, and even with my conversion, it's just as stubborn as I am. "But, yes, I'm ready to continue, Carlisle," I responded, trying to make my voice sound light, while my spirits were anything but, when it hit me what I was about to reveal to them. We reconvened in the parlor, everyone taking their original positions. I had come to the part of the story that I was dreading, the part where my happy life had fallen apart. The part where I finally understood that I was never meant to find everlasting love, and how I had learned that lesson in the most difficult way possible. Every member of the family looked at me reassuringly, their eyes bright and their expressions curious. I began by taking in a long, if unnecessary, breath. Well, we were a perfect, happy little family. We were so happy. Busy, tired, but incredibly happy. I started work at the reservation school in the beginning of October, and Grace spent days with other pack wives who stayed home with their kids. She was safe and my days flew by. Work, pick up Grace, run home to make dinner, Jake would come home to eat, me on the cheek and play with the baby, while I was the happy little domestic wife. Life was good. Life was, well, pretty damn wonderful. I never thought it could be like that. Having only my parents as examples, I was shocked that things that were so normal could be so great. By the end of the first school semester, we had settled into a little routine. With Jake working at the shop more than full-time, I took over most of the responsibilities for Grace and the house. I started working on my master's degree by that time, when Grace wasn't quite a year old. The end of the year came and we celebrated with a little family vacation. The summer flew by and before we knew it, the school year had come around again. We quickly settled back into the same routine. The first semester of school went by without a hitch. Things were as busy as always, and we fell into the same routine. Jake was ready for another baby, but with grad school and how busy he was at the shop, we both decided that we should wait a bit longer. So we continued as we were. The holidays came and went and before we knew it, spring was right around the corner. I paused, not wanting to continue, but knew that I was putting off the inevitable. So I steadied myself and went on. A major outbreak of nasty flu had spread through Forks and La Push, so student attendance was down. I had gotten it myself and missed several days of work recovering. I knew it was just a matter of time before Grace got it. I dreaded the thought of my little girl being sick, but she had been exposed by not only me, but some of her pack cousins, as well. Jake was impenetrable, being a werewolf and all. He never got sick, and if he got hurt, his rate of healing was astounding, if not miraculous. I didn't have to worry about him. Or so I thought. Teacher conferences started and I was booked back to back for 2 solid days. Seeing parents, especially when their child has special needs, took a special finesse and a lot of patience. I was fortunate that my students' parents that year were very understanding and that I was able to accommodate everyone's schedules. I explained that the first day of conferences came and went. During the second day of parent meetings, Grace got sick, really sick. Emily, Sam's wife, tried to call me at work, telling me that she needed me to come and get Grace, and that we might need to take her to the hospital. When she couldn't reach me, she called Jake at the shop. He immediately left work and picked her up. He got her to the hospital, where she was burning up. My little girl was so sick. I left work as quickly as I could and met him there. Jake looked pretty unnerved by the whole thing. Grace had never been this ill before, but she was running a high temperature and was quickly becoming dehydrated, I recalled, before glancing up at Edward. It was at that moment I remembered that Edward had been dying of the Spanish influenza when Carlisle changed him. The look on Edward's face was one of pure curiosity. I realized that he might be reflecting back on his own life and how something as simple as this sickness had, in fact, ended his mortal life, where now, modern medicine was able to save most anyone who got something as simple as the flu. Edward, I'm sorry. I just realized that this story might be unsettling to you. Here I'm talking about my little girl suffering from a rather bad case of the flu, and with what happened to you, before Carlisle changed you. My voice trailed off. Bella, I appreciate your concern, but that was a long time ago. Please go on, his tone serious and caring. What happened after you arrived at the hospital? He finished, putting my fears to rest. Well, she was in intensive care for a couple of days, with an IV to help with the dehydration and oxygen to help her breath. She started to improve almost immediately, and I was so relieved that we would get to take her home soon. She looked so tiny in that crib, so pale, even with her dark skin. But Grace was a fighter, and she finally responded to my touch, my voice, and the doctor let me hold her on the second day, while I breastfed her. My heart started beating at a regular pace again when I realized that the real danger had passed. Jake wouldn't leave her side. I'd never seen him so scared before. Not my big husband, my protector, I finished, my voice almost a whisper. By the third day, the doctor said she could go home in the morning, and although I tried to convince Jake to go home to rest, he refused. I stayed the whole night with him, so he could call his pack brothers to check on business, and then call in to make sure the shop was doing okay. I went on to explain that the morning came and the nurse stopped by with the release paperwork for us to sign. I went over the discharge paperwork with her, talking about the signs to look out for if Grace relapsed, as well as her medication and what necessary care she would need until she was completely healthy. Jake walked in at that moment, and after he checked on Grace in her crib, I motioned over to him to meet the nurse and had her go over the same instructions she had just talked to me about in regards to Grace's post-hospital care. Jacob looked at the nurse strangely. He broke out in a sweat, which was strange considering that he was used to being so warm all the time. The look on his face was completely unreadable. I couldn't understand why he was acting so strangely. Initially, I assumed that he was still nervous that our little girl wasn't out of the woods yet. He seemed to hang on every word that the nurse had to say, but I couldn't figure out why he was behaving so completely unlike himself. The nurse finished and excused herself from the room, before I finally addressed him directly. Jake, are you all right? Grace is fine. The doctor came in this morning while you were making phone calls. Her fever is almost gone and she's responding well to treatment. She's keeping her food down. I have a couple more days off from work to take care of her. Everything is fine now. Why don't we get her bundled up and head home? I know you could use a nap before you head off to work. Jake, are you listening to me? What were you saying, Bella? Jacob was still staring in the direction of the door the nurse had exited from when he responded to me. I had to hit him in the arm to get him to focus and look back at me. I chalked up his behavior to lack of sleep. Even though he was a werewolf, he still needed basic things to survive, and sleep had been non-existent to him for a few days. He finally seemed to compose himself and we got the baby ready to finally go home. The ride there was quiet. Jacob seemed to be a million miles away. I left him in his thoughts, still assuming that he was tired and drained from the last few days of events. The next few days went on as usual. Jake was working overtime at the shop, having missed so much work due to Grace's illness. We got through the weekend and by Monday, I was back at work. Grace was as good as new, laughing and hungry, which to me were good signs. Jake offered to take her to Emily's that morning, so I could catch up on things I had missed during my absence. I continued. I went on, things should have gone back to normal that week, but Jake's strange mood continued. I tried to talk to him about it, but he shrugged it off, claiming he was tired and insisting that nothing was wrong. I chalked it up to his exhaustion, as well as all the work he had missed. He was no different with Grace. He picked her up every day when he got home and played with her. He could make her giggle with just his warm hands tickling her little belly. It was wonderful to watch them together. He looked so happy. I went on to explain how Jake had become more distant from me. At first, I didn't take it personally. He'd still come home in the evenings and key me, but there was something different, something I couldn't put my finger on. I assumed he had his mind on things, and with all of our responsibilities, especially Jake's, things were always hectic. But, after a couple of weeks, I couldn't ignore the nagging fears that were haunting me. Jake, what's going on? You seem like you've got something on your mind. Do you want to talk about it? Bells, everything is fine. But there's some pack business that I have to attend to. I'll be gone more in the evenings, but it's nothing to worry about. Jake explained that he had to do more patrols. At first, I thought that was the reason for his distance from me. He normally told me everything that was going on in pack business, but occasionally, he would hold back on some of the finer details. I thought things must be bad again, but when I mentioned it, he shrugged it off. Jake, is there something going on? Do we have another problem with any covens passing through? Should I be worried? I asked him. Bells, there isn't anything to worry about. It's just a precaution. Don't get upset about it. Sam and I decided that extra patrols were necessary, so we'll just be out a few more times a week, until we feel satisfied that everything is secure. I won't be gone every night, but there will always be someone nearby to keep an eye on you. Quill and Embry may stop by once in a while, just as a precaution, okay? He finished, before he headed out. I tried to keep my mind busy while he was gone. It was almost easier when he wasn't at home. At least that way, I couldn't see firsthand that I was starting to lose him. Hindsight is 20/20, but at the time all I could see is that my husband wasn't talking to me. Wasn't touching me anymore. Couldn't seem to form a cohesive sentence when he was talking to me, like he was somewhere else. He was just there in body. His mind was no longer present. I thought it would pass, but it just got worse. I paused for a moment, as the hole in my chest started to ache. The pain was becoming stronger, but I wouldn't let myself fall apart here. I hugged my chest, willing the hole to close. If nothing else, I still had my pride, though it kept me from really expressing what I was feeling at that moment. I had had one outburst that evening. There would not be a repeat performance. I explained that Jake's increased patrols and his distance went on for almost 2 months until one significant night when the phone rang. Sam called the house. Sam was the pack leader, the alpha, shall we say. His orders couldn't be ignored, and he kept in contact with Jake to go over strategy. Jake was second in command, the beta, so to speak. Did I mention that? I mentioned, my mind far away, my words starting to trail off. Anyway, I quickly regained myself and continued. Sam called one night. He asked for Jake, but when I explained he was out on patrol, Sam sounded concerned. Patrol? That's what he told you. My heart dropped. Was Jake doing something stupid to protect us? Was he keeping secrets from the pack? But then I knew, there were no secrets. I explained to the Cullens that when a werewolf phases, for the first time, their mind is connected to the rest of the pack when they are in their animal form. At first, Jake hated that part. There were no secrets, no privacy. But it was effective for communication. That was the point. If you needed someone and they were in their wolf form, they could get to you quickly. During a fight in that horrible war with the covens that I told you about earlier, they could strategize. It's hard to explain, but they are connected mentally, like they can hear each other's thoughts. But, again, there are no secrets. By now, I was rambling, dreading the face that I was about to disclose something that I still grieved over. I kept forcing myself to breath in and out, to maintain my sense of calm. This part of the story was much harder than I thought it would be, but I couldn't help but start to panic in my own mind. I never allowed myself to think about these events. They just hurt too much. Sam, he told me he's on patrol. He's gone at least 4 to 5 nights a week. What's going on? Is there something that neither you nor he is telling me? Bella, don't worry about it. I'll go out and find him. Everything will be fine. Sam wasn't one for conversation, especially with wives. He was in charge, essentially chief of the whole tribe. That honor was supposed to be Jacob's, but he turned Sam down when he offered it to him. Jacob's lineage was much stronger, but he had no desire to be in charge. He was happy with the ways things were and he didn't want to add more responsibilities to complicate things more than they already were in his life. He was happy being second in command. I finally got off the phone with Sam, who again assured me that everything was fine, not to worry and that he would find Jacob. I hung up the phone and tried to wait patiently for him to call me back or for Jacob to come walking in through our front door. The sheer panic and fear was starting to drive me crazy. When Jacob finally did come home, everything changed. There wasn't any way to go back. The damage was done and there was absolutely no way to fix it. My happy life with Jacob was basically over. I sat there for who knows how long, before Emmett spoke. I had been twisting the gold band around my finger again, staring into space, having lost myself in the story. Bella, what do you mean the damage was done? What did Jacob do to you? He questioned, somewhat menacingly, while his eyes were full of tenderness for me. But the muscles in his strong arms were rippling, looking as if he was getting ready for a fight. I know about the treaty, Emmett. Jake told me all about it. But, how much do you know about werewolves, exactly? Have you ever heard of imprinting? I stammered. Imprinting? What the hell is that? Emmett asked me, his face contorted between looking serious and befuddled. Imprinting is when a werewolf meets their true mate, their intended soul mate. It happens when they see that perfect someone the very first time. It's part of their legends, almost magical the way they talk about it. One of those, wolf, things, as Jacob used to call them. They meet the one person that completes them. Jake described it to me once like gravity. They are held in place by that person, and regular gravity isn't quite the same anymore. They would be anything for that individual. Anything they need or want. They are completely attuned to them, knowing exactly what that person needs, how to complete them, really. It's so hard to explain, but the world now revolves around that person, their perfect mate. Nothing else matters anymore. That person's happiness is their first concern, and the pull of the attraction is something that can't be ignored. It's irrevocable, unstoppable. The love and adoration is pure and undeniable. There's no going back. I realized that I was becoming incoherent by that point, as I continued to ramble, but I couldn't stop myself. I had repeated the same argument in my head over and over when it had happened, if only to try and salvage my pride and to attempt to stop the pain that had torn my heart in two for the second time in my life. The ever-present hole in my chest threatened to knock the wind out of me, as the pain I had thought forgotten resurfaced. Bella, did Jacob imprint on you? Or, are you saying he imprinted on someone else? Jasper asked, his voice betraying the confusion that I'm sure everyone else was also feeling. Jake and I assumed that he had imprinted on me long ago, even if we never talked about it. I think he wanted to believe it, but he knew what the feeling of imprinting was really like. I mentioned before how the pack mind, when they, phased, was connected. They not only see everything, but feel everything as well. If they were upset, angry, happy, confused, everyone could see and feel it. Like I said, no secrets. No privacy. From his pack brothers, he knew what real imprinting felt like, and he hadn't imprinted on me, unfortunately. Then are you saying he imprinted on another woman? Alice looked at me, her face twisted with sadness. Yes. With whom? Esme broke in, so quietly that I almost missed it. That day when the discharge nurse came to release Grace from the hospital, Jacob saw her for the very first time, and that was it. It was all over. Even though I didn't know it at the time, every sign was staring me in the face. The way he hung on her every word, how he couldn't focus after she left. This tall, red-headed beauty of a nurse had stolen my husband from me, and even she didn't know it. Oh my, Rosalie whispered. I looked up to see 7 faces. 7 beautiful faces full of pity. It was too much. I felt my resolve weakening, the anguish starting to take hold. I had seen the same look on the faces of the pack wives, the others in the reservation when Jacob and I split up. My pride had been wounded, but my heart felt crushed and the shame of the situation was unbearable. But, tonight, I would not fall apart again. I put on a brave face and continued. Jake came home. He looked guilty, really guilty. I could feel it rolling off him in waves. I had nursed Grace and was about to put her to bed. He followed me to the nursery, watching me put her down for the night. I tucked her in, walking past him as I left her room, not able to look at him directly. I knew the next few minutes were going to be pivotal, but I had no idea of the fight that was coming. He followed me into the living room, and waited for me to say something. I had my back to him and was unable to face my husband, this man who had promised me so many things. Who had helped heal me, who loved me, who protected me. I finally turned to face him, only to see the guilt and shame covering his handsome features. Jake, what's going on? I'm frightened. I'm beyond scared at this point. Please talk to me. What's this all about? You know you can tell me anything, right? Bella, I don't know how to tell you any of this. Sam came and found me tonight. I'm sure that you must know by now, but he had no idea of any of this. No one does. None of us have had to phase for a while now. I'm sorry I lied to you, but I was trying to protect you. You've got to believe me on that one. I would never intentionally hurt you. I love you. Nothing could happen to change that, but things are different now. Damn it. Why did this have to happen? Why now? And then, Jacob told me. He had imprinted on the nurse from the hospital. He told me it didn't matter, and that we would work things out. We would fight this, him and I. He said it changed nothing, and that we would win this one. Nothing to worry about, I continued, but I knew by now that my voice had gone flat, as I tried to protect myself from the familiar pain that was bubbling up in my chest. He crossed the room to hold me, but I wouldn't let him. I was so angry, so hurt, so completely and utterly ashamed. Even though I heard that little voice in the back of my head telling me that it wasn't something he could control, I felt so betrayed. If it didn't matter, where had he been for so many nights? What else was he hiding from me? Bella honey, please say something. I know this is difficult, but we can fix this. But, I have to know what you're thinking. Please talk to me. What am I supposed to say, Jake? How do we fix this? Is there a way to fix this? And more importantly, where have you been all these nights when you were supposed to be patrolling? You promised to never lie to me, not even to protect me. Where the hell have you been all this time? My voice was shrill by that point and I woke up Grace. I rushed past him and went to comfort my daughter. I held her as my tears fell. She could feel my sadness, my frustration, my anger. It only made her cry harder. I tried as best as I could to calm down, but it wasn't any use. Jake came in and gently took her from me. He was always able to calm her down. Grace always responded well to her father, with his warm touch. She quickly went back to sleep and Jake and I went back out to the living room to talk. Jake, I asked you a question. Where have you been all these nights? What have you been doing? Have you been with her? Have you been unfaithful to me? Bella, I swear I haven't. I've been walking all over the reservation, trying like hell to come up with some kind of solution to this. I have never cheated on you. I made vows to you, Bella, vows that I would never break, regardless of the imprint. I love you. Don't you believe me? How am I supposed to believe you when I just found out that you've been lying to me for 2 months? What else haven't you told me about? What else are you keeping from me? Bella, I promise you that I'm not keeping anything from you. Megan knows nothing about this. I promise. Megan. Her name is Megan. So, you haven't been cheating on me, and you tell me that she knows nothing about this, but you know her name. What the hell am I supposed to do with that information? First you tell me that you've been faithful to me, that you haven't taken another woman into our bed or any bed for that matter, but you know her name. You tell me she knows nothing, but you know her stupid, insipid name. Bella, I'm sorry. I can't help this, though I wish I could. I haven't contacted her, but I went to the hospital and found out her name. I couldn't help myself. But, that's it. I promise you, that's all that I've done. I don't know how to fix this. I can't stand that this is hurting you, but I don't know what to do. Sam says. I don't give a damn what Sam says. It's bad enough that everyone knows about this, that I was the last one to find out that my husband doesn't love me anymore and that I'm being replaced by someone named Megan. I swear to you, Bella, no one but Sam knows about this. I love you so much. I can't even begin to explain how much you mean to me. I wish I could show you how much this is tearing me up inside. I can't function. The imprint is impossible, the pull is unimaginable, but I love you. That hasn't changed and it never will. Please let me hold you. Please let me try to make this right. I can't stand to see you like this, it's killing me. I couldn't look at him. I just sat there in the middle of the floor, the tears streaming down my face. Jake tried to come and hold me, and I let him, though my whole body was shaking. It was so humiliating. He was in love with another woman, something even more pure than love, and there wasn't anything that I could do about it. Crazy luck, huh? Typical Bella. I finished, trying to sound light, before looking up. I saw Edward's face first. It was twisted in rage, which completely surprised me. When I caught his gaze, he instantly sat back, his expression relaxing and becoming impassive, though his posture was anything but. When I looked around, I saw similar looks on the faces of each family member. Alice looked like she could have murdered someone at that moment. Bella, what did you do? Esme asked me in the most gentle of voices. What could I do? Jake and I talked all night. He had imprinted, but he thought he could fight it, thought he could be the exception to the rule. He thought our love would be enough to fix this and make it right. I went on to explain that we tried everything. A second honeymoon. More time together. We even considered moving away from the reservation, to another state if we needed to. But, I also explained the other changes that began to happen. We tried so many things, but they weren't working. I could see that Jake was miserable, trying to make this work. But, he wouldn't give up. He kept trying, even though I knew that it was ripping him apart. In his mind, he had made promises to me, promises that he would keep, regardless of what it cost him. Even before we fell in love, he promised to be there for me and he did everything he could to keep that pledge, even though it caused him so much trouble and heartache. But this was different. With everything he was doing, he was sacrificing the biggest part of himself and it was too painful to watch. I could see the torment on his face, feel the tension in his body when he would touch me. He still loved me, but I knew that his heart no longer belonged to me. I knew, long before all this escalated, what my fate would be. It had happened to Sam, Leah and Emily. I knew what was coming. I just wasn't willing to face it yet. Rosalie spoke then. Who the hell are Leah and Emily? I went on to tell them how Sam and Leah had been high school sweethearts, the both of them very much in love until the day that Leah was visited by her cousin Emily, and how Sam had imprinted on her. How things were never the same, and that eventually, the pull between Sam and Emily was unstoppable, and how Leah figuratively ate her own heart so they could be happy. That was my destiny now. I had to let go and let Jake be happy, even if it meant the end of everything for me. But, at least I had Grace. That was the difference. Things would be a little better for me at least. I think the hardest part of the whole Sam, Emily, and Leah triangle was that with Leah being a werewolf herself, there was no escape for neither her nor Sam. Sam and Leah were bound in a way that no one could escape. When they were in their wolf form, they knew every thought, every emotion. Sam knew Leah's pain in being left behind. Leah knew how deep, how absolute Sam's love was for Emily. I felt so bad for Leah. She never had a chance. I also felt bad for Sam. He knew he had hurt her, broken every promise, but it really wasn't his fault. Just like it wasn't. Are you telling us that there are female werewolves? Jasper interrupted. Are you serious? The pack in La Push has a female amongst them. He finished, looking incredulous at the information I had just presented them with. Yes, Leah was one of the last of this pack to phase. She and her brother joined the group, not too long after you all left. The Quileute legends are taken seriously. But, the elders only thought that male descendants carried the mutated gene. When Leah joined the pack, it made the entire council sit up and examine everything they thought they knew about their legends. Jacob was the last of the pack to imprint, to really imprint, and when he did, they realized that every werewolf went through this to find their mate. I think the pack knew that, but was hoping that things would work out for Jake and me. That he would never meet that perfect person for him, never see her, that fate would just leave us the hell alone. But, that didn't happen. I knew I only had one choice at that point. I would have to sacrifice my own happiness for Jake, so that he could be complete. Edward's paw. We all sat there, unsure of what to say or do, as Bella and Rosalie embraced. From the thoughts of my family members, the pure shock of the scene in front of us left us completely speechless, that is until my father spoke. I think we should take a break. I'm sure that Bella could use one, as could the rest of us. Bella, would that be alright with you? A break would be fine, Carlisle. Esme, I would love the tour of the house now, if that would be alright. That would be lovely, dear. Come follow me. Bella grinned in my mother's direction, and started to follow her out the back entrance of the parlor, heading toward the staircase. Alice followed, hot on her heels. My sister had a fight raging inside her, and I was sure that it was only a matter of time before she would give in to her need for information. Just like Alice, my curiosity was running wild. I wondered how long it would take for Alice to find the courage to ask the question that had been plaguing her mind since finding out. I was just as curious as to the answer that Bella would give her, once Alice roused enough courage to ask the question that had been in her mind since finding out that Bella had given birth to a little girl. But Alice would gently sidestep that question before committing to anything. She wouldn't come right out and say it. Bella, may I join you and Esme? For a moment, Bella looked startled. By now, I had moved into the vestibule of the house and had mentioned to Carlyle, Emmett and Jasper to come with me, so it would appear that we were just having a casual conversation, while the ladies went to tour the house with Bella. In reality, it was unbearable to be separated from her, and by moving closer to where she was standing, I was able to steal tiny glances of her as she started to ascend the stairs. Alice's enthusiasm at joining Bella was evident. She did nothing to hide her raw excitement, the enormous smile on her face as well as her jubilant thoughts betraying as much, at being reunited with her friend, and she rushed to her with as much speed as I ever seen. I would love it if would join us. Come on. Esme's waiting. Alice's impatience was starting to aggravate both myself and Jasper. He spoke to me with a simple glance in my direction. While the look on his face was calm and serene, his thoughts were a complete contradiction. I wish she would calm down. This night has been difficult enough for everyone. If she's curious, she should just get it over with and ask her. It will tear at her until she does. I nodded once, barely moving my head. My siblings and I had become rather ingenious at communicating without speaking, which came in handy when either prying ears were around or we needed to relay information for safety's sake. It had been an absolute godsend when we saved Bella from the clearing all those years ago, as every member of the family assisted me with strategy as we kept an eye on Laurent, James and Victoria. Alice continued to argue with herself in her mind. Should I ask her? It's none of my business, just ask her. Alice was fighting a battle that she couldn't win. Before I'd even realized she'd decided to, she spoke. Bella, may I ask you a question? Or should I wait until we start again? Bella's voice fluttered down the stairs as she answered Alice, go ahead. What's on your mind? Alice let out a sigh. Here goes nothing, she thought. You said that you named your child Grace Alice. Why Alice? As soon as the question left her lips, she cursed herself internally, and I heard the shouting of her private thoughts at her inability to control her rudeness and inquisitive nature. But the question was out there, hanging in the air like fireflies on a hot summer night. Alice's thoughts were on overload, as her gaze had shifted to the floor. Her voice was so soft and hesitant, not at all what I was used to from my favorite sister. Her patience was wearing thin, as she grew anxious, waiting for the answer from Bella. From my vantage point, I stealthily caught a tiny smile form on Bella's beautiful full lips before she answered. You should know the answer to that question. When she was born, we both really thought we would have a boy and had plenty of appropriate boy names chosen. When she revealed herself to be a girl, we thought of her first name together and your name just sort of attached itself to her. Jacob wanted me to be happy, so he quickly agreed and that was that. You named her after me. But why? Well, she has black hair, just like you. And, she is someone that I care about very much, just like you. I heard Bella's gentle laughter, which had not been in abundant supply this entire night. It made my heart soar. I hadn't realized how very much I had missed it. I made a promise to myself that I would do everything in my power to return that laughter to her person, that I would find a way to make her happy again. I returned my thoughts to Alice's and realized that I couldn't hear them, which, after so many years, made me more than anxious. Silence. I tried to probe Alice's mind and when I finally heard something, it was like a freight train. After me. I heard her, there's a little human girl out there named after me. Bella's here and she tells me that she named her little girl after me. I never should have left. I should have at least contacted her. I don't deserve this. She didn't deserve to be treated like this. Bella had a baby girl and she named that little girl after me. This is astounding. My head was swimming. Alice's thoughts were streaming quicker than she could run. But Bella, I know that I hurt you when we left. How could you be hurt like that and still name your child after me? From the corner of my eye, I could see Bella gently take Alice's shoulders and give her a bit of a shake, which made Alice's gaze move up to her friend. The look on Bella's face was one of determination. Alice, please stop blaming yourself. I guess one of the main reasons I gave Grace your name was to hold on to you somehow. You and Jasper did so much to help me, to protect me. You were the first one to accept me into your family, after Edward, and you always treated me like a friend. You may have also used me as your own personal dress-up doll during prom, but I won't hold that against you. Jasper was trying to maintain control of the emotions running through his wife when his thoughts told me that he'd had enough and sent out a particularly strong torrent of genuine joy, which everyone felt. When Bella mentioned the word, prom, just for a moment, I lost all track of where I was, and my thoughts took me back to that wonderful night when I escorted Bella to this annual human tradition. She was so beautiful. Even in a cast, and her limping more clumsily than she normally did, she was the most breathtaking vision I had ever seen. I had respectfully asked for Alice's help in procuring her a gown, and to take the necessary steps in having her ready for a night that I had hoped would be memorable for the both of us. Alice was all too eager to shop and play human for a day with Bella. While Bella was reluctant at first, when it finally dawned on her where we were going, she'd enjoyed herself as the evening progressed. Even with Jacob showing up and making me break my promise of not letting go of her the entire night. I remembered every minute detail. We discussed, or rather argued, again, her becoming one of us, which at the time, I was still completely against. But with what had transpired, I had to ask myself one very important question: why hadn't I just changed her when I had the chance? True, I didn't want her damned to this eternal existence, but had I just followed that baser instinct, we could have had the last 10 years together. There wouldn't have been that horrible night of her birthday party, the pain of us being separated, the last 10 years of sheer agony. I would have my mate, my spouse, someone to spend every minute with, and to love more every day. True, she wouldn't have had Grace, but the thought of how much pain she was in when she talked of her tiny daughter was unbearable for me to watch. But, I had left. The last 10 years had happened and Bella and I hadn't been together. Even now, I was torn. Knowing that fate had intervened when she became one of our kind, I still wanted all those things for Bella, even more so than I wanted her and I to be together. From the moment I fell in love with her, after waiting for her, without even realizing it, for over 80 years as a vampire, my first priority was her. It would always be her. That fact would never change. I was snapped back to reality when I heard Bella's voice carry down the stairs to me, as she and Alice continued to discuss their repaired friendship. Please let all that go. All that matters is the here and now. Can't we just start again? I mean, if that's what you want. If this is a one-time thing, I completely understand, but please stop with all the guilt. Believe me, it's just not worth it. Oh, Bella, this won't be a one-time thing. I have my best friend back and I have no intention of letting her go this time. I don't care what anyone else says or does. Alice's thoughts hit me full force again. Edward, don't you dare make the same mistake this time. And just so you know, you and I will be discussing this at length after Bella leaves, so don't you dare go running off into the woods to be alone. There would be much to discuss as a family after Bella had to depart for the evening, but I didn't want to entertain those thoughts. I wanted to stay here, in the present, and savor every moment that I was near her. Bella and Alice met Esme on the landing of the second floor and I could catch their conversation in detail, as my mother eagerly asked about Bella's daughter. Please don't think me rude, Bella, but I couldn't help but hear your conversation with Alice about your daughter. That was incredibly sweet of you to name her Grace Alice. Do you have any pictures? Esme, I don't have pictures with me, I don't keep any actual pictures of her. I'll explain it soon, I promise. Well, darling, what does she look like? She must be beautiful, just like her mother. Yes, if she looked anything at all like her mother, she would indeed be beautiful. Exquisite really. Jacob Black would have his hands full when boys began noticing her. Well, she has Jacob's coloring. Beautiful russet skin, shiny black hair, straight as an arrow. But, everyone says she looks just like me. She also got my brown eyes, which was a surprise. Charlie was taken aback the first time he saw her. It was difficult to imagine my Bella with darker skin and black hair. I wondered if she would be tall like her father or more petite like her beautiful mother. Her comment about Charlie didn't surprise me. I had heard his thoughts when I still resided in Forks, and the love he had for Bella, even if he found it difficult to express, was immense. I'm sure that the love he had for his grandchild would be as encompassing, given the fact that he had had more time to spend with her than he had with Bella when she was that age. The look on Bella's face was a bit sad, and I wondered what she might be thinking about in that moment. Alice piped in again. Alice never ran out of questions. She was a bit like a wind-up toy that never exhausted itself, but that was one of the things we loved about her. How old is she? She turned 5, last month. This time, the look on Bella's face, as well as the tone of her voice, was easy to read. The pain she was in, from being separated from her child, was tangible. The sadness that permeated her expression was insufferable for me to watch. I wanted nothing more than to go to her again and hold her, while my mind raced for a way to fix the situation. While neither state of affairs was feasible at this moment, I, instead, found myself trying to calm my inner turmoil before I would be seated directly in front of her, listening to her pour her heart out, while I sat in anguish and watched. Esme showed her Carlisle's study, while Rosalie sped up the stairs, her thoughts eager to join our mother and, had I heard her correctly, sisters. Realizing that she now considered Bella a sibling, I was again almost knocked off my feet, the air in my lungs whooshing out like a gale-force wind. When Rose reached them, she gently asked Bella if she would care to see hers and Emmett's room, which Bella graciously agreed to, although tentatively. She seemed as surprised by the newfound relationship that she was beginning to share with Rosalie as the rest of us. After some gentle teasing from Emmett, the ladies entered their room, and shut the door. It wouldn't provide any protection against our sensitive hearing, but it would allow my brothers, father and me to converse as much as we could without being seen. The mental grilling began as soon as we heard the door's mechanism click, in places it closed. "Edward, now that's she back, what are you going to do?" Emmett's thoughts were directed at me, blunt as usual. I'm sure that every member of the family would ask me the exact same question. I answered him the only way I could. I lifted my shoulders, the universal gesture that I was sure everyone would understand. I have no idea. Carlisle looked at me directly, motioning for us to go outside so that we could talk more openly, away from the house where we wouldn't be heard. I shook my head. No. I wouldn't be gone if we were needed or have it appear as if we were disinterested. Any open conversation that we had would have to wait until Bella had to leave. So my father, being the man he was, retrieved a small pad of paper and a pen so we could converse more openly. He began to speak to me through his thoughts, while I hastily jot down responses. "How are you handling all this? I know this evening must be taking a tremendous toll on you." Carlisle could always read me so well, though my actions from this evening had given away the turmoil my mind and heart were experiencing. I wrote, "She's been through so much. I always knew how strong she was, but even I had no idea how much she could have gone through in 10 short years. And, I have a distinct feeling that there's much more she'll share with us, none of which is pleasant. But, I'm doing as well as can be expected. It's strange. I'm so happy that she's here, but watching her in so much pain, the more pain I see her in, the more it's tearing me apart inside. This is entirely my fault." Carlisle shook his head, as did my brothers. Their thoughts were in unison, as if they all belonged to the same choral group. "No, it isn't." I shook my head, not willing to agree with them. The idea of how much Bella was suffering was unbearable. We were interrupted by Bella's angelic voice complimenting Rose as they came out into the hallway. "Rosalie, your room is just beautiful. So romantic. You and Emmett must be comfortable here." I thought to myself, what I wouldn't give you if you were to remain here with me. Emmett couldn't help himself as he offered a haughty retort, "Bella, you have no idea how comfortable we are when we're in there. Just this morning." "Emmett, you're in so much trouble." Rosalie cut him off mid-sentence and we could hear her furious steps coming down the stairs to let him have it. Our small female group was exiting Rosalie and Emmett's room and heading directly for Alice's suite, as Carlisle quickly hid the small pad of notepaper. We were acting like schoolboys fearful of being caught passing notes in class. Again, they stepped into the next room and shut the door behind them. My father retrieved the notepad, but I shook my head. With Rosalie here, I had no idea how she would respond to what we'd been talking about. The female population in our home tended to band together, and I felt that it would be no different here, especially now that Rose had taken steps to having some type of relationship with Bella. I couldn't risk it. The continuation of this conversation would have to wait. I heard my sister's thoughts as she joined us in the vestibule. "Edward, I'm sorry for my comments early. I know this evening must be difficult for you." I smiled weakly in her direction, to let her know that I forgave her. Rose and I loved each other, even if we weren't always that close. She and I had the type of relationship where we didn't need to converse on a daily basis, but if one needed the other, we would be there, regardless. Bella and Alice were exchanging teasing quips about the chaos of Alice's room. It didn't always look like that, but she had been acting a bit manic lately. It was little wonder why Jasper spent so much time in his study. Alice tended to get caught up like a whirlwind at times, and it had always been difficult for her to quiet herself. Alice's thoughts began shouting at me as the ladies prepared to leave her room. Edward, get up here. Show her your room. Don't let Esme do it. We can both leave and give you and Bella a few minutes alone. Hurry. Alone. I needed no more encouragement as I sped up the staircase, not making a sound, while I heard my mother speak. The third-floor ballroom is Edward's. The basement is where we keep the family office, as well as extra storage. Jasper has his own study down there as well. Would you care to see it? I stepped in front of Bella at that moment, and flashed her a smile, the same smile that she used to say, dazzled her. I was beyond playing fair at the moment. I would use anything I could to be near her, and if that included using weaponry from our previous life together, so be it. Esme, I'm sure that Bella would like to see the whole house. Bella, would you care to see my quarters? These old homes used to use their third floor as a ballroom for entertaining. I was fortunate enough that my siblings let me have it. Would you care to see it before we continue downstairs? I held my breath waiting for her response, while I looked for any telltale sign that my old tricks worked on her. After there was no reaction, I slowly exhaled, and while I tried to keep a smooth face, I could feel my smile start to drop. I was disappointed, but I wouldn't force anything on Bella. Especially not tonight. Well, that's all right. We can head back downstairs to where the rest of the family is waiting. Then she spoke. Edward, I'm sorry. I would enjoy seeing your room. I wasn't trying to be rude. I meant nothing by it, but my mind is about full this evening. I could barely contain the enthusiasm that spread through me, as I thought of having a few minutes alone with her. I heard Alice's laughter as well as her thoughts as she and Esme began to walk away. Well, enjoy yourself and make good use of this time, will you? I can't continually set this kind of thing up, she quietly chuckled to herself, obviously pleased with her scheming, before stopping abruptly. Bella had, not so gently, reached out and grabbed her hand, before she took a turn to speak. Alice, why don't you come with us? Bella had a look of slight desperation and it hit me. She didn't want to be left alone with me. My previous feeling of jubilation plummeted. But Alice wasn't deterred. Her thoughts told me to be patient, to just hold on, before she audibly spoke to her friend. Bella, I need to go downstairs and talk to Jasper for just a minute. I can come back and join you both when I'm finished. But Bella's stubbornness returned, and with it, she seemed to have picked up a card from Alice's playbook. She wouldn't be above using any weapon at her disposal either. Her attack method hit Alice right where she knew it would have the most impact. Begging, Jasper can wait for a few minutes. Besides, you see him every day. Surely, you can stay with me for just the next few minutes, can't you? I knew we had lost the battle. I was just hoping that I hadn't lost the war. I spoke then, to calm Bella and let her know that her request would be simple to accommodate. Alice, if that's what Bella wants, then do join us. Alice spoke and, I'm sorry, Edward, I tried. In her thoughts to me before, she too, did her best to make Bella feel comfortable. Well, I guess you're right, both of you. Edward, lead the way. I took the lead up the staircase to the third floor, and when we all reached the landing, I opened the door to my room and turned on every light. I stepped back and motioned, with what I hoped was my most brilliant smile, and gestured for Bella to step in first. I just stood there, trying to read her face, as she took in my residence. Her eyes looked over every square inch, until they finally rested on the grand piano that Esme had insisted on, though I had never played a note since I left Bella. Not for 10 years. It was too painful. Bella hadn't said a word, and I sensed she was lost in her thoughts. Alice was nudging me to break the silence with her thoughts. I spoke. What do you think? She took a moment before answering, as laughter mingled with her response. Well, it certainly seems comfortable. I think your room is bigger than my entire house. That was something. I had made her laugh. Her gaze was still focused on the piano, and I decided to do something I thought I would never do again. I crossed the room purposefully, and opened the piano's lid, praying that it hadn't fallen too much out of tune from lack of use. Surprise flooded Alice's thoughts, and she was practically giddy when she took Bella by the hand and led her over to join me at the piano. Bella was the only person who could inspire me to play again. She was here, and I would play. But, what should I play? I instantly thought of Bella's lullaby, but quickly dismissed it. From the evening's discussion, I truly felt in my heart that she no longer held any love for me. That song was about our love. Only our love. Having a way to express my feelings for her was why I wrote it in the first place. It held every emotion, every touch, every thought. I'd used it to soothe her, to help her sleep every night. That song was over for us now, as much as I didn't want it be. And as much as that hurt, my desire to protect Bella from any other distress was my first priority. But, I wasn't willing to give up on her. I was determined I would find a way to win her back, even if it took the rest of my existence. Right now, that was the only thing I held any certainty in. I began with Esme's song, a song that my mother hadn't heard me play for her in 10 years. The other members of my family rushed up the stairs quietly, their thoughts incredulous. My mother's thoughts were more distinct than my father's or siblings, and they were quickly put into words that every other person in the room could hear. Edward, that was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. As I finished the first song, I quickly transitioned into another that had reminded me of the pain I felt without Bella. It brought back every agonizing, lonely day I'd spent since that day in the forest. The memories were abrupt and cruel, but I kept my eyes closed and my face devoid of any emotion as I tried to focus on the fact that she was here now, and that with any luck, I would never feel that loneliness again. That she would stay, and she and I could begin again. I finished the piece and opened my eyes, focusing my gaze upon my beautiful Bella. Before I could stop myself, I asked her a question that I hoped would give me some insight into her feelings for me. While I wished that whatever I could not glean from her mind was in complete opposition to what I had seen from her outward appearance, that she still cared for me. Would you like to hear anything else? Please, Bella, ask for your lullaby, please, I repeated the mantra in my head. But, my hopes were dashed again, as her voice responded with the answer I was almost assured she would give before I even asked. Well, I would love to hear more, but perhaps we should get back to why we are here. Unfortunately, I don't have unlimited time. My father's statement echoed her words. We should head back downstairs. Bella is kind enough to share things with us and we need to be sensitive to her time constraints. And with that, we all turned to return to the first floor, eager for whatever else she would share with us. XOXOXOXOXOXOXOXOXOXOXO. As we were leaving, a moment of panic flooded through me. Right near the door to my room, my desk had a telltale sign of its own. As much as it pained me, I kept pictures of Bella. Alice used to tell me how masochistic I had always been, and now, I knew how very right she was. There weren't many pictures of her and I, as Bella had always been camera shy, but when I left her, I took the photographs she had intended to send her mother and kept them. I kept only those photographs that included her and there weren't many. However, the picture on my desk this very night, this night full of surprise, suffering, and ironically, happiness, was the picture of Bella and me from the night of the prom. Esme, my sweet mother in this hellish existence of a life, had insisted on taking photographs of all of us before we left for the high school dance. Bella still hadn't figured out what was going on, but to make Esme happy, she posed for pictures and by the end of those few moments, she had been laughing and smiling, as well as holding me as close as I allowed her to. Those stupid, senseless boundaries I had placed on our relationship, which, necessary at the time, made my heart cry out. I had had so many opportunities to be near her and I had always kept her at arm's length. Was this the reason, that when I left, when I lied to her, when I tore both of us apart, she decided to let go of my love, her love for me, and be with another? How could I have been so stupid? I needed to get that photograph out of sight and do so quickly. Forgetting my manners for a moment, I rushed past the members of my family and scooped it up, settling it into my pocket. I didn't care if the photograph was damaged. I had taken the liberty of having hundreds of copies made, stored away in a fireproof box, so that I would have this physical memory forever. I had even gone so far as to have it digitally preserved, as a secondary precaution. I never intended to exist after Bella's human life ended, but while I waited for each decade, each year, each day and passing hour to slowly extinguish itself, I would have a way to look on her beautiful face, though the remembrance of it was permanently etched on my mind. I stepped aside, turning back to smile at her, pretending I had done nothing out of the ordinary. I hoped with every fiber of my being that she hadn't seen what I had done. Especially if she really no longer loved me, the shame would be too much to bear. We made our way down the stairs, Alice talking animatedly with Bella, when I had the oddest sense of déjà vu, were my eyes betraying me. Almost in slow motion, I could see Bella beginning to trip, and without thinking, I rushed ahead and quickly grabbed her, gently, around the waist, to prevent her from hurting herself. The hardness of her body brought back the reality that she was no longer human, but I was still grateful for the opportunity to save her, even if it had been misguided. My hands encircled her tiny waist as I prevented her from making contact with the downward flight of stairs. As I set her on her feet, I couldn't help but allow my hands to linger where they were, praying that this moment could go on forever. And then I couldn't help but laugh when the irony of the situation caught up with me. Bella, of anything you could have retained of your humanity, you got to keep your clumsiness. I don't think I've ever seen a vampire trip before, especially not over their own 2 feet. I could see the laughter in her eyes, and although her voice held some annoyance, I could tell that she saw how ironic and humorous the whole thing was. Well, just so you know, Edward, I don't stumble every day. Just once in a great while. I might also add that it helps me fit better in with those humans that I encounter on a daily basis. You could try to not be so perfect and graceful all the time. Have you ever thought of that? The sound of her laughter could cure any ill I might ever have. Of course, Emmett couldn't help but get his own little jab in, as the entire family had erupted into laughter. Bella, I've missed that. You have got to visit more often. I literally haven't laughed like that in years. The voice of my father brought us all back to reality, while I reluctantly removed my hands from her. Okay, we've had enough fun at Bella's expense. Let's get back to why we're here, if you're ready to continue, Bella. It's alright. It really is funny, when you think about it. I guess my clumsiness is just an ingrained part of my DNA, and even with my conversion, it's just as stubborn as I am. But, yes, I'm ready to continue, Carlisle. She had a point. I had once explained to Bella that Carlisle felt that when we left our human life behind before stepping into this immortal one, we sometimes retained something of our humanity, though it normally took on a more pronounced effect. Alice had always had her visions, while Jasper and I had had characteristics in our human life that had evolved into something much stronger when we entered this never-ending existence. What other things had Bella brought with her from Forks? We went back to our original positions in the living room, and I felt an unfamiliar feeling of relief, as I was able to sit and be close to her again. Bella's beauty continued to take my breath away, and I thanked the Lord himself that he had brought her back to me, regardless of the reason. I knew I was being selfish, but I never thought I would feel any type of joy again. The fact that she was here, in the very same room as me, was more than I had ever hoped for. Bella took in a long and gentle breath, readying herself to launch, once again, into the story of what her life had become. Well, we were a perfect, happy little family. We were so happy. Busy, tired, but incredibly happy. I started work at the reservation school in the beginning of October, and Grace spent days with other packwives who stayed home with their kids. She was safe and my days flew by. Work, pick up Grace, run home to make dinner, Jake would come home to eat, me on the cheek and play with the baby, while I was the happy little domestic wife. Life was good. Life was, well, pretty damn wonderful. I never thought it could be like that. Having only my parents as examples, I was shocked that things that were so normal could be so great. I was thankful that she had found happiness. Even though it'd cost me everything, my intent for her to have a normal life had materialized. She'd found happiness with a dog. The first semester of school went by without a hitch. Things were as busy as always, and we fell into the same routine. Jake was ready for another baby, but with grad school and how busy he was at the shop, we both decided that we should wait a bit longer. So we continued as we were. The holidays came and went, and before we knew it, spring was right around the corner. Again my stomach twisted with the thought of my enemy being with her, loving her in ways that I never could 10 years earlier. And he wanted to have more children. I was beyond confused. He wanted to continue to add to their family, but where was he now? She went back into her easy routine of storytelling, but I could sense that with her increasing rate of speed in which she talked, that she was leading up to something painful. Not again. What had happened now? She talked of an outbreak of flu and her concern for baby Grace. She talked of how impenetrable her werewolf husband was, and I thought to myself, give me 5 minutes with that bastard and I'll show you who's impenetrable, before I stopped myself. It was obvious that she still loved him and I wouldn't do anything to hurt her by satisfying myself with his demise. Bella continued and told us that Grace became ill, so ill she had to be hospitalized. Now I was totally confused. Didn't she tell us in her office, just this evening, that she had said goodbye to her baby daughter? When she said, goodbye, did she mean that with ultimate finality? Was her daughter dead? No, I had clearly heard her tell Alice that she had celebrated her 5th birthday in August. Where was this going? She talked of her big, strong husband, completely unnerved by the illness of their child. Again, I had to hand it to him. His priorities were certainly in the right order and the care and consideration he had for his wife and child continued to shine through with Bella's words. Bella stopped talking for a moment and looked up at me, the concern in her eyes evident. Edward, I'm sorry. I just realized that this story might be unsettling to you. Here I'm talking about my little girl suffering from a rather bad case of the flu and with what happened to you, before Carlisle changed you. Even in the middle of this, Bella still thought of others first. I put her fears to rest. Bella, I appreciate your concern, but that was a long time ago. Please go on. What happened after you arrived at the hospital? She took us through the hospitalization, the panic she felt with her only child sick and in an intensive care unit. Children, especially young ones, could so rapidly deteriorate in the hospital, even under the best care, so Bella's fears weren't unfounded. By now, Bella's voice was barely audible. She looked as if she had come to a part of the story she was nervous about sharing. The look of anxiety on her face as well as her stiff posture was heartbreaking. If only I could hold her. A discharge nurse. Jacob acting strangely. Why would he act so strangely with a simple nurse? That's when it hit me. That bastard was having an affair. How could he cheat on her? Was he surprised in running into her while their baby was fighting for her life? Was he struck by the bitter irony of being caught while his wife and child were in the same room? How could he do this to her? I fought to maintain my calm demeanor, though it was beyond difficult at this point. I wanted to kill him, torture him, make him suffer as much as Bella was suffering. Bella continued her story, confirming my suspicions. Jacob's mood was unsettling to her and yet, she continued to make excuses for him. How could she still love this man when he had broken his vows? Had fate smiled on me, and I'd been the lucky man to marry this beautiful woman, I would have been faithful. I would have never broken my promise, my pledge to be with her and only her. Was he completely inept? I felt my initial judgment of him being this caring, responsible husband and father was too hasty. My rage continued to build. Now he's making excuses to be with this other woman. This other woman. And yet, she continues to believe him, to hold on to the fact that she believes he's being honest with her. Jacob was clever. He used the perfect excuse for being gone in the evening, pack business. That son of a ch. And because my beloved Bella loved him, she believed him. Here he's cheating on her, lying to her and she still believes in him. My hands tightened into fists and my teeth were clenched so tightly my jaw began to ache. I fought the urge to run, on foot, to push, and rip him limb from limb, as his life force would flow freely from him. I yearned to hear him scream in agony, to beg for his very life, as I took my time in torturing him. I would kill him and I knew I would enjoy it. She finally began to relay to us how Jacob's strange mood was becoming more obvious to her, and that one night, with one phone call, her happy world started to fall apart. She talked of this, Sam, and how he confirmed her subconscious thoughts of her loving husband. He was the leader of this generation of wolves and he was just as concerned in regards to Jacob's whereabouts as Bella was. Bella explained the pack mind, a collective so to speak, and how they could read each other's thoughts. I had no idea this existed and the thought of so many minds being heard at once was something I could relate to. She talked of the inability of the pack to keep secrets from each other and when Sam confirmed to her that he hadn't called for extra patrols, I could see the panic written clearly across her beautiful heart-shaped face. 4 to 5 nights a week. I wouldn't allow myself to even consider what he was doing with all that time, while he left his wife and baby girl at home unattended. The pain in Bella's eyes echoed my thoughts and my mind raged between calming myself and designing other ways to kill him, this very night. Bella continued, her words coming out quicker, as she continued to take in sharp breaths here and there. It was impossible for me to just sit there and not comfort her. The pull of going to her was agonizingly strong, and yet, I sat, knowing that I couldn't. She talked of how Jacob was the intended alpha of the pack and how he should have been the chief of the entire Quileute tribe, while I laughed in my mind. I may not like the residents of La Push, especially those that were werewolves, but in my mind, that honor should have been for someone who was just that, honorable. Jacob Black was as far from honorable as a man could get. My mind continued to battle with ways to destroy him. I looked at my beautiful angel as she said her next statement, the sheer impact of it splintering my heart into pieces over her pain, as she twisted that damn ring on her hand. I wanted to remove it and force Black to swallow it, before I killed him. I wanted to see the fear in his eyes as he knew his life was about to end. I wanted to avenge my Bella. I finally got off the phone with Sam, who again assured me that everything was fine, not to worry and that he would find Jacob. I hung up the phone and tried to wait patiently for him to call me back or for Jacob to come walking in through our front door. The sheer panic and fear was starting to drive me crazy. When Jacob finally did come home, everything changed. There wasn't any way to go back. The damage was done and there was absolutely no way to fix it. My happy life with Jacob was basically over. My family was almost as upset as I was in how Bella's so-called loving husband had broken her tender heart. Emmett looked like he was ready to join me in destroying Jacob, though I would relish in doing it myself. Emmett spoke then, his voice echoing his thoughts, as well as the rest of my family's. Bella, what do you mean the damage was done? What did Jacob do to you? She looked at him. Have you ever heard of imprinting? XOXOXOXOXOXOXOXOXOXOXO. What? It was as if Emmett could hear my thoughts. Imprinting. What the hell is that? Imprinting is when a werewolf meets their true mate, their intended soul mate. It happens when they see that perfect someone the very first time. It's part of their legends, almost magical the way they talk about it. One of those wolf things, as Jacob used to call them. They meet the one person that completes them. Jake described it to me once like gravity. They are held in place by that person, and regular gravity isn't quite the same anymore. They would be anything for that individual. Anything they need or want. They are completely attuned to them, knowing exactly what that person needs, how to complete them, really. It's so hard to explain, but the world now revolves around that person, their perfect mate. Nothing else matters anymore. That person's happiness is their first concern and the pull of the attraction is something that can't be ignored. It's irrevocable, unstoppable. The love and adoration is pure and undeniable. There's no going back. So, he came up with some fancy name to make his cheating sound like the stuff of legends. How could he do this? Jasper spoke then, just as confused as we all were, but no less protective of Bella. Bella, did Jacob imprint on you? Or, are you saying he imprinted on someone else? Bella talked about how she and Jacob assumed that he had imprinted on her long ago, but that with the Pack Collective, he knew what real imprinting felt like and the love he felt for Bella wasn't the real thing. Love, yes, but not the deeper aspect that was known as imprinting. Alice spoke then are you saying he imprinted on another woman? Yes. With whom? My mother gently asked Bella. Bella continued, and talked of how Jacob explained his imprint on the discharge nurse. How she finally realized all the clues that had been staring her in the face, and how reality finally settled in, as cruel as it was. I still wasn't convinced by this whole imprint theory, though certain members of my family started to swallow this lie that Jacob had fed her, especially Rosalie, which surprised me. Bella's face fell again, before taking another large breath and continuing her heartbreaking story. She told us that Jacob came home and how she knew a fight was coming. But, it was obvious at the time, she had no idea that this would end her marriage, the happy, human life I'd so desperately wanted for her. Her words were coming out in a steady torment now, as she recounted every moment of their fight. How Jacob came clean with her about this so-called imprint, how he promised that they would be the exception to the rule, that he loved her. The fact that she told us she was ashamed and humiliated hurt more than anything. She'd done nothing wrong but trust an unworthy man, and she was the one who took the blame. She knew he had lied to her and was wondering what else he could be hiding from her. I was beyond murderous, as was most every member of my family. Especially Alice. She had always considered Bella her sister, and the fact that she was dealing with all this pain had Alice's thoughts racing in similar fashion to mine. Bella continued with every exchange from that evening. "Jake, I asked you a question. Where have you been all these nights? What have you been doing? Have you been with her? Have you been unfaithful to me?" Of course he was being unfaithful to you. He lied to you for 2 months and he thought he could get away with it because he knew that you were loving and forgiving. He believed he had nothing to worry about. Megan. Her name is Megan. My heart was breaking for her. He swears that he's done nothing, but, yet, he seems to know her name. He knows this woman's name and he throws it in her face. Unbelievable. How could Bella have even fallen in love with this mutt to begin with? Had he ever been this sweet, caring man that she described? Had I damaged her so much that her ability to trust the right people no longer existed? What had I done to her? I swear to you, Bella, no one but Sam knows about this. I love you so much. I can't even begin to explain how much you mean to me. I wish I could show you how much this is tearing me up inside. I can't function. The imprint is impossible, the pull is unimaginable, but I love you. That hasn't changed and it never will. Please let me hold you. Please let me try to make this right. I can't stand to see you like this, it's killing me. He continues to lie, to cheat, to hurt her, and has the audacity to try to comfort her. He's causing this pain, this unbearable anguish, and he thinks he can make it better. Had Bella been able to, she would have been crying. The pain on her face was agonizing, but she went on. She looked up at me, and her eyes betrayed what was written all over my face. My expression must have echoed my thoughts and feelings for Black, and I forced myself to calm down as best as I could. She talked of how they tried everything to make it work. She was the one trying to make it work. A second honeymoon. That thought ripped through me. I knew that Jacob had been with her, in that way, but to think that he continued to be, especially considering that he had broken his vows to her, made my non-existent blood boil. I had wished for that experience with Bella and to know that Black had it and wasted it. But, I could tell that Bella, from her tone and expression, truly believed that Jacob had been faithful to her. I would, though it killed me, give him the benefit of the doubt, for her. It was obvious that she knew him much better than me. But every sign was telling a different story. If I ever had the chance to see Black, I would ask him outright and have his thoughts tell me the real story. She continued with how miserable she and her husband continued to be, while they tried to make things work, but how he continued to be the same loving father to Grace, despite the tension. At least Grace would have someone taking care of her back in La Push that loved her and would, hopefully, continue to protect her from the world, even if the bastard failed her mother in every way imaginable. Her story went on to talk about a love triangle, Sam I knew through Bella's storytelling, but who were Leah and Emily. Rosalie asked outright as to whom these two individuals were, looking for clarification. Bella explained that this imprinting had happened to these three individuals, that Sam had been in love with Leah, until he met Emily, which tore everyone apart. Did every werewolf in La Push use this as an excuse to break a woman's heart, just so they could satiate their primal needs? I had become disgusted with this whole conversation until I was snapped harshly back to the present moment when I heard Bella say that this Leah person was a werewolf. Just as I thought that my eyes had been deceiving me earlier in the evening, now I thought that my ears were playing tricks on me. My thoughts became Jasper's words as he asked Bella a simple question: "Are you telling us that there are female werewolves? Are you serious? The pack in La Push has a female amongst them." Yes. Leah was one of the last of this pack to phase. She and her brother joined the group, not too long after you all left. The Quileute legends are taken seriously. But, the elders only thought that male descendants carried the mutated gene. When Leah joined the pack, it made the entire council sit up and examine everything they thought they knew about their legends. We all sat there, taking in yet another piece of information that had completely jolted us from our boring, doldrum lives. The idea of a female werewolf was unimaginable. Jasper had come across werewolves long before he had joined our family with Alice, but they hadn't been with us back in the 1930s when we signed the treaty with the Quileutes. We all sat there, trying to absorb another amazing fact, when I heard the words I knew were coming, but still pained me with their finality. Bella's voice caught ever so slightly, as she uttered the end of her existence with her half-human husband. Jacob was the last of the pack to imprint, to really imprint, and when he did, they realized that every werewolf went through this to find their mate. I think the pack knew that, but was hoping that things would work out for Jake and me. That he would never meet that perfect person for him, never see her, that fate would just leave us the hell alone. But that didn't happen. I knew I only had one choice at that point. I would have to sacrifice my own happiness for Jake, so that he could be complete. My thoughts were filled with the torment that was beginning to consume me. Oh Bella, must you always sacrifice your own happiness for everyone else's? Jake and I tried, but it was a losing battle. Nothing was working and I knew something had to change. I couldn't bear to watch him go on like this any longer. It was late spring and school would be ending soon. It felt as good a time as any. I'd talked to Charlie about moving in with Grace, during the separation. He was furious with Jake. Wanted to kill him, really. I tried to explain to Charlie that this wasn't his fault. Things had happened, and it was better for everyone, if we just tried to make this as easy as possible on both of us. Charlie wasn't buying it, but he stayed quiet for my sake. Jacob came home from work one night, in his typical mood. He couldn't focus, his key, for me awkward and brief. He picked up Grace and talked to her, her giggling, and his looking so incredibly in love with her. It was hard to not cry while watching them, but I soldiered on. I couldn't make this any harder on him than it already was. We ate dinner in silence. Jake put Grace to bed, while I cleaned up dinner and did the dishes. He came back into the living and sat down on the couch, unable to speak or even look at me. In retrospect, I think he knew what was coming. Jake, we need to talk. I think we know that this isn't working out, and I can't bear to see you in any more pain. I'm leaving. You belong with this Megan. We can't deny this any longer. It's killing you and I care about you too much to just sit here and let you go on suffering. I can't stand it any longer. No, Bella. I promised to love you forever. I made vows to you. I will not hurt you like this. It will pass in time. We're married. You and I belong together and neither of us is going anywhere. She doesn't even know about any of this. The imprint doesn't change anything when it comes to you and me. I put my fingers over his mouth, silencing him. He was trying so hard, but he was so unhappy. This wasn't his fault, and even though I was so disappointed and hurt, I couldn't blame him. I knew he loved me, but it wasn't enough. I wasn't enough, I said, with a distinct edge of sadness in my voice. The tears came then. I couldn't stop them any longer and I let him hold me. His body shook with mine, but in that moment, he understood. We both did. We were fighting something much bigger than ourselves. We were fighting fate. And fate always wins. I wanted nothing more than to stay there with him, to hold on to my husband forever. To have another baby, be that perfect family that I had hoped for so long. I thought when I married Jacob that I would have all of that, and we would grow old together, spoiling our grandchildren, but it just couldn't happen. We both had to start over. Jake, I'm leaving. I've already talked to Charlie and I'm going to live with him until we get things straightened out. I've already contacted a lawyer for mediation. We can arrange an amicable divorce, as well as work out custody of Grace. We can still salvage something from this. Divorce? No bells, it doesn't have to be this way. I still love you. There has to be a way to fix this. We just haven't found it yet. We'll keep trying. I'm not ready to say goodbye to all of this yet, say goodbye to you. I can't. Losing you isn't an option for me. Jake, we can't fight this anymore. I know that you still love me, but for you to be happy and complete, you need this woman. This isn't goodbye. We'll still have the past and we can try to be friends after all this is done. I want that. I can't bear to lose you forever, but this is the way it has to be. But this wasn't all bad. We have Grace. We have a beautiful daughter. She's something we can always look at and know this wasn't for nothing. You and I will still raise her, it just won't be under the same roof. I'll move in with Charlie and take Grace, but you can come and see her anytime you want. We'll work out custody, but with her still be East feeding, she needs to come with me, at least for now until we figure some things out. It was then that I saw it. The look on his face was hard and smooth. He was suddenly upset or concerned, I couldn't tell which, and I didn't understand why. What would make him turn on a dime like that? I didn't have to wait long to get my answer, I said. Bells, what do you mean by custody? Grace has to stay here. She's a member of this pack. She's the child of a werewolf. Her place is here. You both need to stay. It's the only real place where I can protect you both. I can't stop you from leaving, and I want you to stay, but she can't go with you. You understand that, right? What do you mean she can't leave here? What are you talking about? She needs to be with me too, Jake, and I can't stay here. The looks of pity and, I can't continue living on this reservation. I also can't keep working at the school. There are no secrets, remember. Everyone I run into has this look of sadness written all over their face when they see me, and I can't handle it anymore. I'm giving you your freedom so you can be whole with her. Are you trying to tell me that you won't allow me to see my own daughter? Bella, it's not like that. But you have to understand, she cannot live anywhere else. I will leave this home, and the two of you can continue to stay here. I'll find another place to live. But, she is a permanent member of this pack. We protect our own. I will protect her with everything I have, as will all her uncles, and Aunt Leah. If you stay in this home, our protection will continue for you as well, but if you insist on going back to Forks, I can't guarantee your safety. Please, just stay here, please. It's just safer for you both. Jake, I can't stay here. Which part of that don't you understand? I can't stick around here, while you fall in love with another woman. I can't watch that. Don't you understand? Can't you see how difficult this is for me already? How can you even ask me to stay in La Push? This can't work. Don't I deserve something in this mess? Don't I even get to keep my dignity? The argument went on all night. I finally got up and went to our room, where I shut the door before locking it. He stayed in the house, but never tried to enter. He knew I was upset, but he was firm in his decision. I couldn't believe what he was trying to sell me. In just one night, I had gone from having this huge family, a whole group of protectors, to nothing. I was no longer even considered part of the pack. I was losing a big part of myself, and yet, Jacob still seemed to want even more. The morning came and with it, my stubbornness had returned. If Jake couldn't be reasonable, then he left me no choice. I called in sick to work and went to see Charlie. I told him I needed a lawyer and fast. He put me in contact with a friend of his in Port Angeles, someone who specialized in custody cases. He immediately filed an injunction against Jacob, which would be served on him the next day. I raced home to pack, knowing that I had little time to get out before Jake knew what I had done. The next day was awful. Jake waited until I got home and the fight started. He couldn't believe that I had disregarded his orders, and we fought almost all night. We woke up Grace twice, before I convinced him to quiet down and attempt to listen to reason. We got her settled back down and started talking again. I continued. Bella, I know you're upset. But you have got to see the reason in this. She's a Quileute. Her place is here. Why can't you just stay here, with her, in our house? It would be easier on everyone, especially Grace. This is the only home she has ever known. Plus, it's safer for both of you. Easier on everyone. Our house. There isn't a you and me anymore, not in that way. And what about me, Jake? How is this easier on me? How am I supposed to deal with this? How am I supposed to be living here, but no longer part of this pack? How am I supposed to deal with watching you go to another woman, fall even more in love with her? Then what, marry her? I know you, Jake. You're the marrying type and nothing less than giving you her name will satisfy you. Even if this wasn't your doing, I can't just sit here and suffer through it. It's more than I can handle. Can't you see that? Bella, it doesn't have to be like that. You'll find someone else to love. I know you will. You'll be happy again. You will fall in love again. There is someone out there for you. As much as it kills me to think of you with someone else, I know that you will find another. You're just too amazing not to. I wish none of this had happened, but, you have to be here. Grace has to be here. It's where you're safest. And, you hiring a lawyer was a low blow. Why would you do that? There's no reason to get a third party involved in all this. This is pack business, and we can take care of it here. Pack business. What the hell do you mean by pack business? This has nothing to do with the pack. This is between you and me. You and I created that little life. Not them, you and me. I will not allow them to dictate how I live my life or where I choose to live it. If I'm no longer part of this pack, then their decisions mean nothing to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you? At that moment, the doorbell rang. It was late for visitors, but Jacob seemed to be expecting someone. He got up to answer the door, when I heard Sam's voice. I didn't like the sound of their hushed voices in the front hallway, I muttered, unable to hide the acidic tone that had crept into my voice. Sam walked in and sat down, looking straight at me. I respected Sam as pack leader, but his sometimes smooth appearance, like nothing bothered him, got to me. He was the leader, the alpha. Everything he said was law. In essence, he was the chief of the entire Quileute tribe, which did nothing to make me like him anymore. I felt a surge of anger as I remembered that conversation and how I felt trapped, how I felt that Jacob had sold me out to Sam and I had no choice but to sit there and be subjected to Sam's orders. Sam started, his voice low, but his tone firm and unmoving. Bella, I understand that you secured a lawyer yesterday in regards to custody of baby Grace. Am I correct in this? That's none of your business, Sam. What I do has nothing to do with you. Apparently, I'm no longer part of this pack, so my business is my own. Bella, it doesn't have to be like that. However, I need to remind you, as I know Jacob has already, that you may not leave the reservation with the child. She is a member of this pack and she belongs to us, all of us. You are the child's mother and I understand that Jacob has discussed you living here, while he secures other living arrangements. My child doesn't belong to you. She belongs to her father and me. No one else. Even you must realize how ridiculous this sounds. My custody arrangement with Jake does not concern you or any of your other brothers, or Leah, for that matter. Bella, every child on this reservation is my concern, especially those that are so closely connected to the pack. Let's look at this objectively. Jacob has graciously permitted you to stay in the house, and we will continue to protect you from anything that may pass through the area. But, if you choose to leave, that protection may not continue. We don't have unlimited resources, and our first priority must be the reservation and those families that reside here. You will be safest here, as will Grace. Even you have to understand that. Sam, thank you so much for taking my feelings into consideration and being so gracious in regards to your concern for my well-being. I will take your feelings into consideration, but I will not be bullied. Do I make myself clear? Sam left after that. I felt murderous by that point and was furious with Jake that he had involved him. I knew I had no other option. I would leave with Grace the next day and file for immediate custody. The lawyer I hired warned me that it would probably come to this, and although I didn't want to alienate Jake, I now felt that I had no choice. Moving forward, I explained how I left work and made my way home to pack both Grace and myself. I was packing my truck when Jake arrived home, early and unannounced. He was furious and the fight started all over again. I wasn't deterred, though. I was leaving and he would have to deal with that. Then Jake did something that I never expected. I went in to retrieve Grace, where she was sleeping in her crib. Jake was faster than me and barred my way. He refused to let me pass. I was struggling to get past him, but he was so much bigger and stronger. I started screaming at him, my anger and frustration finally bubbling over. I fell to the floor, the tears coming freely now. How could this work? Would fate ever just give me a break? Jake looked crestfallen when he saw how distraught I was. He moved from the doorway and watched me in silence as I crawled through the doorway, desperate to get to my now screaming daughter. All this fighting was starting to get to her and I just held her, as we cried together. I felt like I was slowly losing her, as if I had no way to make this situation work. I felt trapped. It was then that my resolve strengthened. I would be no one's victim. I wiped my eyes and reached for her coat, before I made my way for the door. Jake was sitting in the front room and saw me leaving with her. He ran to the door and grabbed me by the arm, hard. Much harder than he intended to, I'm sure. I heard something pop before I felt the pain. Terrible agony. It felt like my right arm was falling off. I cried out from the intensity of it, which made Grace start crying again. I looked over at Jacob, who looked completely mortified. He ran from the house and phased almost instantly in front of me, before he took off into the woods, when I heard a tortured howl come from the direction he had headed toward. I heard a growl escape every member of the Cullen family, the loudest coming from Edward, before he stood, the look in his now darkened eyes, murderous and full of wrath. It literally frightened me for a brief moment, before he spoke, or rather, roared. He hurt you. He put his hands on you. He shouted, at the top of his lungs. The windows shook with the force of his voice. Edward. Carlyle looked at him, his tone low but full of authority. My voice was soft, as I addressed him. Edward, it was an accident. Like I said, he never meant to grab me that hard. I know that it was hard for him sometimes, always on his guard with how he handled me and Grace. It was a momentary lapse in judgment, and wasn't intentional. We were both stressed and he felt he had to stop me, because our safety was at risk. I had no idea how much at the time, and he instantly knew he had hurt me and took off before something else happened, which, of course, it wouldn't have. It happened a long time ago. He of anyone should understand. I know that he had to constantly be on his guard with me when I was still human and we were, well, together. That thought made me inhale sharply, the memories rushing at me like a fired bullet. I shook my head, returning to the present. I'm fine now, really, I answered him, before I was cut off. Bella, I don't care if it was an accident or not. I could, quite literally, catch the next plane to Seattle right now and kill him for that. Emmett hissed from his seat, his tone low and menacing. Rosalie's ever-darkening eyes echoed his sentiment, all the while, her graceful hands gently caressed her husband as she attempted to calm him. Jasper sent another particularly strong current of calming energy at us. He too looked disturbed, and for a moment, I felt cared for and protected again. It was like I had 3 big brothers that would stand up and defend me against anything. It brought a faint smile to my lips. Tell me, Bella, what exactly are you smiling about? Edward snapped at me. Well, with all that I've discussed this evening, it's sort of nice, I started. Nice? What the hell is nice about any of this? Edward retorted, he still standing, while the malice in his voice was still evident. Well, if you stop interrupting me, I can finish my statement. I looked at him, challenging him to disagree, as my smile continuing to grow. Fine, I apologize. Go ahead, Bella. I'll do my best to not interrupt, he countered, his body still rigid with fury, his words coming out like staccato notes. It's nice to feel, well, protected, wanting to add, cared for, but thought better of it. It's been a really long time since I felt anything like that, I finished, the smile on my face becoming as large as my cheeks would allow. 7 sets of eyes, still focused on me, echoed the statement I had just made. I felt relief for the first time in a very long time. Bella, since the first day we met you've always been like a daughter to us, Carlyle interjected, with Esme quickly nodding in agreement. And you are like our sister, Bella. Our clumsy, little sister, Emmett chuckled. No one messes with family, especially ours, Rosalie said smugly, her beautiful features portraying a fierceness that also spoke of her gift of tenacity. In her eyes, and in mine, I had gained a sister tonight, and nothing would change that now. Bella's paw. Still smiling but seeing that I needed to move forward, I noticed the time on my watch. It was after 1 in the morning. Any other normal person, any human, would have been exhausted by now, but when you're what we all were, the night is really no different from the day. Sleep was unnecessary and unattainable, though there were times that it would have been welcome, to break up the never-ending calendar. Edward settled back in his seat, visibly trying to calm himself, as was every other member of the family. Seeing that I was no longer destructible, the idea of them being upset over an old injury was intriguing. I decided this was a good time to continue, although my mind wanted to sit and ponder over everything that had happened in the past few hours. But time wasn't a luxury for me this evening, so I continued. Well, it was almost surreal. I'm holding Grace with one arm, while my other is in nauseating pain. I was able to put Grace back in her crib, while I tried to keep my arm from swinging too much, causing more damage. I thought that Jake had left, when he suddenly reappeared, this time flanked by several members of the pack. We were all outside when the yelling started. Jacob came to my side, the guilt and remorse in his eyes. Quill and Embry were screaming at Jake, asking him how he could have lost control. Sam stayed quiet, while Paul just sat there, smiling smugly at my obvious discomfort. More members showed up, until Sam finally motioned for everyone to quiet themselves. Bella, as disappointed as I am in Jacob right now, I'm not surprised that something happened. I explained that you couldn't remove Grace from the reservation. The results of your actions are unfortunate, but we're talking about the pack here. Baby Grace belongs here. Jacob, you need to take Bella to the hospital to have her arm looked after. Afterwards, if she still wishes it, drop her at her father's home. Bella, you are welcome to see your child anytime you wish, but removing her from our protection is out of the question. No matter how big he was, I felt like murdering him. How dare he talk to me that way? I was not his subordinate and I refused to take orders from him, I hissed, as my eyes now darkened, remembering the smooth mask of his face as he barked orders at me. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm leaving and taking Grace with me. I'll drive myself to the hospital. I don't need anyone's help, much less Jacob's. Get out of my way. Sam barred my entry into my own home, while the pain from my arms started to make me swoon. I knew I would pass out soon if I didn't get some help for my injury. The tears came then, when I felt someone next to me, someone who had just arrived. It was Leah and she had a look of anger in her eyes while she looked at Sam, as I continued to recount the events from that night. Sam, do you hear yourself? You can't keep a mother from her child. None of this is her fault. You, of all people, should be able to see the irony of this situation. The only mistake Bella ever made was falling in love with one of us. How could she have ever known that Jake would imprint, even if we knew that it would probably happen sooner rather than later? If anything, this is our fault. We should have warned them both that this would happen, and then maybe this whole situation could have been avoided. Leah knew firsthand how devastating imprinting could be. Her own heart had been crushed years earlier by Sam, when something as simple as her cousin coming to visit had effectively torn her heart in two. Leah had imprinted herself only a few months before, but she remembered the intense pain she endured when her life had been turned inside out by the cruel effects of a tribal legend that she had never known much about, much less ever thought how it could affect her. She may have found her true soulmate, but she understood firsthand how I was feeling at that moment, and the fact that I had a child only made the entire situation worse. Sam, you can't threaten her with the idea that she won't be protected if she leaves the reservation. We can all take turns. You can't expect her to continue to go on here as if nothing has happened. Remember, no secrets. Everyone knows what's going on, and I for one refuse to just sit here and let you try to dictate everyone else's life without you really looking at the consequences of your actions. I think that Emily and every other wife in the pack would agree with me. Do you hear what I'm saying? I sat there, looking at Leah in complete awe. She had stood up to Sam and no one ever did that. When Sam gave an order, it was followed. No questions asked. But when Leah played the wife card, she knew she had him beat. She knew that at least she had given me a little time. For a moment, I forgot about everything, the pain, the uncertainty. I rushed into the house to go to Grace, where I found Jacob, holding her, tears in his eyes, my face echoing every emotion in my face. I was certain. Jake, please take me to the hospital now. I don't think I can drive with only one arm. Bella, I am so sorry. I only meant to stop you, I'm so worried about protecting you and Grace. I never meant to hurt you. I would never hurt you. I saw you leaving and everything just happened so quickly. Please, you've got to believe me. This was just an accident. I couldn't hurt you. I love you so much, this whole thing is tearing me in two and I lost control, just for a second. I'm just terrified that something is going to happen to you both and I couldn't handle it if that happened. Please Bella, please understand. How am I supposed to fix this? Jake, I know this was an accident. But, please I'm about to pass out from all of this. Can we please just get Grace out of here and drive out to the hospital? I need a doctor. I crossed the room then, placing my forehead against my daughter's cheek while she slept in her daddy's big arms. He bent down to kiss my forehead, and I let him, so he would understand that I knew what had happened was not intentional. I, again, asked him to drive me to the hospital, as gently as I could. I was exhausted and my arm hurt like hell. I knew I would have permanent damage if I didn't get some medical attention soon. Jake, I know this was an accident. I'm just as upset by all of this as you are, but I don't know what to do anymore. Can you please just take me to the hospital now? And we absolutely have to take Grace with us. I'm terrified that if we leave her here, Sam or the others will take her from me and I just can't deal with losing her. She's all I have left. Please, I'm begging you. I was crying by then, while I begged Jake to understand how scared I was of losing my little girl. Jake quickly agreed with what I was saying, even if it was only to placate me. We readied ourselves to leave, when I noticed that Sam and Leah were still discussing things in the living room. Sam noticed us before we made it to the door. It was obvious he had more to say and we couldn't leave until he had his moment. Bella, if you wish to leave tonight, we won't stop you. We will continue to provide protection for both you and Grace. I hope that you'll be fair in your custody negotiations with Jacob. Please go and get some attention for your arm. We'll talk more later. I had no intention of speaking anymore with Sam, but I wouldn't let him in on that. Jake helped me into the car, putting the baby in her car seat, before he started the car and headed off toward the hospital. Neither of us spoke a word. He took my hand and we drove to the hospital in complete silence. I went on to explain the hospital visit. The doctor quickly diagnosed that my shoulder had been dislocated and called for an orthopedic surgeon to pop it back in place. I remembered, briefly, how painful that procedure was and the immediate relief when it was properly back in its place. While I was fitted for a sling, the doctor took notice of the bruise that had started to form on my arm, a bruise that perfectly matched Jake's large hand, who was standing next to me, holding the baby. The doctor asked Jake to leave before he started to ask me questions about spousal abuse, which I vehemently denied. I was lost in the details of the story before I was interrupted again. But, he hurt you. He dislocated your shoulder. How could you defend him? Alice asked me, softly but incredulously, as her eyes were darkening with each passing second. Alice, like I said before, it was an accident. Maybe I'm being naive, but in my heart, I truly knew Jake would never intentionally hurt me. But, the doctor was relentless. He asked the nurse to give me a shot of something to help with the now dulling pain, before leaving the room. Before I knew it, Charlie burst through the door, looking like he was readying himself to kill. I finished before looking up to see every person in the room sat motionless, waiting for me to go on. Sitting there, I thought about Charlie. Dad, my moving to Forks to live with him had started so many things. I had spent most of my years, growing up, dreading the experience of visiting Forks every summer, but once I went to live with him, everything had changed. Our relationship had deepened. He loved me and I loved him, even if we didn't make a big show of it. Bells, what happened to you? How did this happen? Where is he? I'll arrest his ass. Dad, calm down. It was an accident. Things got heated, but it's not at all what you think it is, really. He's so upset. He never meant for this to happen. I swear to you, I'm okay. Just calm down before we have to admit you to the hospital. Bella, don't you dare tell me to calm down. No one hurts my daughter and gets away with it. Damn it. Look at your arm. How badly are you hurt? What did the doctor say? At that moment, hearing the commotion, Jake stepped back into the examination room. He had heard our conversation and stepped forward to face Charlie, but not before placing Grace, fast asleep in her carrier, on the floor. Charlie, I'm so sorry. I swear I never meant to hurt her. I love her, care about her so much. Like she said, things got out of control, but it was my fault, even if it was an accident. I would never harm Bella, not intentionally. I am so sorry I hurt her and I'll never forgive myself for that. I still can't believe this happened, but you can take me in. I won't fight you, I deserve it. You're damn right you deserve it. You son of a ch. You promised me that you wouldn't ever hurt her. First, she tells me she has to leave La Push, because you're unhappy, and then you rip her arm out of the socket, not to mention that bruise. What the hell were you thinking? And you did this with Grace in the house. When did you get like this? Jake put his fists forward, motioning for Charlie to put the cuffs on, before I realized what they were talking about. I instantly panicked, placing myself between them, not wanting this to go any farther. I motioned with my hands, trying to convey how panicked that moment had become. Jake, what are you doing? You don't deserve to be arrested. It was an accident, nothing more than that. Come on you two, this is getting out of hand. Stop it. Please, I can't take any more tonight. Please just cut it out. Can't we just calm down and discuss this? With my comment, the two most important men in my life stopped to look at me, as I started to break down. The medication was taking effect and the night had exhausted me. I started to stumble, finally realizing how worn out I was, before Jake stepped in and caught me, putting me back on the gurney in the room. But my loud pleas had woken Grace again, and this time, Charlie forced his way past Jake to pick her up. He stood in front of me, as if to shield me, holding his granddaughter, and was unable to hide the furious glare as he stared Jacob down. I recounted, as my face tightened when I remembered that particularly bad memory. Once, Charlie had loved Jacob. Loved what he had done for me. Loved him because I loved him. Now, Charlie wanted to hurt him. Hurt him because he'd hurt me. Charlie never knew the extent of what had transpired due to the imprinting, and I would never tell him. 1. I couldn't. And 2. He would just end up hating Jacob even more than he already did. He had trusted Jacob and felt that trust had been betrayed. Charlie, let's get Bella home. To your home. I'm honoring her wishes now. I'll give her whatever she wants, whatever it is. Please believe me, I wish things could have been different. I love Bella and all I have ever wanted was for her to be happy. I can't seem to make her happy now, no matter how hard I try. I'll try harder now, and if leaving the reservation and staying with you makes her happy, that's what we'll do. Charlie wasn't ready to trust Jake just yet, but I convinced him that we would work everything out. He just needed to trust me on that point, even though I knew that he was having a difficult time understanding why I was so forgiving of Jacob. I knew Jake better than my dad, better than anyone, really. I finally convinced Charlie that everything was going to be okay, but that I wanted nothing more at that moment than to go home and get both Grace and I to bed. Charlie took over at that point. The same man who had a difficult time fathering me when I moved to Forks, always fearing that his parenting skills were lacking, showed a side of himself that night that I always knew existed, but that he had never allowed to surface. He was my father and he would protect me with everything he had, even if that meant taking control of the situation, which was never a strength of his. Bells, are you ready to go? Did the doctor release you? I've got Grace. We can go if you're ready. I'll get one of the deputies to cover the rest of my shift and get you home. Jake, go get the doctor. Make sure that her paperwork is in order. Bella, we'll take the cruiser home. Jake, you can go back to La Push. I got it from here. Like I said, Charlie didn't understand that I just wasn't willing to turn my back on Jake. I felt the need to clear the air before we went any further that evening. I continued. Dad, Jake needs to properly say goodnight to his daughter. I know you may not understand, but don't you wish you had more of a chance with me when I was little? You know what I'm talking about it. I refused to keep Grace from her father. She belongs to him as much as she does to me. Please understand what I'm trying to say. Jake can drive us home and then he'll leave. You have nothing to worry about. No one does. Okay. If that's what you really want, Bella, then I won't fight you. I'll go find the doctor and get your discharge papers. Jake, can I trust you alone with my daughter? With my grandbaby? Yes, sir. I promise nothing will happen to either of them. Charlie left the exam room and Jake helped me down from the bed. I put my good arm around him, hoping that he understood that I wasn't angry at him, that I knew it was just an accident. My voice was so soft at this point, I wasn't sure if anyone could hear me. Bella honey, I'm so sorry. Does it still hurt? What can I do to make this better? Jake, it's okay. Really. I know that you would never hurt me. It's just not possible. Please stop beating yourself up over this. Everything will work out. I have no idea how, but we'll figure it out. Could you please help me get Grace? I can't get her with my arm in this stupid sling. Let's just get going, and you and I can talk again in the morning, okay? Jake drove us to Charlie's house. Neither of us said a word. Jake just simply held my hand. The sadness in the car was painful, and I started to cry all over again. I just wanted it all to end. No. What I really wanted was to go back to the day when Grace got sick and take her to another hospital, any other hospital. I wanted things to go back to what they had been, but it was over. Tonight's events told me that and I struggled in vain to accept it. By then, I realized how tired I was, how my body felt oddly out of place as the medication took hold. Now, I only wanted the night to end and for the morning to come. I had had enough at that point though. I wasn't looking forward to facing all of this again the next morning. We got there, right after Charlie. He walked into the house, while Jake helped me get Grace inside. Charlie had set up my baby crib in my old room, for when we visited. Jake held Grace, looking at her like he would never see her again. He cradled her close to his chest, the tears staining his cheeks, while he hummed softly to her. He kissed at her forehead before setting her in the crib. He looked at me, immense sadness in his eyes, before he turned to say one last thing to me. Bella, I'll be watching out for both of you tonight. I promise. And with that, he was gone. I had grown silent, my mind wrapped around all those memories, none of them happy. I was drawing to the end of my sad story, and then what? What would happen then? I was drawn out of my deep thoughts by a soft voice. Bella, it's so wonderful that Charlie stood up for you. I know he's your father, but I don't think you understand how much he loves you. Alice's high lilting voice spoke, finally breaking the silence in the room. Bella, she's right. I could hear his thoughts. He loves you more than you can imagine. He must miss you right now. Do you have any idea how he's doing? Edward interjected, his gaze on me, soft and serious. Charlie, how was he doing? That's a question I really didn't expect tonight. Well, I appreciate your thoughts about Charlie. I was so fortunate to have a father like him. He would have done anything for me. Anything at all I had to do was ask. I spoke, as my voice cracked again, betraying the pain beneath the surface. Bella, he's still your father. With everything that's happened to you, it doesn't change that simple fact. Surely you must understand that. Rosalie spoke to me, a smile on her lips. Yes, Rosalie, you're right, except, I couldn't finish. How was I going to say this and not fall apart again? Except what, dear? Esme questioned. I should have mentioned this earlier. Charlie died. About a month after Grace and I moved in with him, my voice finally broke, as my hand absent-mindedly reached toward my forehead, trying to rub the stress and pain away. I was nearing a point of no return, and to be hit with another torrent of memories that I had thought were forgotten with my human life was becoming too much to bear. Died, Alice answered, grief evident in her voice. How? Carlyle had joined the conversation, his tone sad, the emotion beginning to reach his eyes. I glanced around the room. Every face held either grief or sorrow for me. It was too much. I closed my eyes, willing my emotions to quiet, my hands clenching and unclenching, before I felt yet another intense wave of soothing calm and peace emanate from Jasper. I turned to look at him in gratitude before I saw her, my heart dropping from the pain on her beautiful face. Her tiny body slumped forward, her head drooping toward the floor as her body began to shake. Her head shook back and forth fiercely, like she was trying to grasp the bomb that I had innocently just dropped on her. Alice looked like she would fall to pieces in her husband's arms, as he tightened his grip around his wife, eventually turning her so she was facing him. He wrapped his arms around her as quiet sobs shook her body, his face nestled in her hair. He whispered calming words into her ear. Her pain was evident to everyone in the room. She had spent so much time at the house after my accident in Phoenix and had grown attached to Charlie, just as he had grown attached to her. Alice, I can stop now. I don't have to continue. I can't watch you suffer like this. No, Bella, she turned to face me, her features bent with grief. Please tell me what happened to Charlie. I need to know. I continued. Charlie was great when we moved in. He took turns with Grace, and rearranged some of his work schedule to help me out. He loved spending time with her. His favorite thing was feeding her dinner. He would make these goofy faces and cajole her into eating. She would laugh at him, and the smile on his face, I stopped, as my throat began to constrict with grief, was so endearing. He loved her so much. Charlie did everything he could to help to make this easier on me. He was civil to Jake when he came to visit and encouraged me through a really difficult time in my life. He was there for me when I needed him the most. He was perfect. It was a rainy Tuesday night. School had just ended, and I was home with the baby. Charlie got called out to a particularly gruesome accident out on the highway, just outside of town. Kids drag racing. Charlie went out to help investigate, and keep traffic moving while the cars and mess were cleaned up. I thought about his last words to me. Bells, there's an accident outside of town. Sounds pretty bad, so I'm going out to assist with traffic and clean up. I shouldn't be long. Will you and Gracie be okay until I get back? Dad, we'll be fine. I'll wait until you get home so you can put Grace to bed. Sound good. Sounds great. Bells, he didn't how to finish. I know, Dad. I love you too. Be safe and see you soon. When Charlie arrived, the drivers had already been taken by ambulance to the hospital, and all that was left was the wreckage to be hauled away. Charlie started directing traffic, and that's when it happened. An impatient driver swerved out of the lane, trying to go around the line of cars backed up on the highway. He hit Charlie, killing him instantly. At least he didn't suffer. My voice cracked once again, this time audibly to everyone. "Oh, Bella," I heard Esme exclaim, as she rushed over to me, leaving Carlyle on the couch. She threw her arms around me, and I hugged her back, my forehead leaning against her shoulder as my body began to shake. Comfort was foreign to me these days, but I would take advantage while it was available. She rubbed my back, trying desperately to soothe me. As she held me, I glanced up to see Edward. His gaze never left me, while the pain in his eyes was evident. He had spent many an evening watching endless sporting events with Charlie in our home, so the time he spent with Charlie was immeasurable. He knew my dad, his actions, his thoughts. The sorrow penetrated his beautiful topaz eyes, blazing with intensity when I felt another pair of hands grab mine. "Bella, I am so sorry. I can't believe he's gone. This is so unfair. You've lost so much. You've lost everything." Alice's voice, which started low, grew louder with each word, before grief silenced her. Her body shook with quiet, tearless sobs, each one bigger than the next. The pain must have been intense, as Jasper sat there, looking helpless as to how to soothe his wife. I stood, as Esme released her arms from around my shoulders and pulled Alice to me. I hugged her fiercely and she collapsed into my frame, the sobs shaking her small body even harder. She was the one who needed comfort this time, and I was more than willing to provide it. I cupped the back of her head, my fingers meshed in her soft hair, as I tightening my grip on her, waiting patiently for her to cry herself out. We stood there for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, her body started to relax and the sobs gently started to quiet, her tiny body starting to still. She looked up to meet my eyes. "Better?" I asked my friend, searching her face for any answer she could provide. "A little," she softly replied, and after another moment, she went on, "Bella, here I should be comforting you. You lost your father," she began, until I silenced her. "And you lost a friend. I've grieved for Charlie. I still miss him, I do, but I got my chance to say goodbye years ago. This information is new to all of you. I know that you spent lots of time with him, Alice, but I don't think you know how much he cared about you. After you all left, he never spoke of any of you, but I don't think that lessened his feelings, Alice. He saw you as this little firecracker. Someone to rely on, someone who could inject enthusiasm into anything. In reality, Alice, he loved you. You should know that." She looked up at me and smiled weakly. I knew at that moment that she hadn't realized the impact she had made on both my old human life as well as Charlie's. When that understanding was reversed and she understood her influence in one man's simple life, it burst through her, like the sun fighting its way through a cloudy day. She had played a part in Charlie's life, a simple human, and he had come to care about her. I released her then, while Jasper pulled her back into his all-encompassing embrace. He cradled her like a child until she finally smiled back at him. "Bella, what happened then?" Carlyle's gentle voice broke the stillness in the room. I glanced at him, trying to force a smile. Before I continued, the deputies came to the house late that night. I knew from the look on their faces that something terrible had happened. They told me that Charlie had been killed while on duty. They went through all the awful details. I called Jacob, who met me at the hospital. He went with me to identify the body, which was awful. Jake wouldn't let me go in there alone and I was grateful he had been so insistent. I had to go through all the unpleasant details of a funeral and he stayed with me and the two of us sat there, holding Grace the entire night after we got back to the house. He offered to do anything to make this easier on me. After everything that had happened, he was still my friend. We loved each other and I let myself take the comfort and support he was offering. He continued to be the same wonderful Jacob that I had fallen in love with, and was so good to me during those days after Charlie died. I went on to explain how the funeral was a few days later. The good people of Forks sent their favorite police chief off in a big way. Charlie's deputies led the way in their cruisers, with the hearse in tow, the limousine holding me, Grace, Jacob, Renee and Phil behind it, while people from town came to the burial. It was a rather big show of things, the ride through town. The gun salutes at the cemetery. The glowing eulogies. Charlie would have hated it. The only thing he would have appreciated was the quiet gravesite under a beautiful, majestic pine tree in the town's cemetery. But the funeral is for the ones left behind. I remember countless people from town, strangers in my eyes, hugging me, telling me to let them know if I needed anything. The entire pack came to say goodbye, along with Billy Black, who was devastated by the loss of his friend. Even with what had happened, they respected Charlie, and out of that respect, they made an appearance. Jacob held my hand the whole day, which I allowed and even welcomed, probably because I was numb. I had been on emotional overload for so long, and the lack of feeling was almost a relief. I couldn't take any more. I needed his comfort so much, but I knew that I would pay for that later, when I was all alone again. But Jacob and I were making strides with the mediator and had settled custody. Someone continued to come and patrol nightly at Charlie's house. Things were settling back into another familiar, yet entirely different routine. I got a call from an estate planner a few days later. Charlie had thought through everything rather meticulously. He had planned and paid for his funeral and plot years earlier and had the foresight to ensure that everything in his small estate was left to me. The planner explained that he had been in the process of leaving a portion to Grace to start a college fund, but hadn't finished things prior to his untimely death. It didn't matter. I would do that. Myself. I got it all. The house, his retirement fund, everything. Charlie was a great saver, so it was a tidy sum, surprised me really. We'd never had much money before and that never mattered to me, but now I understood. He had been whittling away his pennies, trying to leave them to me as one last gift. Even after his death, showing me how much he loved me and the pain I hadn't given into yet surfaced. I realized that he had always been my hero. To the town of Forks, he protected them. To me, he protected and loved me. He was still providing for me, helping me. I cried for days, until there weren't any tears left. I worked with the planner to set up an account for the money to be transferred. It didn't take much time. I decided, quickly, that I couldn't continue to live in the same house, so I put it on the market immediately. The realtor told me I wasn't asking enough, but I didn't care. I had to make a fresh start and there were just too many memories in that place for me to start over. I spent an entire week that summer painting every room. I painted the old cabinets that hadn't been changed in over 20 years in the kitchen. I spruced up everything that I could. Every wall was now white, as I tried desperately to clean the slate of what was now my old life. I felt like the paint could start to erase all the pain, all the memories that I desperately wanted to forget. Surprisingly, the house sold quickly. I had a swift escrow with the new buyers. I packed and found a small rental house that was closer to the reservation, to make it easier for me and Jake to take care of Grace. The divorce would be final in just weeks. Time was flying by quickly, and before I knew it, the school year was about to start. I was lucky enough, for once, to get a job at the high school in Forks. Yeah, I know, just couldn't get enough of the old place, I smirked, as Alice, Jasper, Rosalie, Emmett and Edward smiled with me, but they needed a new language arts teacher and given that I was Chief Swan's daughter, they offered me the position. School started and the days moved along. Jake and I were getting along great, though at times it was awkward, and the custody agreement was working well for both of us. I did everything I could to stay busy. Working. That kept me going. Work and Grace. I looked up at every face in the parlor and realized that I had finally come to the point in the story that I dreaded telling them. How just one decision I made changed things forever. How Bella Swan really died that fateful night all those years ago. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to The Alternate Path for more incredible what-if stories.